Welcome in, everybody. We're just gonna let some people come in here. Hope everybody's having a blessed day. Happy Monday. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Hey, bro. Right away, trolls gotta come in here, huh? All right, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, let's go to my account here. Getting everything going here. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day, you guys. Definitely want to go over something that I watched last night. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Let's see here. Yeah, my laptop has just been lagging lately. God, man, for a MacBook Pro with the touchscreen on the top, sure is lagging a lot. But make sure you guys double tap that screen. Show some love and support. We're gonna be here for a while. We're gonna be here for about 6 hours. So buckle up. How's everybody's day going? Let me know in the chat. Double tap that screen. All right. So we got some things we're gonna go over before Candace gets on today. We're gonna wait for her to get on. I'm excited to cover that today. Excuse me. If you guys want to get your name written on the wall behind me, as you can see, I have names on here. I'm trying to fill up the wall behind me with names from super chats or Streamlabs donation. I would prefer Streamlabs donation because they don't take 30% like YouTube does, but I appreciate anything. But most of all, I just appreciate the subscription and the like. That's all that matters to me. The money is just extra. But if you want to support your boy, get your name written on the wall behind me. That's a perfect way to do it. But so we got a lot of things to cover today. I want to go over the Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson interview. I know it's a little bit dated, but I never watched it. And last night I watched it and it was like, oh, okay. Like Tucker literally, welcome in, kiddos. Tucker literally, I think he's a genius at this point. So I was watching it last night and I started to notice his style of interviewing. It was like, he asks questions acting like he doesn't know, and he does a good job of making you think he doesn't know, but he does. And he lures Ted Cruz into all these conversations and these points and all this other stuff, and ends up smoking him. I feel like Tucker really made him look bad, but it was a good interview last night. I watched really crazy. Double tap that screen, guys. Thank you for the love so far. But yeah, it was awesome. Let me bring down my cam a little bit. My cam is like, let's bring it down to here so you guys can see me better. How about? Or like, how about like right here? Because I feel like you guys cannot see me the best. We'll bring this to, yeah, we'll bring this to here. And there. How's that? I feel like you guys can kind of see me better this way, right? Okay. Anyway, so I was watching him talk to Ted Cruz last night, and he was destroying him. I mean, it was an interesting interview, but Tucker just has this way about him, man, where he's just like, he'll let you know, like he's on you, and he acts like he doesn't know. I mean, his dad was CIA, so maybe that's why he's so good. Make sure you guys say what's up in the chat, man. Hope everybody's having had a good weekend. Hope you guys got some rest. I know me and my daughters just kind of kicked it while I streamed, both days, but me and my daughters just kind of kicked it. I celebrated being remonetized. My heart was so broken when I hit 5K subs and I got demonetized, man. It was like, God, I worked so hard to get to this point, right? And I'm still working hard. I mean, we're almost at 10,000 now. But then we got remonetized. It's like we're not gonna get unmonetized, man. We're gonna keep pushing up. We're gonna keep going up. We're gonna keep following the policy. We're gonna keep doing good. I'm gonna try and clean up my act a little bit, right? But anyways, so we're gonna first thing we're gonna go over. We're gonna kind of skim over the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz video. It's fucking, you know, yeah, it was a good interview. Anyways, so then we're gonna go over the New York governor or whatever election for what you guys think about Zoran. Then we're gonna go over Mikey McCoy. I cannot find anything on this guy's background. Welcome in, Jonathan. Welcome in. Make sure you guys hit that sub button if you're new to the channel. Join the See Me Now family. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day, man. Starting off very good. It's raining outside for me, but the leaves are turning orange and yellow with green. It looks gorgeous, man. It's a gorgeous day to be alive. Jesus is King. Amen. And then I was looking into Erica Kirk a little bit. And she was married to a guy named Derek Schelsvig. Allegedly, right? There is no public record to confirm. So this is all alleged. This is all just thoughts and just things I found on the internet. Oh, Mayor. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. I'm an idiot. We all know. Anyways, thank you for correcting me, brother. Welcome to the family. Double tap the screen, hit the subscribe button. But yeah, so we're gonna go over him, and then but the thing is that I couldn't find anything that, you know, was relative to her being married to him, but it's a rumor, and it, you know, apparently it was from 2013 to whatever. So basically, right after they allegedly got divorced, her and her and Charlie got together. But I can't find anything on it. And another thing is too is I can't find anything on Mikey McCoy. While we're on the stream, I'm gonna try and dig deeper. There's nothing there. I mean, I was looking into the Romania scandal, right? Where they apparently trafficked children, right? Allegedly. It's all just blowing my mind at this point, you guys. The fact that Erica Kirk's mom is on the seat or on the board for a geofencing organization, allegedly, which I still apparently she is. I still can't find the info. I'm trying to. But yeah, I mean, the more you dig into it, the more you just have to fucking sit back for a second and be like, yeah, this is crazy. Mickey McDecoy, yeah. Okay, so right here when you Turning Point's Tyler Boyer is the CEO of the company, and Erica Kirk's mother. Okay, so a person from Turning Point USA is on the board of this geofencing committee, right? It says it right here on the internet. This is alleged. This is just what I'm reading. So it says Turning Point's Tyler Boyer is the CEO of the company, and Erica Kirk's mother, Lori Fran Fee, is also on the board. A company with the potential to give your data to foreign countries. And another thing that was crazy was Erica Kirk grew up, right? So I was reading her mom grew up or like oh god, I cannot talk. Raised her Catholic, used to bring her to soup kitchens to help give out blessings and do God's work. And they lived in this whatever town, and then they moved to Arizona because this is very vague. Moved to Arizona because Erica Kirk's mom got an opportunity in the government, right? I have it on this computer. I wonder if I can't pull it up on another one. That's the crappy thing about having two MacBooks is I do so much research on the other one I forget about bringing it up. But let me look it up quick here. She apparently got contracts with Homeland Security and the Department of Defense or something like that. And it's very sketchy. Not gonna lie. Here, let's see. Erica Kirk's mom. Okay. So I'm gonna read this, or I guess I'll pull it up on the screen. I don't know why this computer is being so freaking slow, bro. Excuse me. Okay. So this is what I was reading. Let me bring it up. Okay. If you guys are new to the stream, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, double tap that screen, show some love and support to your boy. We're on the road to 10,000 subs. If you want to get your name written on the wall behind me with this beautiful marker right here, I'm trying to fill the wall up behind me around the sign with names. It's the donor wall. If you want to get on the donor wall, you can super chat any amount, doesn't matter. You can get your name on there as many times as you super chat. I already have a couple people on there with their name on there more than once. So, all right. So in November 1988, Lori and Kent Frantz, whatever, welcomed their daughter Erica Kirk. After divorcing Erica Kirk's father, Frantz, whatever, raised their daughter in Scottsdale, Arizona. Erica has described being her mom's daughter as one of the greatest gifts of her life. Erica Kirk has learned a lot from her mother. After welcoming her daughter in November 1988, her mom divorced Erica's father, Kent, and raised her as a single mother in Scottsdale. She spent nearly 2 decades working for General Electric before founding multiple companies in the network security industry, according to her. So, how do you go from working for General Electric to finding multiple companies in the security industry and then working and getting multi-million dollars for the contracts for the government? Following the September 2025 assassination of Erica's husband, right-wing political commentator turned Put USA founder Charlie Kirk, a company announced Erica would succeed him as the CEO. Let me see. I want to see where. Okay, so here's the part where my mom used to take us to soup kitchens and constantly said we need to share our blessings with others. She told the publication. When I learned that by competing I could touch more people, further my causes, I knew it would give me a greater chance for whatever. So for her competing for beauty pageants, she knew it would whatever. Okay. I'm trying to see where it says about her contract. Hold on. Erica. Oops. Sorry. Oh my god, bro. I can't type. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm terrible. Erica Kirk's mom and government contracts. Welcome in, Reginald. So, this is one thing I read too. Okay, so this is what it just keeps getting more strange. In a 2020 interview, Erica Kirk, then Erica Frantz, whatever, stated that her family moved to Arizona because her mother was getting involved with the government, Homeland Security, and Department of Defense. So how do you go from working at General Electric to now you're getting multiple government contracts for Homeland Security, Department of Defense, and all this other stuff? How do you go from that, right? So this is what she said.
To be able to come.
Can I ask a question? This might be off topic. How did your mom choose Phoenix?
So she chose to move to Phoenix from Ohio because there was more of an opportunity for a female business owner out here, especially from the standpoint of she was getting involved with the government, so Homeland Security and Department of Defense. And so she had other business partners that were out here that were already in that industry.
How do you get involved with the government? Like, how do you go from like that's like saying the electric company in my town's called Ottertail, right? How do you go from working for Ottertail to working for Homeland Security and the Department of Defense? How do you do that? And Reginald, I know we should do that, but bro, in the chat, you need to take it easy, bro. We just got remonetized, and my moderators, the way they act and everything else, I don't want to get demonetized because people are being absurd in the chat. So please just tone it down in my chat because, as you guys know, my job fired me because of my YouTube. So this is all I got. We got remonetized right after I got fired, so it's a sign from God. Let's not let this get taken away because of our, you know what I mean? But yeah, I love you, bro. Thank you for always supporting me. But yeah, bro, this is all I got. This is my passion, so I'm treating it like my baby. And I feel like God put me in this position and took me out of my job to put me here because we've just been going up so much. But yeah, if you guys want to get your name written on the donor wall behind me with this beautiful marker right here, super chat any amount. You can get your name written down any amount as you can. Well, I'm not toning down truth telling. I'm just trying to tell it in a different way and more chill. But yeah, I mean, it's just I'm gonna let this finish.
History, even one that was a mentor of hers. So it was really convenient to be able to come all together in one place to really have that. But my father ended up moving out here as well because my grandparents had a home out in Sun City, and so it took a little bit to get everyone out here. It took several years, but by that time, everyone was out here, so we had a little bit more family than just us.
So you went.
Can I ask a question? It's maybe off topic.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't get how her mom went from working at a General Electric to being a freaking, asset to the government, right? And the Romania thing, man, it's a scandal. It's all alleged. So everything I'm saying here is alleged. Nothing's fact. But a lot of it seems like it's, And then we got the fact that our open borders caused, what was it, 300,000 children to disappear, and you know where they went, right? I wonder if I can find the tape here of the governor talking about it. Higgins, I think his name was. I was watching it last night. It's all crazy. I mean, our world's just insane. And it's like the more you look into it, the more you're just like, oh my God. It's just like, oh my God. We're going to go over to Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson interview in a second. I want to find this Higgins guy talking about the child T going on. Open borders cause. Yeah, so this is interesting, guys. I watched it last night. We need to go over it. Welcome in, Jason. I hope everybody's having a blessed day. Like I said, guys, you guys know your boy's gonna be streaming every day. I'm gonna try and stream every day. If I take a day off, I'm gonna be on the next day. But I try and stream every day, be consistent. And during the week, Monday through Friday, I'll be on around 6 to 7 hours, depending what time I go live. I bring my kids to school, then I go live. You all know that my YouTube made me lose my job. Well, I guess my job didn't like my YouTube, and it is what it is. They can suck a fat one, right? But so support your boy by either super chatting or hit the three dots above my head, go in the description and copy and paste the Streamlabs link into your browser and donate there because YouTube takes a brutal 30%, but if you donate through Streamlabs, I get it all. But another thing too is when you do that, you can get your name on the donor wall behind me. Another way you can get your name on the wall behind me is if you go follow my Kick and my Rumble on previous streams. I do have the links. I can probably drop the link today. But if you want to get your name on the donor wall behind me, I'm trying to fill it up. As you can see, I'm trying to fill it all up around my sign. Donate through the chat. You can get your name on it as much as you want. Doesn't matter. And show some love. But we're going to go over this. This was interesting. I watched it last night. Then we're going to go over the Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson interview. We are going to be waiting for Candace Owens to go live today. So we're going to cover that. So it's going to be an interesting day. So make sure you guys stay tuned and show some love and support, man. Shout out Mike from Moscow. Shout out Russia. Hey, man, for show. I get love from all over the world. I love it so much. I appreciate you. Welcome to the See Me Now family. Hit the subscribe button with the notification bell if you haven't already so you can be tuned into every single stream. I want to see your guys' faces and names in every one of these streams. I tend to not forget them. If I do, my apologies, but I always try to remember them because when I say you join the family, I don't say that lightly. I mean it. This is a family. This is one of the most positive, fastest growing communities on YouTube. On the road to 10,000, man. I love you guys. Thank you all for the support. But like I said, this is my job now. This is my passion. I'm no longer going to chase a 9-to-5 and work my butt off when I know my talent is here. Okay? God bless everybody, man. So if you want to get your name on the wall behind me, double tap the screen, or not double, hit super chat any amount, doesn't matter. And if another way, I'm not going to take any negativity in here, bro. But yeah, so if you want to get your name on the donor wall super chat, you can get your name on the wall as many times as you want. I already have a few people on here that have their name on there a few times. So, but we're going to get into this. Higgins slams Biden administration on missing children. Listen to this.
Thank you, Mr.
This is the most crazy and insane thing I've heard. So because of the open borders, there was a straight... We'll just play this, then we'll go over it, okay? I talk too much. I love you guys. Sorry. Yeah, I'll let you, Reginald, but the thing is I'm going to keep my chat clean. If people are hating in my chat, then they're just going to have to hate because guess what? They're just going to go into the abyss. We just got monetized again. I'm not trying to lose that. This is my life. This is my passion. I'm not going to let anyone play with that. I'm trying to stay within YouTube guidelines. So let's play this. But yeah, I'll let you debate them, Reginald. But anyone who hasn't already, double tap that screen. We're almost to 20 likes already. Hit the double tap. 9 more beautiful people need to double tap that screen. Show some love and support. Stick around for the whole stream. Buckle up. Let's go.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the panelists for being here today. Let me ask you all a yes or no question, and we're going to build this thing out. Do you believe if an employee or an agent of an NGO that is implicated in child trafficking in a criminal investigation, if they cross the threshold of reasonable suspicion and they're investigated, and that investigation leads to the jurisdictional authority, the investigative authority, developing probable cause. So they cross the threshold of probable cause and they're arrested. And then they're prosecuted.
I really want you guys to listen to this. I know I just paused it and I'm talking too much, but double tap the screen, show some support, but listen to this. This is insane. And if this right here doesn't make you upset and make you want to get more involved, I don't know what to tell you.
And if they're convicted, they cross the threshold of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and they are convicted. We're talking about an employee of an NGO that participated willingly during the last 4 years with the trafficking of human beings, including children that were destined to be trafficked into the sex trade. Mr. Howe, do you think that employee of that NGO should be convicted and incarcerated based upon the judicial system and the criminal justice system I just described? Yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Hopper?
Yes.
Mr. Rosas?
Yes.
Well, I concur. And much to the
I love
chagrin
how passionate this guy sounds. I
of
love how passionate this guy sounds. Like, just listen. It's about to get serious. Double tap that screen, guys. 9 more beautiful people need double tap that screen. Let's get to 20 likes. Let's go.
a whole abhorrent industry of child trafficking that prospered from the open border policies of the Biden administration for 4 years, 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Much to the chagrin of these people that made bank, man. We're coming after them. And this executive branch is building criminal files. So I hope they're watching, and I hope they're frightened, And I hope they're getting their affairs in order, hiring their liberal attorneys to defend them.
Watching this, it is so nice, right? Because it feels like we haven't seen it for a while. It is so nice to feel like we're watching a person that's in power, or at least has some power, have passion about this subject, right? It is so awesome to see. Because the past 5 years, it has felt like there was no care in the world and things were going to go down the drain. And it's just nice to see his passion, man.
Starting to shuffle their money around. We'll find it. Mr. Howell, are you aware that ongoing right now in our country, if DHS, ICE, FBI, local and state law enforcement agencies working on classified operations to locate, find, and rescue trafficked, tender age, mostly girls. We're talking about girls under 14 and younger across the country that were trafficked into our country in 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Are you aware that those operations are ongoing?
Yes, sir. They're trying to find the children the Biden administration lost.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Ms. Hopper, are you aware?
This is the United States of America. And since when are we known, or since when have we had the idea of us losing kids, man? Oh, I've already been called a fascist. What did I even do to be called a fascist? You see what these people do? I've been nothing but respectful and loving. No, we're not. No, we're not, Reginald. Hey, man, I'm hiding that message. No, we're not. Take that message off, bro. Bruh. I've already been called a fascist, and I'm trying to defend children. That's wild. The crazy thing is, YouTube will punish me for doing something that's like not even big deal. But these people can come into your chat and they can call you whatever they want. I'm a fascist. I'm from North Dakota, bro. I am a moderate person. I'm centralist. I'm independent. I seek the truth. I want to do what's right, and I want to be the best American I can be. How am I a fascist? How? Please tell me. Don't leave. Just tell me. I'm defending children. I'm defending what's right. I live right next to all the Native American reservations along Defiant. And you want to know what's crazy? I'm going to do this right now because I have a decently big platform from where I'm from. Look up Gemini Posey. My best friend since I moved into this house across the street, lives right across the street from me, right? My best friend's younger sister has been missing for over a year and a half or so. Her boyfriend allegedly did it, if you catch my drift. And when his brother wanted to come out, he's missing now too. I live right next to the Spirit Lake Reservation. And I live right next to the Turtle Mountain Reservation, right where Leonard came. What's Leonard's last name again? Leonard, oh God. Who just got released. Let me open my other MacBook. Anyways, the guy who was allegedly did something to FBI agents. Let's see. Peltier, Leonard Peltier. We've been trying to find Gemini for a long time, and she's just one of many missing indigenous people. And it's ridiculous how many go missing. But I digress. I'm not trying to get off subject. How am I a fascist? Thank you to everybody who's showing love in the chat. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, show some love and support, man. We're on the road to 10,000. If you support me in the movement, double tap the screen, show some love and support. Zanger IRC, man. This is what's wrong with America, bro. We have this toxic community of people who act like that. And I'm on here doing nothing but spreading love, seeking the truth, and trying to create unity. And I am a fascist. Okay, let's finish this. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. I appreciate everybody for being here. Let's finish this and then let's keep going. I'm not even going to entertain it. I am what you say I am, right? But guess what? Zanger, God still loves you. I still love you. You're my fellow human being. We're all on this earth together. Call me what you want.
In them. Starting to shuffle their money around. We'll find it. Mr. Howell, are you aware that ongoing right now in our country, if DHS, ICE, FBI, local and state law enforcement agencies working on classified operations to locate, find, and rescue trafficked, tender age, mostly girls. We're talking about girls under 14 and younger across the country that were trafficked into our country in 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Are you aware that those operations are ongoing?
Yes, sir. They're trying to find the children the Biden administration lost.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Ms. Hopper, are you aware?
I think that's why I was called a fascist. Because he just said the Biden administration. That's why. Exactly, Troy. I agree. Taffy, I'm sorry to hear that. Everybody who's new here, welcome to the family. Hit the subscribe button. Welcome to the family. I love seeing you guys here. Make sure you hit the notification bell. I want to see you in every stream. Welcome to the family. When I say family, I don't mean it lightly. God bless you guys. Jesus is king. We need to fix this problem. We need to fix the toxicity because this is just a terrible state for us to be in.
I am.
Mr. Rosas?
Correct. I'm aware.
Thank you. Would you be surprised that according to my research, which will very soon be revealed next week, they've rescued so far 35,000 tender age kids. How you like that? Now, according to Ms. Hopper's research, which I find fascinating, and everybody up here should, 70% of the documentation turned in by so-called sponsors, which were lined up by who? The NGOs. Through who? Primarily HHS. It was a pipeline, man. We fed a pipeline of tender age children into sex trafficking and slave labor into our country. We're finding these kids. We're tracking this fraudulent documents. You're right, Ms. Hopper. My research showed a little bit less, 65%. You said 70%. I'll go with 70. So be advised. Be advised. We are building out case files, criminal case files. We're interviewing these 35,000 kids, and we're finding out exactly what the hell happened, how they ended up in the nightmare where they were, and we're rescuing more. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. We're going to identify these children, we're locating these children, we're rescuing these children, and we're building out criminal files based upon the testimony of these young teenagers and the documentation of fraudulent vetting. And many of these NGO employees are going to find themselves wearing orange, be their new favorite color. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the indulgence. I yield.
Yep. Oops. Yep. So I have kids, man. Welcome in 3R door. I have kids, man. And Let me read some chats. Trump is not my leader. I am an independent man seeking the truth. I don't support anybody. I don't support anything but the truth. If he did something that he needs to be in prison for, then make him go in prison. I do not care. My thing is this: children should always be protected. And the first thing I got called just by playing that video was a fascist. How am I a fascist? When I, like, if you watch my channel, you know I'm like one of the most moderate people on this freaking site. I don't know. Anyways, that was that. I want to go through the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz interview. Tucker Carlson was leading him into these conversations and just getting them, man. Like, I respect Tucker Carlson on a whole new level. I know this is kind of a dated interview, but I respect him on a whole new level on how he interviewed this guy. And I agree, the files need to be released. I'm not sitting here and saying that Trump's perfect. I'm not sitting here saying anyone's perfect. What I want in this country is unity. The division needs to stop, and we need the truth. I've always said it. The easiest country to conquer is a country that's divided. And if anyone in this chat has kids, they will understand that it is scary right now. I'm young. I'm glad I have my kids young so I can protect them up until I can't no more, right? But let me tell you this. The fact that people are just going around calling people fascists and doing this and that for no reason is insane. How am I on live for not even 30 minutes and I was called a fascist? What? I'm nothing but loving. It is what it is. I digress. Anyways, if you're new to the channel, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. We are on the way to 10,000 subscribers. I appreciate you guys for showing love and support. Double tap that screen. If you want to get your name on the wall, no matter if it's hate or anything, I really don't care. Super chat, you'll get your name on the donor wall as many times as you super chat. I already have a few people on there that are on there more than once. YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so make sure you guys, if you want me to get the full amount, hit the 3 dots above my head, copy and paste the Streamlabs link, and donate through there. But if you want to get your name written on the wall, do what I just said. We're going to go over a little bit of the Tucker Carlson interview. Candace Owens returns today. So that's going to be interesting. Everybody's been waiting on what bombshell she's going to drop. I'm excited. Yeah. The fact that I was called a fascist for just talking about saving kids is insane to me, right? Anyways, I just wanted to go over a little bit of this interview, man. I was watching it last night before I went to bed, and Tucker Carlson was just destroying Ted Cruz. In my opinion, Tucker Carlson was destroying Ted Cruz. How does this look? I don't want it to be too... I don't know why everything got moved. Yeah, we'll just do this. There we go. How is that looking? Does that look good to you guys? All right. Let's get in here. Now, I'm starting to think
It's
that
good to be with you. So you've come out for regime change in Iran as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
my computer is lagging so
Look,
bad.
that ultimately has to be a popular.
It is starting to really upset me. Like, oh my God. Brand new MacBook Pro, bro. With the touch bar on the top, right? All fancy. And it's freaking lagging. Let's wait for it to kind of chill out here. How's the stream, guys? Am I lagging too bad? Let me see. Seems to be all right now. Double tap that screen. 6 more beautiful people seeing. Double tap that screen. Let's get to 20 likes. Much love to you guys. Join the See Me Now family. They need to see us now. I'm not right. I'm not left. I'm central. I want to find the truth. I'm independent. I have my own mind. I'm not brainwashed. But God bless you guys, man. I just wanted to go over this interview a little bit. I think the fact that Tucker Carlson's dad was CIA really helps him a lot. I mean, he is asking questions already knowing the truth, and it's like Ted Cruz is just oblivious. And Tucker Carlson's just making him contradict himself the whole time. I know this is a little bit of a dated interview, but thank you, Antonio, for letting me know. I don't know why my MacBook is lagging. Must be because of the internet or something, but I was doing this yesterday. It's been all good up until yesterday, so no idea. But I digress. You guys want to get your name written on the donor wall behind me? Super chat. It's the best way for me to not miss your comment. Yeah, super chat to get your name on the donor wall. I'm trying to fill up the wall behind me with names. You can see one behind me right now. There's a couple people with their names on there more. Andrew Wilson, this is my channel. Like, I don't know how many times I gotta tell people that this is my channel. I'll talk as much as I want. Like, I'll just sit here and talk right now the whole time. I don't really. If you don't like it, just scroll, you guys. Like, straight up. But yeah, those of you who are part of the family and do support me, if you want to get your name written on the donor wall, just you know what to do. Super chat, Streamlabs link in the about or whatever. Anyways, I love you guys. Jesus is king. I'm gonna be quiet. But yeah, let's watch this. I thought this was an interesting interview. Tucker did really good, and Ted Cruz made himself look like an idiot.
Uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us, or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us? And
Bro, this is frustrating. Hold on a second, y'all.
Senator, thank you very much for spending the time to have this conversation.
it's good to be with you.
So you've come out for regime change in Iran, as distinct just from taking out the nuclear sites. What does regime change look like in Iran?
Somebody else in charge.
How do you get there?
Look, that ultimately has to be a popular uprising from the people. And it's not a complicated question. Is America better off with a country that has a leader who hates us and wants to kill us, or to have a country with a leader who likes us and wants to be friends with us? And
definitely the latter's better.
Of course.
Yeah.
And so that's not a complicated statement. Look, I believe you look across the world when you have countries that have dictators that are viciously anti-America. Venezuela, Maduro hates us. Would we be better off with Maduro out of power? Absolutely. I want our enemies out of power, and I want our friends in power.
I could not agree more. The question is, how do you get there?
Of course.
We've been trying to kill Maduro for quite some time. We have troops there.
I don't know that we've been trying to kill Maduro.
We have. And I think you know that. And
I don't know that.
Okay, well, as a statement of fact, we have. So
we do have massive sanctions. We tried to pressure him out of office.
Yeah,
I'm
there's all kinds
not
of
aware
stuff.
of.
I'm just saying there's a lot of pressure coming from various parts of the U.S. government on that government, and it's still there.
Yeah.
Same, the country of our ancestors, Cuba. 1959. We've been working on that. Hasn't worked. So I think we both agree it's hard to do.
It absolutely is hard. And look, I think you're reasonable to ask, how do we produce that? And I think there's a distinction between what your objective is and the means to get it. There are all sorts of things I would say we would be better off. We'd be better off in China without Xi there. Should we invade China and topple Xi? Of course not.
Better off with no national debt.
There are lots of things.
Totally.
But it's good to say, all right, what are our objectives?
Right.
And so with the Ayatollah in Iran, saying you're for regime change, I don't view as complicated. I mean, the guy literally leads mobs chanting death to America.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not good.
Definitely not good. But the reason I think it's important to get a little more detailed about how that might happen is because there's military action in progress, which we're supporting. And the president has said clearly, including last night, that he is focused on eliminating the capacity of the Iranian government to produce nuclear weapons. You are saying we need to use military force to effect regime change.
I have not said that.
Oh, I must have.
No, I have not said that once.
Okay.
I don't think we need to use military force to do regime change. I said I support it. I would like to see it happen. You asked me how should it happen? A popular uprising. What I've advocated for, All right, let's step back a second. You and I, we've known each other a long time. I would say we agree on about 80% of the things on Earth.
For sure.
And there are a lot of things, and we can get into the nitty-gritty of foreign policy as much as you want. There are a lot of things on which you and I agree, not just a little bit, but violently.
I totally agree. I was rooting for you in your last campaign, for sure.
Well, thank you. Look, you have been heroic on the border. You've been one of the clearest and best voices in the whole country on securing the border and on the absolute crisis we're facing. And in Texas, I see it and live it every day. In COVID, in fact, you may recall, in the middle of the COVID lockdown, I was out walking my dog when the whole world was shut down and we were living in lunatic times. And I called you and said, Tucker, your nightly monologues are the single best thing on television. Like I watch them like an injection of crack. Okay, I'm mixing my metaphor because you don't inject crack, but you get what I'm saying.
Try.
No, I mean, you were standing up and speaking like, what the hell are we doing, in a way that we desperately, desperately needed. And so whether it's securing the border, whether it's the insanity of COVID lockdowns and the vaccine mandates, whether it is the Second Amendment or the First Amendment, you and I agree on a ton of stuff. The 20% where we disagree, I do think is meaningful. And it's mostly in the foreign policy space. And what I would say, if you'll allow me to get a little theoretical, and then I'm happy to get specific.
Yes.
For a long time, people had perceived two different poles of Republican foreign policy. There have been interventionists, and those have been people like John McCain and Lindsey Graham, George W. Bush. And there have been isolationists. And the most prominent of those have been Ron Paul and Rand Paul, and there are others. And people perceive those are the two choices. You got to be one or the other. I've always thought both were wrong. I don't agree with either one. The way I view my own foreign policy.
I'm with you, by the way, for whatever it's worth. I agree with you.
Okay, good.
I don't know who set up that binary, but there are lots of choices, actually.
I mean, people sort of naturally fall into, I think they want to classify people, and they're like, okay, you're one or the other, and you got to be all or nothing. And the interventionists, it seems, have never seen a country they didn't want to invade, and that doesn't make any sense to me. And the isolationists, I think, don't take the threats to America seriously, and I think that's naive, and it doesn't work. And so my view, I consider myself a third point on the triangle. And what I describe that as is that I am a non-interventionist hawk, which sounds a little weird, but what do I mean by that? I mean the central touch point for U.S. foreign policy and for any question of military intervention should be the vital national security interest of the United States. How does this make America safer? How does this protect Americans? If it does, we should be strong. And actually, another way of conceiving what I'm saying, I'm speaking theoretically, but Reagan referred to it as peace through strength. And actually, I think Donald Trump's foreign policy is very much what I'm describing, a non-interventionist hawk, where he understands that, and I think this is historically true, the best way to avoid war is being strong. That weakness and isolationism, I think, encourages war. So going back to regime change, where you started in Iran.
Just to make, I don't think I disagree with anything you've said, so we may not be that far apart, really, because you said that the single criterion for making decisions about America's foreign policy is America's national interest.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah. Which is also America first. That's another way of putting that as well.
I guess the definition of it.
Yeah.
It's hardly breaking news. The U.S. dollar has been gravely devalued.
I want to get into the part where he was talking about Israel, and Ted Cruz tries to imply he's an anti-Semite.
But the governments keep.
From what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. And all right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me listen to the commander-in-chief, describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And
6 more beautiful people just need to double tap that screen. Let's get to 20 likes. God bless you guys. Hope you guys are having a good Monday, man.
Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous.
I personally saw you and ran. Please defend yourself. What are you talking about? I don't run from no man, so don't know what you're talking about.
Could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in and say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like, I could see that if there was a real threat to America and there was a plan to prevent that, I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him.
What?
And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. Like, wait, how is it better to have lunatics who hate us in charge? Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge. Obama administration couldn't give an answer to that. And ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular, I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. What the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria tech and opposed it vocally. And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine, but we agreed with that position for different reasons. What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah.
He was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is he was taken out by our allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out. What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a long...
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah. When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago, he and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah. Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out. And he made an interesting point. He said, it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad. And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now...
Yo, if you guys want to debate me, I'll host a little Discord session or whatever at some point, or a Streamlabs session. But until then, just be quiet, please. Because I don't even know what you're talking about. Dude, like, you people come in here and lie. It's crazy.
Now, I don't know.
But so you don't think that, and I don't, it is very confusing, and I don't know that anyone really knows all the details, but you don't think that Israel or Turkey or NATO ally Turkey played any role in toppling Assad?
I don't know. I don't know that they did. Look, my understanding of that, they clearly took out Nasrallah and Hezbollah. They've decimated Hezbollah, but Hezbollah was waging war on them. So decimating Hezbollah was very good for Israel and very good for America, too. I mean, Hezbollah hated us. I would put Assad in the category of an unintended consequence, and whether it's good or bad, I don't know. I think time will tell.
For the United States.
Yeah, for the United States. I think time will tell the new leadership there. You're right to be concerned. Let me step back and let's talk regime change generally. I mentioned Syria. I also oppose the Iraq War. I think the Iraq War was a serious mistake. And we have a pattern, and going back to this binary of the interventionist and the isolationist. The interventionists advocate over and over again, there's a bad guy, there's a dictator who's doing bad things to his people, and they say, let's go topple him. And you have dictators in the Middle East who are killing radical Islamic terrorists. We come in and topple them. The radical Islamic terrorists take over, and they start killing Americans. In my view, how the heck does that help us? Like, Saddam Hussein was a horrible human being. He murdered and tortured people. Unequivocally bad guy. But it got much worse after we toppled him. And you ended up having ISIS rise up. I mean, that was the cause of ISIS, was toppling Saddam Hussein. Same thing in Libya. You had Gaddafi, another horrible guy, that under Obama, we toppled him. And you ended up having radical Islamic warlords taking over. And so, and it's the question I asked in Syria. Okay, well, what's the plan? And how is this good or bad for the United States? And so I don't think... With Iran, I view Iran as very different from Iraq.
But up to that point, you say we disagree. I don't hear really anything. I'm not quite sure what happened in Syria, but I don't know. So, right. But other than that, I don't hear anything I disagree with at all.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're in a complete agreement. I wonder, though, is there a successful regime change that the United States supported that you're aware of in the last 100 years?
Sure. Defeating the Soviet Union and the Soviet Union collapsing, winning the Cold War. That was the most consequential.
By the way, I might divert a little bit to go over to the fact that a helicopter and a jet crashed near China. So that's crazy. The Venezuela stuff is going crazy too. I'm going to get a little bit of info quick and then we'll divert over to that too. For now, let's keep listening to this. I want to get to the point where he talks about Israel.
To our country. The dollar spent, the aid packages to Ukraine to pay the retirement of civil servants in a country that we are being on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And
a lot of people want you to hate, but for 250 years has been the best and most productive in.
All right, I think this is the part.
the world. You'll understand the basis of our economy from founding till president. Hillsdale not afraid to preach the message our country has forgotten, which is freedom is good, Christianity is good, markets are good, and they make this country better by raising well-educated students. We endorse this. As a college hater, I love Hillsdale. Go to tuckerforhillsdale.com to sign up for Understanding Capitalism today. The course Understanding Capitalism, zero cost, just the truth. That's tuckerforhillsdale.com to enroll for free. When was the last time AIPAC took a position that deviated from Prime Minister Netanyahu?
All the time.
Name one.
Okay. Let me go back and give a little history. If you want to do a deep dive on AIPAC,
I don't. I want to do a shallow dive. I want to get to the core question. AIPAC is lobbying for a foreign government. And I don't, it's not. It's lobbying for the United States.
It is lobbying for a strong U.S.-Israeli relationship.
Okay. So it's not, has nothing to do with the foreign government.
It wants America and Israel to be closely allied.
Okay. But it's lobbying on behalf of the interests of another country.
So that's not true at all. And if
it's not true.
No.
How much contact do you think AIPAC leaders have with the government of Israel?
No idea. I imagine some. I think the government of Israel is often frustrated with AIPAC because AIPAC's not nearly strong enough.
Do you think there's any coordination between the government of Israel and AIPAC?
Do they talk? Sure. If you're lobbying for more U.S.-Mexico trade, would you talk to people in the U.S. and Mexico and the government? Sure.
So I'm not mad about that. There are a million countries that lobby Washington. I like a lot of those countries, including Israel.
But AIPAC are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Hold on. There are tons of Americans who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. I know them. I'm related to some of them. I know how it works. I'm from here. So my question is not, is it outrageous that foreign governments lobby the United States? They all do, okay, including Israel. My only question is, why don't we admit that is what's happening? You're denying it, but it's true. And why aren't they registered as a foreign lobby?
Because they're not.
They're not a foreign lobby.
No, they're not. And this is that there's a fever swamp. Look,
it's not a fever swamp. These are very reasonable questions. And you've accused me of being obsessed with Israel, which I'm not.
I actually haven't. I've said
and being feverish about it, which I'm not at all. I find it's a very tender spot when you ask it, and I don't know why.
So, Tucker, all right, let's go back. I was first elected to the Senate in 2012. I came in Obama's second term. And I actually saw AIPAC be badly wounded in a way they never came back from. And the second term is when Obama did the Iran nuclear deal. And the Iran nuclear deal, I think, was catastrophic. And AIPAC went all in lobbying against it.
Yeah.
And they failed. And I was the leading opponent of the Iran nuclear deal.
Oh, I know. They definitely failed, yes.
They failed. And what happened, the Obama White House told every Democrat, when I got here, there used to be real bipartisan support for Israel. That has largely disappeared. And it's the Obama nuclear deal that caused it, because the Obama White House told every Democrat, pick. You either stand with Israel or you're a Democrat and you stand with the Obama White House. And almost every single Democrat member of Congress said,
Yeah, so I don't know why I'm being copywritten. All right, am I back? Bro, what was that? What? I got an email, bruh. This is why you guys need to support me in super chat and all that stuff, bro. Like, support your boy, man. Like, I don't get. I'm under attack constantly. What did I do? Like, what was copywritten? Okay, so this is the email I got. I got an email from YouTube, and YouTube, don't get mad at me. I mean, I don't get it. What is it? It says, due to a copyright match, your stream was interrupted. Streams are interrupted when copyrighted content is detected after copyrighted material is no longer being streamed. Streams are automatically re-enabled. What did I do though? Like what is copywritten? Can you guys let me know what was copywritten there? The stream I was playing, like the interview? Like what? What? Oh, bro, but other people go over this, bro. Like other people do it. Like you got freaking channels like No Jumper and like other channels that have like crazy stuff on it. And I'm being suspended for what though? Yeah, but it's fair use, you guys. It's fair use. Is it not fair use? I mean, it's fair use to watch his interview, isn't it? Like he's a reporter. He was doing an interview. So you're telling me I can't watch it? Well, I was called a fascist within the first minute of the video. Like I was called a fascist when I was going over the other video I played. So am I getting a copyright strike or what's going on here? Like what? I just got remonetized, bro. I'm not trying to like mess up anything from YouTube or okay, let me say this. Dear YouTube, okay? I am on here trying to adhere to your policies. I just got remonetized. I'm not trying to do anything wrong. But it's like I literally like was letting the stream play for a second while I was doing some I don't know. I'm just going to have to edit that part out, I guess, right? I wasn't trying to do anything wrong. Like I thought it was fair use. I was just trying to let it play because if I talk too much, people say I talk too much. If I talk too less, people say I talk too less. I was just trying to do some research on the side on my other MacBook to get other content. Yeah, but so if I can go watch CNN clips on YouTube and not get in trouble, how am I not able to go watch a freaking Tucker Carlson clip? I get it's from his channel, but people watch clips from other people's channels all the time. Like this was never a problem before. We have YouTubers watching other YouTubers and reacting to other YouTubers all the time. So I don't understand. That's wild. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what YouTube's contact is. How do I even contact YouTube? Make sure you guys double tap that screen, show some love and support, man, to your boy. I don't know. I don't know. I was just trying to show the insane interview that Tucker Carlson had with Ted Cruz. I wasn't trying to infringe on anything. Yeah, people can come back from sins, man. Tucker Carlson may have his past and his past issues, but people can always come back from it, man. I mean, I'm 5 years sober. You guys love me, so I don't know. That's frustrating, I guess. I guess we'll go on to the next thing. YouTube customer service. Let me look it up. I just got remonetized. I'm not trying to, you know. Yeah, thank you. I mean, like, um, I lost a son at 3 months old when I was 20, and I fell off the deep end like anyone else would. And I've been sober for a long time. I don't drink anymore. I just stopped drinking not too long ago, but I don't drink. I may smoke the occasional cigarette, but so let me see here. I just want to at least like. I wish I could tell him like I wasn't trying to. I just got remonetized. I'm not trying to mess any of that up, you know. But yeah, I don't know. It is what it is. I don't really care. I'm trying my best, so it is what it is. Travis Murphy, no money for you. What are you talking about? Yeah, maybe I wasn't listening too much. I don't know, or talking too much. I was trying to talk, but it's also I was trying to let it play. I literally had just moved it to the point where I was like, I want to get to the point where they were arguing over Israel, and then I just got hidden. So it is what it is. Bro, if you guys want to be like this, it is what it is, bro. I'm not like, this is a positive stream, you guys. I'm not trying to freaking be here and. No, I didn't get demonetized. I just got like my stream got hidden from for copyright issues. It was just a copyright notice. It wasn't no strike or nothing. Yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna keep trying to adhere to it. It was a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. It is what it is. Um, thanks for the congratulations on being sober, bro. I appreciate you. God bless. Yeah, I don't know. It was just a Tucker Carlson clip. I figured it'd be fair use, but everything's changing. YouTube's always changing. I don't know. I'm an idiot. We all know I'm stupid. But anyways, I wanted to go over. Now I'm just freaked out. So now I want to go over the Snap EBT stuff. People freaking out. People are getting too used to being lazy and being taken care of from taxpayers and stuff like that. People that need EBT, I understand it. I was there once, and it's used for a tool to help get you on your feet. But these people are just so used to getting it for free, they just don't even try to work. So now they're threatening to go into Walmarts and take food. They're threatening to do all this other stuff, and it's getting pretty crazy. So I mean, within the first 20 minutes here, or 30 minutes, I was already called a fascist. So I mean, it probably people mass report me like usual, and I don't even get why that happens. I'm a nice guy. Like, I don't sit on here and be mean, or I try and be like a independent person seeking the truth, trying to create unity. I don't understand why it feels like I'm being attacked all the time. Doesn't make sense. But hey, I'm YouTube. If you're listening, I'm trying to adhere to the guidelines. I'm trying to do good. My bad. I'll fix it. This is my passion. This is my everything. So this is really what I want to do. This is my passion. So it is what it is. Anyways. So this clip I'm gonna play right here, Habib was at whatever this is. It's like a soccer game, football game. And the thing is, it says Muslim man refuses a woman's handshake. How much is a woman worth in Islam? First of all, this isn't just any Muslim man. This is Habib Nurmagomedov. I can't even say his name right. And he's a very respectful man. In Islam, you're not supposed to touch a woman unless it's your woman, because the woman is valued. You can't, you know what I mean? You can't just, they don't shake hands. They don't even hug. I don't think they hug other men. But yeah, so here's the clip. We'll play it. Now I'm all shaken up. It's like I just got monetized. I wasn't trying to do nothing stupid, but it's like, dude, I was commentating, but I'm also trying to let the video play. I was just trying to get to an interesting spot. Maybe I didn't see that Tucker Carlson had no share, because some channels don't share. Let me see. Oh my god, I can't type, bro. Now I'm frustrated. I need a cigarette now. Yeah, I'm sure it's just a no share situation, so it is what it is. I made a mistake. I'll probably just delete this stream. Anyway, so here's the clip. He shook all the guys' hands. I show speeds right there, and he wouldn't shake the woman's hand, and apparently it's a big deal. Habib's like one of the most respected people.
Wow.
Has a good heart.
Wow.
How are you guys? You okay?
Legends here.
Yeah, we got to be. How are you, sir?
Nice to meet you. Welcome to the show. Apologize. Thank you so much.
I mean, he gave her a good, like welcome. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't no crazy stuff.
Habib, the UFC fighter, it is a pleasure to have you. We didn't know you were here.
This guy, me,
Yeah,
you.
You're a big PSG fan.
Yes.
Always have been? Lifelong?
Honestly, since when I was kid, I was Real Madrid fan.
Okay.
Yeah, the Tom Aspinall fight too was a disappointment. An eye poke or whatever. Crazy. And then here's this video about the food stamp stuff. Which, with the food stamp stuff, I completely agree with. I mean, like I said, man, food stamps is used to help you get on your feet, right? Like, and I agree with the fact that it shouldn't be given to absolutely everybody if they're not trying to work. Because then that's just like, we are just paying for their junk food. We are just doing this. But we should always help people in our own country. We're all Americans, right? But there's a point of when does it get to be too much and when does it get to be overused, right? And you're starting to see it now with the fact that this stuff's going to be shut off and people are saying, well, I'm just going to walk into Walmart and I'm just going to go ahead and take groceries and you better not try anything or something's going to happen. Bro, that's just ridiculous. And you're making a bad example of your people and all races, all ethnicities, all types of people. And not only that, but you're making a bad example of people in general. Like, we should be more hardworking. We should, I was watching this guy and he was talking about, like, I wouldn't care if I had EBT or not because, I know I'm just going to get out there and get it. I'm going to do what I have to do. That's the right mentality. That's the mentality I've always had. Double tap that screen, guys. 2 more likes, we get to 20 likes. And since your boy apparently is being censored in some way, and I'm an idiot, I'm just trying to do my best to adhere to the guidelines and just, I'm just going to keep growing and keep getting better. So hopefully YouTube understands, and I'll probably just delete the stream after this. But make sure you guys, if you guys want to get on the donor wall, super chat, whatever amount, you can get your name on the wall as many times as you want. I'm trying to fill this whole wall up behind me with names. I think it'd be pretty dope to have this banner behind me and then have it all filled up with names around it. And then $50 and up, you'll get your name written on the actual banner with silver Sharpie, which I take to my places where I go talk to the community. So your name will be on it when I go talk to the community. I don't need EBT. I'm not worried about EBT. Who it affects is people who don't want to work. And I think the whole stimulus check thing really had a lot to do with it, right? People were adding up how much they got total from the stimulus checks, and it was like some people got like 40,000 total, and we were getting it every week. I was getting like $800 a week because I worked a really good job, and when I got laid off because of COVID, I was getting a lot of money. And I think after that, people just wanted to stop working. And then not only that, but when you get $1,200 EBT, you have all these kids, you get EBT, and then your husband works gets like $1,200 a month. You know what I mean? Like, you can make a life off that, and people just want to live easy. They don't want to do the hard work to gain something that has value or gain a life that has more ambition to it and more, gain a better life in general from hard work. People would rather just stay in their comfy little cozy situation instead of working harder, It's sad, and I see it every day. You see it especially now than before, but I'm going to play this. And like I said, if you guys want to get your name on the super chat wall, on the donor wall, you know what to do. And if you don't want YouTube to take 30%, you can copy and paste the Streamlabs link, and then I get the full amount. But like I said, $50 up, you get your name written on the See Me Now banner.
You want to know why I'm not having an aneurysm over people losing their food stamps on November 1st? Here's why.
Come grocery shop with us.
To me, it's like, who thinks about making a video like this? Like, who's sitting here thinking, I'm going to make a video like this? Oh, come help me spend $400 at Walmart with, whatever. Yo's Julie, you don't have to give me money. I'm not asking, I'm not begging for it. I'm just saying, there's people who have gave. So if you don't want to support, that's fine. I'm not telling you have to, but you don't have to be so rude. I don't freaking have EBT. I don't take advantage. I don't do that. I actually get checks. So You guys are wild.
Go by faster. One of you. This what I pick, and this what he picked.
By the way, worst diet ever. I mean, look at everything they're throwing into the cart. Just the worst diet.
I tell you what, how about this instead? If you're on food stamps, you get a pre-selected box of meat, bread, rice, food staples, and fruits and vegetables. No more handing you a debit card filled with other people's cash for you to go load up on Oreos. The goal here is to keep you from starving because taxpayers do not need to bankroll your junk food pantry.
Oh, okay, yo, Julie. I'm sorry, I misunderstand. It's hard for me to understand when I just look down at chats randomly. I'm just saying, dude. Like, I'm nice. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just always moderate, and I hate when people come in here trying to troll me. It is what it is. But hey, man, appreciate you for being a part of the family. If you're not subbed up, sub up right now. Everybody who's new to the channel, hit the subscribe button, show some love and support, double tap the screen. Let's try and hit 50 likes. We just need 32 more likes. God bless you guys, man. Jesus is king. And in a minute, I want to read a part of the Bible today. I feel like we kind of need it.
Or your health problems. You want to know why I'm not having an aneurysm over people losing their food stamps on November 1st? Here's why.
Come grocery shop with us. Go by fast.
All right. Here's my Twitter if you guys want to follow it. What else was I going to say? Or do? I can't remember. This is a crazy clip too. This girl's spitting some real facts.
The minute Charlie Kirk gets shot, Mikey McCoy was standing before he got shot. Mikey McCoy is on, just looking at his phone, standing literally like here, you're there. He gets shot, and Mikey McCoy goes to the back, doesn't go to his friend. His Charlie Kirk is his guy. He runs to the back, and the video shows him on the phone. And then you see more and more that they're taking the body and bringing it into the van, and he's all the way over there on the phone. The next thing is, who was he on the phone with? The wife. Why wasn't he helping his friend? Look, if you got hit by a bullet right now, what would I do? Right? I mean, seriously, I would try to help. This is abnormal. And they don't want you to talk about it. They don't want you to connect the dots. Israel, Israel, Israel. That's what Rob McCoy, the father of Mikey McCoy, is a big, big born-again Christian, Turning Point USA pastor. And another video where he says, "You anti-Semites, don't you talk about this. Don't you talk about the millions and millions and millions of dollars are on the line."
Yeah, you guys get it. I'm not going to go too much into the anti-Semitism stuff. So Philippines 4:13, I can do all things through God who strengthens me. Love that verse. I had a few written down that I wanted to read this morning after I dropped my daughters off to school. I wrote down some verses. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and of a sound mind. That's Timothy 1:7. Corinthians 12:9. My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses, so that Christ's power may rest in me. I love that one. Because we all have weaknesses. Like Reginald said, just try and quit smoking. We all have weaknesses, man. Now, this is my last one. Ephesians 6:14-7. Stand firm, then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel and peace. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. Amen. I hope everybody's having a blessed Monday. Again, stand firm then with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place and with your feet fitted in readiness that comes from the gospel and peace. In addition to all this, take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of Spirit, which is the word of God. Amen. I hope everybody's having a blessed day. I just wanted to read a few verses. I feel like I should start doing that more on here. I just feel like I should start doing that more. All right. I'm going to check on something real quick and we'll go into some more clips here. So, Ian Carroll, we're going to get into Ian Carroll. Hopefully, I don't get copywritten again, I guess. I don't know what Tucker must have something on his channel where I can't watch it. Either that or it's Ted Cruz. But I want to see if maybe Candace Owens has a scheduled podcast time. Doesn't look like she does, though. Not right now. Well, I'm eager to see when she does go live. All right. So, oh, shit. Shout out Ian Carroll, man. Evidence of planning the Kirk assassination or meaningless hype clip. So we're gonna go over this. Is this the same thing that we did the other day, or is this? I don't know. He's going. Okay. So shout out to him. The clips he's taking from this is from.
I forget his channel's name. So instead,
Baron something. Let me see.
Gigi's wigging out. Gigi, if it's CIA, bark. Let me know. Conspiracy theories are entering a dangerous.
The Real Baron podcast. So Baron Coleman, go follow him right here. Does great research on the whole thing. Mikey McCoy, he goes into. We're gonna go into a little bit of that. So
Gigi's
shout out
wigging
Ian
out.
Carroll, man.
Gigi, if it's CIA,
does great deep dives, cites his sources well. We're gonna go over this video. Yeah, yeah. My passion for this YouTube channel and everything else got my job taken from me, which to me it's just a sign of God to keep going on this channel. We're growing exponentially, doing great things, trying to unite people, building a good community on here. So I feel like it's God. And then not only that, but right after it happened, I got remonetized. So I feel like it's God, telling me pursue your dream, keep going, don't give up. It's the same thing when I was fighting for my kids for a year and a half. Could have gave up at any time like other men do, but I did not, and I kept going. Yeah, so it is what it is, man. That's why I always tell you guys, support your boy, because this is my passion. This really is my passion. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have lost my job over it, and I wouldn't be doing this every day for hours trying to show you guys love and do this stuff with you guys. So, like I said, I'm an independent person. I'm not right. I'm not left. I just want the truth. I want unity. I want us to all be Americans, brothers in arms again. I'm tired of the distractions and the stupid freaking division going on. It's ridiculous. But at least I'm back monetized. I'm doing good things. I'm going up. And we're just going to continue to grow as a family. So God bless everybody, man. Thank you, Grimy. I appreciate it. That's why I got the donor wall right here. If you guys want to get on the donor wall, just super chat, whatever. You can get on the donor wall as many times as you want. If a $50 super chat comes through, you're gonna get your name written on the banner up here in silver Sharpie. This is the banner I take everywhere to my public speaking events, so your name will be on there. Not only that, I feel like it's a good way to get people to interact and be a part of the journey. To have your names behind me every day as I keep going, it helps me and it reminds me to keep pushing through and it motivates me. So, yeah. God bless everybody, man. Let me do something real quick before we start this video. Yeah, see, I don't get why I got a copyright thing on my stream earlier. Because it says right here, yes, you can watch other YouTube videos on your stream, but there are some important considerations for content and technical performance while technically possible by screen sharing or using other media board, mindful of potential copyright issues to ensure your content. See, I don't get it. Because even Ian Carroll goes over other people's content. I don't know. It's just weird to me. It is what it is, right? All right, hold on. I can be Christian without being a right winger or a left winger. Thank you, Grammy. I appreciate it. I don't get why I'm like automatically a right winger if I believe in the Bible. That doesn't sound right. Before there was right wing and left wing, there was still Christianity. So, but we're gonna go over this, see what he has to say, and commentate over it. I guess.
Let me know. Conspiracy theories on entering.
I just love the way he goes over.
I've been watching Baron Coleman's streams for like the last 20 hours or something, catching up because I had seen his work. Here, let me go to his channel. I'd seen his work, being reported on by like James Lee and Redacted and all these other places, and it's like legit. And I get it. And so I never really went to his stream and actually watched the whole stream because I had a lot of time. But it eventually caught up to me that like I should probably catch up with what Baron's doing and see what's going on here. And I've now watched almost all of every single video except for one of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
And what I realized is that someone's got to put this shit onto a timeline and figure out when all these searches were happening relative to the Charlie Kirk timeline, the TPUSA timeline. What's happening in the world?
I was 30 minutes into the stream and someone called me a fascist already. So I don't know. It is what it is, you guys. I'm just going to try and keep on pushing and doing the right thing and doing the best I can like I do every day. So
world, while all these really weird Google searches are being done in Israel and Washington, D.C., and probably the FBI office in Huntsville, Alabama. So I built that. And I went through all of his videos and tabulated all of the relevant Google search trends that he's found.
Because it was definitely the Tucker Carlson stream. It was definitely that, because as soon as I took that off, I got back on stream. So I don't, maybe he has a no copyright ID or whatever where you can't use his stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying, I don't know. I figured it would be a good thing to go over because it was interesting. So, I mean, I'll just fix it next time, right? But I love you guys, man. You guys are always the best. You always make me feel so good about everything, man. You always just, yeah, you guys do great. You guys motivate me. I'm trying to fill up my donor wall, man. So feel free to show some love. Keep this channel going, I guess.
and put it on a timeline that paints a pretty striking picture. If you somehow have been living under a rock and have not seen this dude's face and not seen what this dude is reporting on, I don't know where you've been, but
yeah, that
we'll catch you
Google
up. I'll
Trends
give you the fast
app
version.
is
'Cause the
crazy.
tough part, when people's information is hidden within a live stream, there's a huge time investment required to dig it out and to put it all together. And Barron's investigation has been going on for a month now over many live streams that build on each other. And you kind of have to watch them all in order to really get the context of what he's talking about. I highly recommend you do that. Right now, I would recommend, it's easy. You have a computer in front of you right now. I would recommend you open a new YouTube tab, search for Barron Coleman, and go and subscribe to him right this minute, because his shit's fire. He's really interesting. He's got a great mind on this. And he's bringing some of the most concrete facts. Not like it's proving anything about like that person did it, but concrete facts about things that did happen that are extremely suspicious, that are digital, that is a digital footprint of what looks an awful lot like the planning of an assassination happening before the assassination. And so I just want to introduce you to him a little bit so you can get a feel for who he is and how this works. And we can show you the tool that he's using to grab this data and evidence. And then we'll skip ahead, and rather than watching, the 15 hours of live streams or whatever that I spent the last 2 days watching, we'll skip ahead from there to some of the more significant ones and kind of put it all together quickly.
By the way, I got a new headset, or I got a new webcam coming, so you guys are gonna see me in Ultra 4K. Hopefully, it's gonna be awesome. Shout out to everybody who supports me, man. I wouldn't be able to be here without that. But yeah, I'm gonna go grab my bearded dragon real quick. But yeah, so I got my bearded dragon right here. His name's Spritz. He's growing fast, dude. He's growing like a freaking plant. I'll bring my tortoise out too at some point, so you guys can see the tortoise. But yeah. If you guys want to see me feed my bearded dragon on cam, let's try and get to 50 likes. Or super chat, that'd be cool.
So you can understand how groundbreaking this stuff is. So I just want to go to his intro real quick and let him speak his own
I don't want
words
it to be painful. I want this as painless as possible, but I didn't know how else to get this information out into the public. And I think it is disturbing enough that it needs to be out in the public.
Say hello to Spritz. Say, hello. Hello, friend. Hello, friends. Hello. He's just such an awesome beardy dude. No, he has like no anger at all. Just an awesome dragon, bro. He has such a character too.
It is, frankly, one of the more disturbing things I've run across. But let me give you the background of how I did this. There's a search function in Google I learned about.
Of course, my dog is jealous over here. Look at him. He's jealous over a lizard.
Years ago. And everybody knows how to use Google. You open Google.com and you get a search window and you start typing in your stuff. A lot of you have it as the default browser. So you just go up to where you would normally type like BarronColeman.com or
use Brave browser, folks. Brave browser, way better for your privacy, way better platform.
Whatever you
Brave browser.
You go up there and you just start typing something, closest grocery store, and it'll pop up a Google search because Google is your default search engine. But if you actually go to the Google.com page, it'll give you a search window. But there are a whole lot of functionality you can do in that search window that most people don't know about. And the reason I'm confident most people don't know about it is when I ran by several very
bearded dragons are lit. They're like the puppy dog of lizards. Them and leopard geckos. I've had a lot of animals in my life, and this guy, he's awesome. He's just chill. He'll just sit here the whole time, just chill. He's growing very fast too. Such an awesome animal. Like, he's huge compared to when I first got him. Like, what was it? It was earlier this month. He's huge. Like, he's grown substantially. I wonder where his food's at. I'll show you him eating on camera too. I don't know. I think you guys got to earn that though. Show some love and support. But yeah, no, he's an awesome animal. Look at him looking down. He's like looking down at something. Oh, he's looking down at the phone. He's looking down at himself. Look at him. Oh, maybe he's not. What are you looking at, brother? Oh, he's looking at something. But yeah, he's an awesome animal, man. He's dope. Hello, buddy. Hello. But yeah, he's dope, dude. Coolest animal ever. Can't wait to see what he looks like when he gets bigger. Oh, hello. Now you are looking at me. He's just got such an attitude, and he like looks at you and tilts his head like he's actually listening to you. Like, look at him. Hello. How you doing today, brother? Hello. Yeah, he's getting big, man. All right, I'll let this play though.
sophisticated, again, household names in some instances. Names that have people that have advised presidents, advised on mega national matters and instances. And I said, hey, have you ever heard of this search functionality in Google called Google Trends? And several of them were like, no, never heard of it. What is it? What does it do? Some of them were like, I kind of heard of it, but I don't really know what it was. I first heard of it when I was advising for a grocery store chain a decade.
I've never heard of Google Trends.
A long time ago. And I was a very small member of a team, but I was part of a team, and the team had a very sophisticated guy on it, and he had discovered this functionality on Google where you could go and you could sort of view what it was people were searching and when, and you could get
makes a lot of sense why this tool would be useful for a grocery store chain.
Right.
Trends related to it. And so I'll demonstrate that for you on something random, but I'll give you an idea of how it works, and then I'll explain where I first applied this to any sort of breaking national story, and then I'll explain how I applied it to Charlie Kirk, and then I'll explain one of the most disturbing things I've come across in a very, very long time.
Okay. So that's Baron. He's dope, and he says it a million times in his streams.
Yo, he's hungry, so I'm gonna go grab him a worm real quick. I'll show you. I gotta watch out. My cat's right next to me. He's gonna smoke him if he sees him out in the open. All right, ready, guys? If this doesn't make you want to super chat and get on the donor wall and show some love and support to this channel, I don't know what does. This guy is lit. All right, ready? You hungry? Look at him. Yep, right away. Look at him. Ah! He got me! He bit me! I shouldn't have been teasing him. Yo, he got me, bro. He bit his dad, bro. I gotta see the replay. Hey, brother. Oh. Dang it. Oh, fuck. Bro, he just smoked me. Bro. I just can't right now. Okay, we're going to do it like this. There we go. There. I was going to say, listen to him munch. Yeah, he bit me, so I hope that was entertaining for you guys. Hopefully that goes viral. I'm definitely clipping that. Smokes me, man. All right, let's get to this video.
I'm just going to say it for him right now. He is not making the claim that what we're about to talk about is proof of any specific guilt from any specific person. He's not claiming that, like, this is going to show you who killed Charlie Kirk or who was it that was looking these things up. He's just showing you that this is what it is, and it means what it means. So let's meet the tool. Google Trends. Oh, you're getting a sneak peek. So Google Trends tracks all of Google's searches all over the world all the time. And you can pull that data in various ways. And so earlier today, just as an example, I've never done this before about 2 or 3 hours ago. As an example, it's like you can search yourself and see how many people are searching for you. And in the past day in the United States, there's 2 spikes at 1:28 p.m. and at 2:24 p.m. Right before I went live earlier. Interesting. All across the United States, just in the past day. If I expand it to the past 7 days, because I'm relatively a public figure, there's some Google searches for me. What we are seeing on this chart is important to understand. The scale is 0 to 100 on the left, and that doesn't mean 0 searches.
I'm not gonna lie,
searches.
that'd be trippy to like go on Google Trends and see people searching you.
It means that in the time frame you're looking at, one of those days has the most searches, and here that is this day, October 24th. Today. Oh, because it's breaking up by timeline. So whatever time frame you choose, it'll segment that into time sections, and then whichever time section has the most hits, that becomes 100%. And then every other day is relative to the big day. So in this case, if on this day, October 20th, if right here in this time frame, I got
this dog
100
is huge and he
Google
thinks he
searches,
can just be a
then all
lap
the others
dog.
are relative to that time frame of 100. And so 21% means 21 out of 100 searches. If I expand my time frame to 90 days, the whole scale resets. And now this is the biggest day, September 29th, 2025. That's the day out of this time frame, 90 days, where there were the most people Google searching me in the United States. And so all the other data points here are September 26th, 54% of this biggest day. Okay, that's what this means.
Yo, Reginald,
And
have a good day,
you can
brother.
Look at it in all kinds of ways.
Thank you for being in here. I appreciate you. God bless you, brother. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna go put the bearded dragon away real quick. Low key, glad you guys got to see him bite me though. That was interesting. All right, we're gonna do. Or wait, we'll do. My dog needs a shot collar. Oh, I definitely think that he did. For sure. I definitely think he did because the way he was like hiding his hand and moving it, and then the way he just like talks to his dog is not okay. Bro, I love dogs. Like, and if you're a person that really loves animals, you would know. Like, you would not talk to your dog like that. Oh, quit being a baby. It's an animal, bro. I mean, is what it is. By the way, these new I don't usually drink pop, but I seen it and I had a sweet tooth. Voltage raspberry Mountain Dews, lit. I feel like you guys got a little treat today by watching my bearded dragon literally bite me. That was funny. But all right, guys. Hey, man, thank you for the 7.5K subs. We just hit 7.5. We're on the road to 8K, man, but really we're on the road to 10. I appreciate everybody. Let's continue this.
Days across whatever time frame you want. So over the last year, kind of interesting, I had the most Google searches March 2nd to March 8th of 2025. I don't remember what I was doing, but I'm sure I was causing trouble somewhere. Then you can change it to be like in New York State. How many people are Google searching Ian? Interesting. It's that same time frame, March 2nd to March 8th. If anyone remembers in the chat what I was doing March 2nd through March 8th, let me know. Because I was probably starting trouble. I was probably talking shit to Elon or something like that, I would guess. California. right? So each different location with each different time frame will sort of yield a different window into it. But it's not terribly granular. You can't tell who's searching it. You can't tell exactly where it's coming from. And you can't tell exactly how many searches it is. And with someone that's a public figure, it's not all that helpful in this context because there's going to be a lot of Google searches for someone in my position or for someone even more popular or famous than me. Yep. And so you got to take the tool for its own limitations as what it is. But it is all real data. It is all actual searches that actually happen. And if there is data on these charts, those were real searches. And so I wonder if it'll still show up because earlier today, just for the funny of it, I was like, you can also search internationally, right? And so over the past 12 months in Israel, there's no significant data to show that people in Israel are searching for Ian Carroll. Thank God. Thank God. But then I reduced the time frame to 30 days and to 60 days, and it was like, cool, nothing's showing up, nothing's showing up, nothing's showing up. And on one of the time frames, it showed me a little blip. And so I opened up the 7-day time frame and noticed that in Israel, there are searches for me on October 20th
Ian.
at 11 p.m.
Ian, no. No, Ian. You better be careful, brother.
And October 21st at 5 a.m. And it might just be a few searches. It might just be like 4 Google searches and 1 Google search kind of a thing. Although 21% doesn't really equal 1/4, but you know what I'm saying? So on October 20th, someone was searching for me in Israel. What was I doing on October 20th? I don't know. Maybe I was... This is actually a slightly different day than we honed in on earlier. Because it can be a little shifty as far as what, 6 days ago? Yeah, so October 20th was 2 days after my last Free Speech Friday. 2 days after I did this whole live Free Speech Friday about the Israeli propaganda machine and about all the Jewish donors and about all the organizations they have and their skirting of FARA. It was a very critical stream, let's just say. And so maybe it's a coincidence, but my best guess would be that people in Israel were probably Google searching me because they were not exactly stoked about the live stream that I had done. And I'm not saying that like Mossad was Google searching me. I'm just saying that people in Israel were Google searching me. And maybe they're just regular civilians that are just curious. Maybe they're hyped. Maybe they're homies that are in the chat right now. Or maybe they were people like that don't like me. Who knows? You can only ascribe as much as you can ascribe to it. And it's really all speculation beyond the fact that Google searches happened. Okay. That's layer 1 of this idea.
A very long time. And I've discovered.
And Barron walks us slowly into this idea like I did, where he shows us, he used the Atlanta Braves as a basic search to show what trend lines tend to look like and why you can't use this technique on big things that are popular that get lots of Google searches. You have to use it on things like someone's full name or an address or, you know, stuff like that.
Make sure you guys double tap that screen, hit the subscribe button, and join the family.
Which is Tyler Robinson's full name. Most of us don't know Tyler Robinson's full name, but it is Tyler James Robinson.
Tyler James Robinson. So I did a search for Tyler James Robinson nationally over the entire United States for the past 7 days. And you'll notice the gigantic spike right after the news broke. But I noticed right over here, there's a little blip on September 9th at 7 p.m. Damn, that's weird.
That is weird.
And keep in mind, this is a blip large enough to show up on an index at a 2. Now, granted, I'm going to keep going. You're going to be surprised by what I show you here in a few minutes. It's a blip large enough to show up as a 2 the day before the Kirk shooting. The day before the Kirk shooting, someone in the United States searched Tyler James Robinson, the full name, first, middle, last name of the shooter. Now, what's interesting about that is I've not seen him listed anywhere as Tyler James Robinson. I've seen Tyler Robinson a lot. I've seen his name, his mom's name. I think her name was Amber.
Okay, so not going to sit around and watch the whole thing. I recommend that you do go watch the whole thing because he gets into more granular detail. And he looks up different locations and he hones in. And he also looks for other locations where there is no data and he shows you that. And so the granularity of watching his whole stream is important because you get the context that it's not just, he's not just like cherry picking random things.
All right, Travis,
like,
you have a good day. I hope you hit the subscribe
He's
button,
looking
brother.
all over and he's showing you that like,
God bless,
no, it's
bro.
just searched in this one place at this one time, not anywhere else, not any other time. That's weird. And what he realizes is that Tyler James Robinson was searched the day before the shooting in the United States, and he hones in on realizing that Tyler James Robinson was searched in Washington, D.C. at 12 p.m. the day before the shooting. And he was searched in Huntsville, Alabama at 4 p.m. the day before the shooting. And Huntsville, Alabama is a weird place, but he knows from his time looking into Thomas Matthew Crooks, which is where he first started applying this technique to crimes like this, to high-profile cases. He knows that in Huntsville, Alabama, there's an enormous FBI field office.
Let's go check out this Barron guy. I want to check out this Barron guy's channel here. So shout out to Baron Coleman. This is not my content. We're reviewing his content. Hold on a second. All right.
If not, email me, realbaronpodcast@gmail.com. I've got a couple things I want to do today, and I'm not 100% sure what order I want to take them in. For years, I've done, well, let me just say this. I don't know which way to go, but I think what I'm going to do first is, well, I want to back up a little bit. As a general rule, I don't think anybody should be so invested in some single narrative or understanding of something that your mind can't be changed. If new evidence emerges or facts change, you must be intellectually honest enough to change your mind with this new information. And that doesn't mean you shouldn't firmly believe things that you've invested your time and talents investigating. That doesn't mean that. But let's take a simple one. Let's take your religious faith, right? Most people have one. It's becoming sort of fashionable and in vogue not to have one, but most people have one. If you give a diligent pursuit of the truth and you come to the conclusion that Jesus is the Son of God, or Muhammad is Allah's prophet, or Buddha sitting under a tree had all the answers, you should stand with conviction.
God bless you guys.
You should stand with the conviction and defend your belief when necessary. But with that responsibility comes also the corollary. You should change your mind and your beliefs if you study and your diligent studies lead you to a new conclusion. I, for example, was not always a Christian. I used to be a militant atheist, as a matter of fact. Pretty bad.
That's crazy.
But I was presented with a credible case. God was real. Jesus had some role in redeeming mankind, so I changed teams. And I raised this in the context of Charlie Kirk's passing, because I've defended accused criminals in.
Yo, I know this is kind of old, but who, when they seen the clip of what happened to Charlie, who like literally felt it in their heart? I might sound crazy, it is what it is, but dude, when that shit happened, I felt it in my heart. Like, and for the next week and a half, 2 weeks, I was like, in a way, kind of devastated. Like, I just felt it. Like a person that was talking about God and loved God and had such a good personality in a way, and talked to people so well, that happened to him. I mean, I felt it. But thank you guys for being in here. God bless everybody. Make sure you guys double tap that screen. We only need 4 more likes to get to 30 likes. You guys are the best. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers. If you want to get your name on the donor wall behind me, all you got to do is super chat, and I'll write your name on the wall in real time. And if YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so you can copy and link the Streamlabs link, or copy and paste the Streamlabs link that's in my description. Hit the 3 dots above my head, go to my description, copy and paste the Streamlabs link into your browser, and you can donate there, get your name written down, and I get 100% instead of YouTube taking 30. But either way, super chat. I got a 10 super chat goal set up right now. Get your name written down on the wall, support your boy, and be a part of the studio and the journey forever. Treek Gnome 2642. I was so honestly broken. I think a lot of us were. I was like, okay, so I got live. I wasn't gonna go live that day, but then I went live, and one of my moderators told me it happened. And so I went and I looked on Twitter, or on X, where all of us looked, and I seen the video. And I knew right then and there it was over, but it was like, oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I freaking scheduled an event at my community college and went there to speak because of it. Like, it moved me that much. And it turned me more, not into politics, but more into chasing the truth within our country and within certain things. That's what it just turned me into the channel I am now. I mean, R.I.P. Charlie Kirk, man. God bless everybody in here. Jesus is King. Thank you guys for being here and showing love and support. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Monday. I got the best community in the world, man. Like I said, you guys motivate me, man. Jesus is King. And yeah.
Defendants in criminal cases. Goal. I'm aware of how firmly people can hold to a story that just dissolves in the face of credible evidence. You've got prosecutors, witnesses, judges, the media. They're all quick to mentally convict someone well in advance, of learning what evidence actually exists.
Oh shit! Sorry.
And trying to get them to move from that conviction is like trying to get a 70-year-old Harvard professor who's 2 years away from retirement to admit the thesis he's taught for the last 45 years no longer holds up. He won't hear of it. He'll continue teaching his failed thesis until his retirement. And that's kind of sad.
That's how I was too.
But it's
like
not-
at first I was like, well, maybe, but no. Once I seen how it hit him and once I seen it, I knew because, yeah, I knew right away. Part of me was hoping that he would be okay, but yeah, it just feels like the world is different. Like it still does. Like it just feels so weird.
Not nearly as sad as the entire criminal justice system and the public closing themselves off to any facts or ideas that contravene or contradict this preconceived notion of whodunit. It's sad, but it's also tragic. If you convict an innocent person or you convict a person for, high-end specific crimes well above their role in a...
This guy's name is Baron. Let's see what his last name is again. Baron Coleman. Ian Carroll pointed me towards you. Shout out Baron Coleman. He goes on Google Trends. He's been searching up information and records and who's been searching what before Charlie's passing and this and that and the third. Really interesting. So stay tuned. Welcome to the family. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, show some love and support, man, and hit the subscribe button. If you want to get on the donor wall, you know what to do, man. Got the 10 super chat goal up there.
Conspiracy. That's worse.
Thank you for the like. I appreciate you.
It's horrific. But just below that, just below convicting the wrong guy is refusing to investigate leads or consider ideas that come to the surface indicating others might be involved. That's also horrific. And in some cases, it may be worse because refusing to consider the idea that others might be involved puts others at risk, period. So what I have done and what many others that I look up to quite a bit, frankly, have set out to do over the last month and a half is merely raise issues, raise leads that might or might not have some merit. Some people have gone to talk to witnesses. Some have analyzed the crime scene in person. They've actually gone and taken video. They've measured things.
Yeah, when Ian Carroll went to the UVU campus and was walking around, that was really eye-opening because, we all just kind of seen the video. We all kind of just go on Google Earth and look and see what's up. And when he went, it was like kind of eye-opening where it was like, oh, okay, like this is what the campus looks like. This is where he can get in. This is where he can get out. Like he went to where there was possible conspiracies or theories. And he kind of just pointed out where it's like, no, that is a bush on top of there. It's gone now, but there's no way to enter. Or it's like, yeah, this could have possibly happened here. He went through the same tunnel that assailant supposedly went through. I'm not gonna lie, like I couldn't imagine doing that, like going there, like after this is like fresh. He went there, I think it was a couple weeks after it happened. And walking through the campus, to me that'd just be so eerie. He even went to where where Charlie was sitting, the drop hatch to the underground area because there's waterfalls and like waterworks and stuff like that. So he even showed that. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I think it's pretty evident now that there was multiple. Allegedly, I should still say that, but yeah, I just feel like this is gonna be the gift that keeps on giving, and more and more stuff's gonna come out. Hold on, let me get these freaking pieces of hair off my computer. My brand new MacBooks. I hate seeing freaking dog hair on them and stuff. So my bad. Oh, whatever. It is what it is.
They've looked at the space.
I'm gonna go grab something.
Some,
I'll be right back.
like me, have reviewed open source material.
I'll be like 2 seconds. Give me a second. Okay. All right. My bad, you guys. All right. Let's see what he's gonna say here. I don't want. We'll listen to the intro here in a minute for a second, and then we'll skip through.
Images, video, audio, searches that point to the possibility, maybe even the strong likelihood that at least others were involved. They might even be primarily responsible. But this avalanche of opposition to people raising ideas, it's shocking. I've quite literally never before seen this. I've never seen such a voracious appetite for it, for attacking people who just want to look under every blade of grass, listen to every video, talk to every witness, review every possibility just to make sure justice is served. I mean, this was one of the most high-profile public figures to be taken down in public in decades.
Yeah.
And the opposition's fierce. And I would add that fierce opposition to something like this is not organic. It's just not organic. So with that said, I pledge to continue on. And tonight we'll visit two main items. We'll talk about some new video I've discovered that sheds some light on the moments before, during, and immediately after the incident on September 10th. I found a treasure trove of videos. Somebody's been collecting on a server. And there were videos I'd never seen. And a lot of the videos we have seen are just clips of these larger videos. Like I found a 10-minute video. We've all seen the same 12 seconds of it, but not a lot of us have seen the whole 10 minutes of it. I certainly didn't even know it existed. And I watched it and I thought, wow, I've got a whole new understanding for what happened in the 10 minutes leading up to Charlie Kirk's final moment on Earth. I watched Mikey McCoy, and I watched it once just looking at him the entire time. I watched it once just looking at Dan Flood the entire time. I watched it once just looking at Charlie the entire time. And I watched it once just looking at Tan Shirt Guy, sound guy that takes the SD card at the end. I watched it once just looking at him. I spent probably an hour watching this 10-minute video back to back to back to back to back, watching one key person each time. And I want to go over that with you because I think there are some key items in light of some Google Archive searches we did, or Google Trend searches we did last week. But we'll also review a video that I thought was fascinating. I found it truly, truly fascinating. I saw Valhalla, VFT, and Ian Carroll talk about this Turkey Tom video. So I went, like any diligent person, went and watched the Turkey Tom video.
Yeah, we'll skip through that because I already went over that with you guys. We went over some of the evidence, which I wanted to go over some more of the evidence as well again. So we'll do that. But let's go skip past the Turkey Tom video. We watched it already. Let's get into where he's getting into the Google Trends.
Anchor date of July 20. Now, Ian went above and beyond the Call of Duty the other night. Ian Carroll Show podcast went above and beyond the Call of Duty, and I could have sent him my spreadsheet, but he created his own spreadsheet of all the searches I'd done, and he added some additional context to it. Now, this I didn't even think to do, and one of the things he noticed was at the beginning of July, there was some disputes with Tucker Carlson and some of the TPUSA people, and Dave Smith got involved in it, and apparently Charlie was inviting people on and humiliating people with debates and things like that. I actually went back and watched that debate. I'd kill him too. No, I'm just kidding. But hey,
Michael,
the debate was bad. The debate was bad for Charlie's backers. My goodness, was it bad. Dave Smith went Happy Gilmore on Josh Hammer. Blah, blah, blah. I mean, he went Happy Gilmore. I'm surprised Josh Hammer still goes to the grocery store without a hat and glasses and a mustache. Don't kill me, Josh. I'm not suicidal.
Yeah, it's crazy that people have to say that. I mean, there's been so many people who have came out that have said, I'm perfectly happy. I'm one of the happiest, healthy people you'll meet. And I'm not suicidal and stuff like that. That's just insane that people have to come out and say this stuff. Like, right? Like, Jesus. Like, what kind of country do we live in where we have to sit here and say, I'm not suicidal. I'm not about self-deletion, or I shouldn't say that word. Sorry, YouTube. I'm not this, I'm not that. Like, why like where are we going in humanity at this point? Like, where are we heading? And it's so scary because in the next few days, with all this Snap and EBT stuff, just watch the news, I guess, right? It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. 2 more beautiful people just need to double tap that screen. We'll be at 30 likes. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, show some love and support, hit the subscribe button with notification bell. And as well, if you want to get on the donor wall behind me, all you got to do is send a super chat through, and I will write your name down in real time. You can get your name written down as many times as you'd like. Be a part of the journey with me. Let's continue.
So that's one of them. That's the Washington, D.C. area, right? The week after the Talking Points USA event, and that right leading up to July 20. And 2021, back when these guys were just getting on the scene being weirdos, right? Now, what about our friends overseas? Have they ever looked up Fluxolotto? And let's be honest, that's a weird name.
Sounds like axolotl.
That's a weird name. Now, maybe there's some, I don't know. Maybe there's some prescription I mean, it sounds like a jock itch cream. Like, you got some fungus. Well, here's some Fluxolotto. You can go take care of that. You know, slather that on 3 times a day. You'll be good. Here's our friends overseas. You'll notice the date, early June of this year. No other real time do they have an interest in Mr. Fluxolotto, but mid-June 2025, they all of a sudden gathered an interest in our friend Mr. Lotto. Now, is that all?
You know, one thing I want to say too is Thomas Jefferson said something along the lines: as long as we have a engaged and educated population, tyranny is not going to happen, basically. I don't know. Let me look up the quote and I'll say it. Yeah, and the last part was like, educate the people about history and their rights, and tyranny will vanish. I don't know. I just felt like I should say that. Sorry.
No, we actually have more from our friends in Huntsville, Alabama, of all places. Our friends in Huntsville, Alabama, you'll remember there's a gigantic FBI facility in Huntsville that has to do with explosives, by the way. And this is in mid-2023. Now, what this tells me, well, again, I don't want to spoil the surprise. But I think there's a reason the feds got onto this Discord chat and started looking at these people. I think there was some extracurricular desires that drew the attention of federal officials. Huntsville's also NASA, yes, but we're not rocketing people to the moon here. We're just killing them. Not rocketing people to the moon. Apparently, our friend Tyler liked to spend a lot of time together when they couldn't have a phone with him. I'm going to be on a trip down the river till the 25th, and there's not any service. So don't try to contact me. I will not be available. I'm just going to let this roll for a second, because there's a few of these, I think.
Yeah, we already watched this. I'm just trying to get to the point where he kind of goes on Google Trends, and we'll get off this. See what we have to say here.
Mikey video. There's several others I want to play, but I'll go ahead to the Mikey video.
Again, my new webcam is going to be here today. I'm super excited. You guys will get to see.
I like
me
how
in
no one is
Ultra
innocent
4K,
until proven.
So that's going to be interesting.
No one. Oh, I've lost the comment. It's going too fast. All right, guys, let me play this video. This is, I think, a video many of you probably haven't seen. This is the UVU thing here. Don't worry, we'll resolve some of this, but this gives you an idea of what's going on. You can see back here, that's the SUV where they'll take him. It's back there. This is the van that pops up over here, right here. I don't know if you've seen that making the rounds lately. There's a van that pops up. This is our friend Dan, and this is Mikey right here. This is a nice clean angle of Mikey up to the moment of the shooting. Now, the thing about this is, this video here is only 10 seconds. I have it from this same video. I have a 10-minute version that leads up to this. And this is the 10-second version a lot of us have seen. But I think the 10-minute version is really instructive. Oh, where'd it go? Hold, please. Hold, please. Did I close it out by mistake? I'll have to go back to the archive and pull it back up. Yeah, give me a second. I accidentally closed it out. It's one of the bigger ones.
Welcome in, Sherry. Welcome in. God bless
Hold
you.
on.
Welcome
Let
to
me
the
open
family.
this up here.
Hope
You guys may
hit
hear
the
this.
subscribe button and the like button.
I can't believe I closed it. Or did I save it under another tab? No, I had to close it. I apologize for this, by the way. This wouldn't happen if this was a professional operation.
Don't worry.
You thought you were
Darren.
coming to a
Trust me,
professional
brother.
broadcast, didn't you?
This is how it is with me too. It's all about being independent.
While we wait, real quickly, I want to show you one more. This is something that's going to bother people. Not because it's particularly graphic or anything. All right, do you see this right here, this mess of stuff right here? This is garbage. Now, to give you, this is the platform that Dan Flood was standing on, right here. I'll back it out. This is the platform he was standing on. Charlie was over here on his own little platform. It looks like it's been moved or whatever. But and this is the now that's some blood splatter there. But that is an image there of something. I want to pull up something else and tell me if you think this looks like it could be similar. And we might have to go back and forth and compare. I want you to look at that and tell me if it looks a little bit like this. You see that?
What is that?
This had a white battery or white pack up here.
Road mic.
The backside of this, I tried to find a picture that had it all. The backside of this is flat, and this side has all the computing stuff on it, and then some sort of yellow thing connecting another piece. So let me go back. Keep that in your mind. White, big square, yellow, something else. White, big square, little white, big square, yellow, something else.
Okay.
Because I want to go back and I can post these somewhere so that you can see it. But white, big square, yellow, something else. May not be, but they look the same to me. When I saw that, I thought, what is that? White held together to this square thing by some wires. That yellow thing holding that other thing right there. I don't know.
Yeah, that does look like it could have been the mic exploding, but what's this here then? What are these?
You guys tell me. I don't know if that's it or not. Yeah, it could be too big. Ian says he thinks it's too big. I think it could be. Could be. I just saw it. This is a screen cap from a video. I saw that run through that. I thought, what was that? And I went back. All right, let me see if I can find this large video again. This was a 10-minute video, and I'm having trouble getting it pull up. Nope, that's not it.
So was his stand like as high as this? Because he was sitting and it looked like he was above here. So he had to have been sitting at a relatively high point, right?
Hold, please. I may have to do. You just laid that amount of material down. Where did this break? It did not break in front of.
Yo, this is one point I agree with for real. So this is pretty damning.
Necklace and how long the necklace is and where it broke. I can prove this. I can prove this. He's wearing a necklace. Watch where this necklace breaks. Watch where this necklace breaks.
Yep, right
microphone
down
goes down.
Shirt. And this guy pinching this right here too, that guy with the sunglasses on, when he was pinching this, as soon as it went off, that is hella sketch too. You can see him right here. He just, as soon as it happens, and then the sound goes off. I mean,
now look
at that hole.
If you take this necklace is going here. If you take this spot from the back of his neck and you just lay that amount of material down, where did this break? It did not break in front of his neck. His neck is literally right there. It broke all the way down here in the middle of his chest. This is the highest quality image I've seen of this, by the way.
Yeah, someone was shooting like 60 frames per second, I think it was.
Necklace, that is his necklace. That has been absolutely confirmed. It's not an earpiece. That's been, I hate the word debunked, but we've confirmed it's not an earpiece. That is a necklace, and that necklace is broken in the middle of his chest. It just is. There's no other way to conclude anything else. You can see the necklace here. It's below his ear. You can see it's on his neck right there. And you'll see how much material comes up. Look at that. Look how long that thing is. Guys, look at that. Look how long this is. That thing did not break at his neck. It broke in the middle of his chest.
By the way, guys, we're at 7,503 subs. I got the live count pulled up on my computer. Thank you guys so much. We're running it up. Let's try and hit 7,600 subs today. We're on the road to 10K, man. Thank you guys so much for the amazing support. I appreciate you.
That thing broke in the middle of his chest. Now, what about a bullet to the neck would cause your necklace to break in the middle of your chest? What would cause your necklace to break in the middle of your chest? The answer is nothing. Nothing about a bullet. Nothing about a bullet would cause your necklace to break in the middle of your chest. Let me show you. I will demonstrate with a USB-C cord. Let's say this is my Charlie Kirk necklace, and this is about how long it was. And I get shot here. and my necklace goes up like this. Where did it break? My necklace goes up like this. Where did it break? It did not break here. Because if it broke here and it went up, it wouldn't even go to my ear. It sure wouldn't swing wildly around my head. If it broke because of some sort of neck expansion or it got nicked with a bullet and broke, and it broke right here near where that's all you would get. Instead, you get all of this up here. That leads down to here. I have theorized, I've not settled on this, but that something could have caused the St. Michael medal or the cross he was wearing. I theorized. I've not confirmed it. I've not settled on it. I've not said it's guaranteed. I've not called anyone an idiot if they don't see it. I've not said I'm right and you guys are all morons. I've not said any of that. All I've done is theorize that is how it happened. I have theorized that's how it happened. And I think I'm right. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. All right, where are we on this big one? Because I build this whole thing as I'm going to show you Mikey. And they looked at each other. And I even took a screen cap of it. Maybe I put it off on a separate tab. No, not that one. I did do some Google Trends searches on his wife at the request of a dear viewer, Mikey McCoy's wife, but I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready to go there in my life. No, I'm not ready to go there yet, because if you go there, now you're attacking the family, and now I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. If other people want to go there, that's their business. That's their business. If somebody else wants to go and they want, that's on them. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Where are we here? Guys, you got to see this. I'm sorry that I've screwed this up so badly. Oh, come on. Be the one. Be the one. You guys, probably 15 people have sent me links of it so far, and I'm over here watching, looking through things.
Sorry, guys. I was reading something real quick. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Okay, so let's go over some chats here. Son of Cool, wasn't he shot in the vest and it tumbled up? No, because the type of vest that he was supposedly wearing wasn't like a high intensity vest. It was only meant to stop low caliber rounds, like 9mm. So it was like kind of like a flimsy. You could kind of bend it, but it was like made of like a certain type of Teflon or whatever. So it wasn't like so hard that it could bounce up. That was already debunked by another YouTube channel I watched. Sarah Jean 85 expanding the weakest part of the chain, the clasp. Okay. Welcome in, everybody, by the way, that's new. Welcome to the channel. Hit the subscribe button and double tap your screen. Get those likes. Let's try and hit 50 likes. Aladdin Sparrow certainly ruffled some feathers. Yep. Baz Killer, welcome in, buddy. 30-6 has a lot of mass moving, a lot of air to chain, much less. Yeah, to me, this is just my theory. I just don't think it was a 30-6. No, it's just, there's no way. I have a 223. I have a rifle that chambers 223 and 5.56. There's just no way, because even those bullets would just completely like devastate everything around where it's hitting, especially from long range, right? So especially from long range, it would just devastate everything. Yeah. But anyways, guys, I appreciate everybody for being here. God bless you guys. Jesus is King. Hope you guys are having a good Monday. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. If you are, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button with notification bell. Double tap that screen. All you got to do is hit the screen twice. If you don't like me, just punch my face twice with your fingers. Get the likes up. Show some love and support. And if you want to get on the donor wall behind me like you see all the other people have, hit the subscribe button, or I mean, hit the super chat button. Super chat to your boy. Support the channel. And not only that, if you do, YouTube takes a brutal 30%, you can super chat. That's fine. But also, if you hit the three dots above my head, go to the description, copy and paste the Streamlabs link into your browser. You can also donate through there. Then I get all the money instead of YouTube taking out 30%. But donate to support your boy. Continue to help me continue the journey and help me upgrade the channel like I've been. Got the new webcam coming today. It's gonna be awesome. Ultra 4K, the type that follows me around. So it's gonna be dope to interact with you guys with that webcam. And yeah, so I want to fill up my wall behind me with names. I think that'd look cool. It'd be a cool way for everybody to interact with the channel and for you guys to be a part of the journey. So yeah, if you guys want to support your boy, hit the super chat link either in the description or on the chat. But yeah, I mean, I got a rifle at Chambers in 223.556, and if I were to shoot something at 100 yards or 150 yards like that, it would just devastate everything. I mean, a 30-06, especially that gun, it would devastate. Like, there wouldn't be no bouncing up off the plate. That's how I feel. Like it. Yeah, like the worst thing that they could have done, if they wanted to do a supposed alleged, this is all just figments of my imagination, cover up, they wouldn't have said it was a 30-06. I think that was a big mess up.
I may have to come back to this another day because I am having a tremendous difficulty locating this for you, and I just don't want to be the guy that's holding you here while I click through stuff. I'll click 2 or 3 more, and then I'll give up. All right, I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'll show you in real time. I think that's who Mikey was texting. Because at one point, Mikey texts, and Dan looks down at his arm. And then Mikey goes and talks to somebody else. Then Mikey texts, and Dan looks down at his arm again. I can't prove it. I don't have access to the... I don't have access to the... to their chats. I mean, to their chat log. I don't have access to any of it. But I'm just telling you right now, when I pull that up and look at it, it looks awfully familiar to me. It looks awfully familiar to me. Hang on. Oh, I've got one with timestamps. Oh, here it is. I found it. Got it. Ha-ha. Found it. It says at the very end. Where did it go? Where is it? Oh, here we go. Found it. All right, you guys are going to be amazed.
Found it.
This is your stick-to-itiveness in action.
Oh my God.
All right, here we go.
Michael Shipley or whatever. Yes, I mean, yeah. The chat logs, everything is crazy. And then we're going over the other stream too. We're going over Lance's room and apartment, and it just seems so fabricated. Like, if that was really his apartment, that's insane. But it also looked like it was just like, it's not hard to go on a piece of paper and, you know what I mean, draw crazy schizophrenic drawings allegedly, right? But to me, it was just, everything just seems fishy to me. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, man. Just take 2 seconds to double tap your screen. Let's try and get to 50 likes, man. Show some love and support. If using an old steel case, you lose a lot of your energy and corrosion. Yeah, but that was also debunked by a person that was using a bullet like that. And 150 yards ain't that far away. So even if it was losing power, I really don't think that it would have did the damage it did to him, I still feel like it would have done more immense damage than what happened to him. If it was a 30-06 that hit his neck would be like half evaporated, right? Oh, hold on. I got to mute my mic for 1 second.
All right, let me pull it up. Do you want sound or not? That's what I can't determine. I think I figured out why I couldn't find it. I thought it was a slightly different angle. All right, here we go. That in the middle of the screen is young Michael, a.k.a. Mikey McCoy. That's him right there. See him? Shirt. This is Dan. This is Dan right here. I'm just going to let this roll a minute, and I want you to see where Mikey goes. Here we go. Let me just let it roll. Can you guys hear that? So I'm not going to play 10 minutes of this, obviously. I'm going to skip around. But this gives you an idea what's happening. This is 10 minutes before the shooting. 10 minutes before the shooting. This is the Dell guy, Henry Dell. This is his questioning about Mormonism. He's asking about... I don't know much about Mormonism. The crowd obviously does, and they're very excited about it. But he's asking questions about Mormonism. Mikey's over here, and I want you to just kind of keep an eye on Mikey for a minute or so. He's texting vigorously. The shot comes at 10:15 of this 10:16 video.
The fact that when the shot rang out, all he did was put his phone up to his head and walk away, that's insane. To me, that was crazy. And he's the chief of staff, so while they're bringing him to the vehicle, he's like already walking halfway across the street. Like, there's just so much stuff here that just does not make sense, you guys.
The shot comes at 10:15 of this 10:16 video. But you will see, like, on the minute, you'll see text go out because Dan looks down at his wrists, and you'll see Mikey sending the text over here. So I want to play a couple of those just so you can kind of get an idea what I'm talking about here. So he's still texting. Now, this guy here, this is Tan Shirt. This is Tan Shirt right here. And I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I noticed this, and I want to point it out. Watch Dan's right arm. He does something very similar to the baseball signal right here. He does this thing with his arms. That could just be a nervous tick, giving him the total benefit of the doubt here, because I do call him arm signal guy. We'll just watch again. Watch his right arm. Watch his right arm. See that? That's that kind of. The only thing he didn't do was touch it, but he did stretch it. And I just want to point that out, that I'm not being unfair. But again, Tan Shirt guy here, this video helped convince me that Tan Shirt guy probably didn't do it, or probably wasn't in on it. And the reason is, right before the shot runs out, Tan Shirt guy runs up there and whispers something.
See, but there was also like if that guy really did that on the road, he wouldn't be waiting for a signal, bro. Like, he's right. He's going to take it when it presents itself. He ain't waiting for no signal. Like, that's why it's like, yeah, it sounds good, but he ain't going to wait for no signal. If he's up there on that roof and he has clear line of vision, he ain't going to wait for an arm, or he's right. He sees. He don't need a signal. That's just my opinion.
To Charlie in his ear. Now, if I was aware somebody was about to get roasted, you know where I'm not going to be? I'm gun shy. If you tell me someone's about to get shot, I'm not even standing on the stage. Now, if I was a professional operator and been in war and all that, maybe it's different. But I'm sure not leaning over him and whispering in his ear. All right, let's get back to it. So Flood's looking around. Mikey is still texting. Now, Mikey walks off in a second and has a discussion with somebody. He has a discussion with somebody. I'd be curious who that person is and what they're talking about. And I would say this, I think Mikey is no longer just random attendee. I don't think he's any longer just random attendee. I'll show you a video in a minute where the still comes from. We've all seen the still of Mikey walking off. I've got the video that was taken from now. Let's scroll forward here and see if we can get Mikey on. Mikey, where are you, brother? There he walked off. All right, now, who's he talking to? See, he walks over here and is talking to somebody. Now, pay attention to him back here. This is Mikey McCoy talking to 2 or 3 people. Just back there hanging out, chatting. I don't know if you guys have audio or not from this video. Oh, no, I turned it off. Here's Tan Shirt guy who ends up retrieving the SD card. I don't think you guys have that audio, by the way. I'm playing it, but I don't think you have it. I think I have you on a different window. But the audio is not important. The important part is we've lost Mikey. He's back here. He's standing behind brown shirt photographer right here. He's back here with his back to us, talking to these 2 randos back here. 7 minutes before Charlie Kirk dies. Now, if he's not involved, then it's irrelevant. But if he is involved, who's he talking to? That's important to me. Again, just raising leads. Just raising leads. Not suggesting at all that anyone's in on it. Just raising leads. Now Mikey's coming back. So we're about 7 minutes left in Charlie Kirk's life. Mikey's back. Back on the text box. Back on the text box. I think this one right here, you watch this time, I think we might be real close to the first time that it looks like he sends a text and Dan looks down at his watch. So just pay attention because we're getting close to 4 minutes.
All right, I'm going to let this play real quick. And then if you guys don't mind, I'm going to go put a pot of coffee on. It's like right over here, 5 feet away. It'll take me like 2 minutes. I just got to empty out the old grounds and put some new grounds in and get a pot going. Because we're going to be live for another 3 hours. So I'm going to go get a pot of coffee on. I'm going to let this play a little bit more. Make sure you guys run up those likes. Double tap the screen. It only takes 2 seconds to double tap the screen. Show some love and support. And I love you guys. Thank you for always supporting me. We're at 7,500 something subs. So psyched. Continue to run it up. We're on the road to 10,000. Make sure you hit the notification bell. I want to see you guys in every single live stream. Support your boy through the super chat goal. Get your name written on the donor wall. Be a part of the journey throughout the whole journey. I love you guys. I'm gonna let this play a little bit more. Then I'm gonna go make a pot of coffee.
That's here. Dan's looking left at somebody. There, see? Looks like he sent a text. To go back. Looks like he's sending a text, and then Dan looks down. Now, the important, I'm going to pause this. The important part is that was right at 4 minutes on the video. Now, I'm going to fast forward a little bit and see if it happens again right at 5 minutes on the video. And what would that tell me? Because at 5 minutes, now now Dan's pulling out his phone. Hold on, I got it all out of sorts here. It's buffering. What kind of busted down internet service is this? Oh, there we go. So Mikey's now talking to someone else again. Okay, if you're playing along at home, this is Hunter Kozak right here. Look how nervous that guy looks. He looks like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs. This guy is swaying. Look at him. Does that guy look like he's innocent? I don't know. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. I'm not saying he's guilty. Not saying anyone should contact him, harass him, or otherwise, any of these people. But I'm just saying, if I knew that I was about to ask a question and somebody was going to lose their head over it, I might be nervous like this guy. And maybe some people just don't like public speaking, but I don't get that impression from him. All right, Mikey is now talking to those people again. Turn back around. Look, leaning down, looking in. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit because Mikey is still turning around talking to these people. We can't see a whole lot. Now, Dan has now put his phone up. Again, does the arm thing again. So giving him the benefit of the doubt, maybe got an arm twitch he does. I don't know. But Mikey's over here talking to somebody in a button-down shirt, and I wish the tent was like 7 inches taller so I could see that guy's face. I don't know who that is, but I sure would like to know who that is. Got about 4 minutes left in Charlie Kirk's life here. I will go forward.
Isn't that crazy how you can sit there and say, like, with all this stuff going on, isn't that crazy how you can sit there and be like, oh, we got about 4 minutes left in Charlie Kirk's life here? Like, oh my God. It's just crazy. It's just sad how we can record all final moments now.
Forward. Dan seems to be having some kind of trouble with a microphone. Some girl in a second comes and gathers something from this guy, whoever he is. They're chatting. Now Mikey's back leaning away. Now look, they look over at Mikey. He's pointing. He's pointing that way. See that? And then they look over there, and Mikey's not looking.
Yeah, we're still talking about, bro. We're patriots.
I don't know what that means. I'm just pointing.
Dude, we're patriots. We're trying to figure out what happened. I'm a patriot. This guy's a patriot. We don't like being lied to, so we're all searching for the truth. Put a 1 in the chat. If there are people in here right now, put a 1 in the chat if you're a patriot and you want the truth and you're sick of being lied to and you just want America to be great. And you want the truth. You're sick of being lied to. You want to figure out what happened because this is ridiculous. Put a 1 in the chat.
Things out that are happening. I don't know what it means. He might have said, dude, old boy blew a gasser, and then he walked off, and he crop dusted us. I don't know. I mean, that could be as simple as that. that could very well be it. I don't think so. These seem like serious people, not making crop dusting jokes. Now, this is the girl coming to get some. I don't know what she's getting from this guy. You can zoom. You can kind of look. Unfortunately, when he makes the handoff, the camera goes away. But there's something, and I don't think.
See, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming, man. I appreciate every single one of you. See how many people want the truth? See how many people are in here that are patriots? They want the truth and are sick of being lied to and want to know what happened? Regardless if we like this guy or not, if we feel like we're being lied to, we want the truth, right? Thank you, everybody, for spamming 1s. You guys are goats. You guys are great, man. Thank you guys so much because it's facts. We're patriots. We want to know the truth. We're sick of being lied to. And we want America to be great again. And the only way we're gonna do that is if we get the bullshit to stop being bullshit, and we get the truth out, and we get the truth to keep being the truth. Facts. Welcome in, Sid. God bless you. Much love to everybody, man. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, get those likes up, buckle up. We're gonna be here for a while. God bless you guys. Jesus is King. Hit the subscribe button, and yeah, thank you guys for putting down in the chat how you guys really feel, because I know I'm not the only one that feels like that. So God bless you guys, man. Welcome in everybody that's new. If you guys want to get your name on the donor wall, you know what to do. Got a 10 super chat goal up there. You guys don't have to. Just your like and your subscribe is enough, because my community is my everything. I'm growing one of the most positive communities on here, and that's all I want to do is grow a positive community. So God bless you guys. Thank you guys for being here, and let's continue. God bless you, Sid.
Let me pause it, because a lot of people think this guy is suspicious for some reason. I don't. But a lot of people think he's suspicious, and my suspicion kind of goes away on this exchange. Because if he's 2 minutes out from an assassination of a major political figure, do you think he's fiddling in here getting a Band-Aid out or whatever?
Shout out you, Cameron.
No, he'd be like, get away, girl. Something big about to happen. I would think. So this video
Jesus
helped
is
kind of
king.
dispel the notion for me that he was
Love you
he was
guys.
involved in any capacity. But again, I've been wrong about other things. I'm fast forwarding again because Hunter is still off screen. Actually, he's now behind somebody. He's back facing this way, but he's now behind somebody. Again, he's texting. Now watch Dan Flood here. I backed up to the 8-minute mark. He's texting, and Dan looks over there. Dan keeps looking left. Now he's getting his phone out. Less than 2 minutes in Charlie Kirk's life. Dan's texting. Could be missing people crawling on roofs. I don't know what he's supposed to be looking at, but he's looking down at his phone.
Yo, stop talking about food in the comments. You're making me hungry. Broccoli with cheese sounds so good right now.
Like a teenager. I want my security guards scanning. If I hire you to be my security,
Or some
we're looking
chicken
out.
and rice.
We're not playing
soy
Pac-Man
sauce.
or whatever
Ooh.
you're playing over there. I want you looking like this.
No, and the thing is, Cujo, is I just played a leaked phone call 2 days ago about how the doctor signed a death certificate, so there is no autopsy. I'll play the call again here in a little bit after this, and you guys let me know what you guys think about it. After I go make my pot of coffee, I'll play the call. But yeah, apparently there was not an autopsy, and it's law to do it. So I don't know, a lot of sketchy things going on, guys. But I love y'all. We got 2 hours left on the super chat goal. All we need is 10 super chats, and your name will get written down on the wall. And once we hit 10 super chats, I'll eat a raw egg right here on camera. I know everybody says that's not a big deal. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. What else do you want me to do? Gosh.
Yeah, see, he just stared at the crowd. Unfortunately, he's looking the wrong way. There's somebody actively crawling on the roof right now, and none of them are looking that way. But Dan keeps looking that way, keeps looking that way. Now, we're changing here. This is important. We're changing speakers. Henry Dell is done. We're about to get Hunter Kozak. We're a minute 15 or so left in Charlie's life, minute 20 left in Charlie's life. But when he goes to change, notice here, Dan comes in to whisper something. I don't know what he whispers. He gives a little hand signal after this. Maybe you guys can speculate because I tried and I can't. Tan shirt guy is still sitting here. Don't lose sight of Mikey up here. Don't lose sight of Mikey up here. So he steps back. Charlie says, "Oh, okay. I'm deaf enough that I can read that." So he's whispering something in his ear, and Charlie goes, "Oh, okay. I don't know what it was." And it's like, "Yeah, man, I got you. Whatever that is." And he's now pointing and whatever. So we've got.
Hey, yo, Quinn Marie, thank you for the super chat, girl. Or Quinn Martin, sorry. Thank you so much. I'm going to write your name down on the wall right now. Like I said, I got the beautiful marker right here. I'm going to write your name down. Anyone else that wants to get their name written down on the wall, live right now, get your name on the donor wall behind me. You can get your name written down as much as you want. Thank you so much, Quinn Martin, for the super chat. I'm going to write your name down right now. God bless you. Jesus is King. Thank you so much. You're supporting my movement. You're supporting the channel. I got fired for my channel from my job, and this is my passion, so I'm never going to stop. I'm only ramping it up. Our new webcam gets here today, so you're going to see me in Ultra 4K. Let's go. Oh, yeah, the super chat goal is $5 and above, but it doesn't matter. Anything's a blessing, so don't worry about it, Quinn Martin. Don't put that sad face. Don't do that. Be happy. I can only put it at 2 or 5, and I accidentally put it at 5. So it is what it is. I appreciate anything. Like I said, the subscriptions and the likes are all that matters to me. I just want to grow my community. But the donations and the super chats is extra. It's a blessing. So anything that you bless me with is, I'm not the type of person that's like, oh, that's not, no. Thank you for blessing me. God bless you. And I hope the blessing returns back to you in tenfold. And anything I can do to bless you guys, I'll also bless you guys. I'm thinking I want to do a giveaway once we hit 10K subs. And I want to get a couple people that I want to bless. So, but thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Naomi, thank you for the super chat, girl. $6.99. 1 out of 10 super chats we just got. Thank you so much here. Okay, let me write down the names before I forget here. Thank you so much, Naomi. Thank you so much, Quinn. All right, let me get Quinn down first here. Quinn Martin 9937. Nine nine three six. And then we got Naomi. Thank you so much, Naomi. God bless you guys. Okay, so Naomi. How do you say that? Am I pronouncing it right? I don't want to mispronounce your name. So Naomi. Naomi. want to get your full name correct here. Naomi. Okay, I know how to spell it now. Thank you so much, you guys. Oh, you guys just made my day. God bless you guys. Okay, so let me get it written down here. I'm gonna have to get a new marker. It's my Naomi. Okay, thank you so much. Cujo, this is that channel. I'm trying to build one of the most positive, fastest growing communities on YouTube. I'm an independent person. I'm not left. I'm not right. I just care about the truth. That's it. I spread peace and positivity. That's it. Oh my goodness. Cameron Toro, thank you so much. Keep it up, brother in Christ. Truth is important. Thank you. So much love to you, sister. With Christ we will prevail. Thank you so much. And that's all I try and do is get to the truth. That's all that matters to me. I mean, to me, just what sounds more dividing than are you on the left or are you on the right? Why don't we get front foot and center and figure out the truth and come together as a community and show love and be Americans with each other? Like, we're just so divided, it's ridiculous. And I feel like that with God and with truth, we can come together. And not only that, but with love and compassion and integrity. We all need to have integrity. Thank you so much, Cameron. I'm gonna get your name written down as well. I need a new marker. I'm not gonna lie. Let me see if I can find another black marker. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find a black marker. Thank you guys so much. You guys are making my day. Like I said, I lost my job because of this channel, because I say my views, I say the truth, I don't say the stupid indoctrinated version of things. And yeah, you know what I mean? So thank you so much. You guys have no idea how much this means to me. It makes me feel like God's given me the sign to keep going. And he put me in this position and made me, he closed one door to open a new door. And this new door he opened is this channel, me being here with you guys and searching for the truth and building this community, building one of the best communities on YouTube. And I feel so blessed to be able to be in this position. Thank you so much, Cameron. You've been a blessing since I found this channel a couple of days ago. Love that we can speak free of God's love here. Thank you so much, Tree Gnome. That's all I want to do is build a community where you guys can feel like you can say whatever you want without being ridiculed. And I pay attention to the chat more than a lot of other YouTubers. I ban people that try and talk crap about my community. I don't deal with that. I only want love, peace, and prosperity. And you know what I mean? I'm gonna go get a new marker real quick. Thank you guys so much. I still gotta make my pot of coffee. All right, Cameron, give me 1 second. Oh yeah, this marker's way better. I'm gonna go over all the other names that just donated too, so I can make your names pop out more. And look at you guys are a part of the journey. You guys, I literally just painted this wall after we remodeled last summer, and now I'm turning it into the donor wall because you guys mean a lot to me, man. It just motivates me. I come and look at the wall. I come online. You guys show so much love. It motivates me, man. Thank you guys so much. You guys made my day. Cameron, I want to spell your name right. You're gonna be the first name on my left side over here. All right. Look at that. Look how many names we're getting on the wall. Man, soon this wall is going to be full. And we're going to be running it up. I appreciate you guys so much. I just wrote down man, why you guys always got to come up in here talking some BS? Candace ain't a sellout, man. Candace Owens is whatever. Candace Owens is lit. Candace Owens is a person that has passion, and even if she has wrong views sometimes, it doesn't mistake her for being our sister in Christ. She's our sister in Christ, man. I just hate how people hate on people like that. Thank you guys so much, and thank you again, Cameron. Yes, listen and follow him. You will succeed. Thank you so much, Cameron. I appreciate you guys. You guys just made my day. I'm gonna go put my pot of coffee on real quick. Don't leave me. Do not leave me. I'll be right back. Take me 2 seconds. I need my coffee. All right. Amen. I have to go. Thank you, Cujo. I appreciate you. See you around. Thank you for the like and subscription. Welcome to the family. When I say family, I don't mean it lightly. Last time I said we were at 7,506 subs. Now we're at 7,000. Let's see here. Sorry, guys. 1 second. We're at 7,511 subs. We keep going up, guys. Thank you guys so much for the love and support, man. This is just insane. All right. Let's get back to everything here. If you could double tap the screen while he is AFK and keep the likes and viewership up, please. Thank you so much, Michael, for saying that while I was gone. I appreciate when you guys do that because I feel like I sound like a broken record sometimes. Oh, Mikey McCoy was definitely acting sus. For him to be walking away after everything, and yeah, just insane. I'm glad I got a new marker though, so now you guys' names will be better. I'm gonna go over all of them as well, so they're more profound, so you guys can see them behind me. But yeah. Yeah, and Candace Owens ain't perfect, but I mean, we're followers in Christ. We can't sit there and just cast stones at her. We're all sinners. Even if she gets some things wrong, she's gotten a lot of things right. I mean, we shouldn't throw her to the wolves just because, she's going through it. I mean, she just watched one of her good friends be publicly, unalived. It's sad. So, thank you guys so much, man, for the love and support, man. You guys have, oh my gosh, made my day. Thank you. Like I said, it's been tough. My job let me go because of my views on here, and I'm just very passionate about my YouTube, and I mean, I don't care. This is my dream, follow your dream. One door closes for another door to open, right? And I feel like I always want to walk through the better door, and I feel like this is the better door because I get to spend more time with my community on here. I get to preach love and prosperity, and not only that, but I get to preach my Lord and Savior to everybody else. And I also get to have my brothers and sisters like Cameron and everybody else in here that show love and support. So thank you guys so much. I'm going to get to this, and then let's go over some other stuff here.
Just over a minute left in Charlie's
I love the smell of coffee, by the way. God, the smell of coffee gets me going.
live. Now we get Hunter Kozak at the microphone. Don't lose sight of Dan over here, but also don't lose sight of Mikey. You got to watch three things at once. This is why I had to watch it so many times.
To get our goal, guys. Thank you so much.
Now look, that right there tells me Tan Guy's not in on it. I just learned watching this that Tan Guy is not in on it. That's why I'm like more than 50% that this guy's an honest actor Yeah, he looked a little suspicious getting the SD card, but he probably realized I'm recovering an SD card from a crime scene. You know, the police may come by and tell me to not do this. I need to be looking around and see if they're coming. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know why he was looking around like that. But I'm telling you right now, if you thought someone was about to get nearly decapitated with a long arm, are you standing in that position? Honestly. Even if they told you, hey, I promise you, dog, they're not going to shoot until he says gang violence. I promise you. We're good until he says gang. Not standing there. No, sir. I don't stand where guns are pointed. If I can avoid it. I don't stand there. So, hey, look, tan shirt guy, he all right with me. Look at that. They're kissing. They could be dating.
Oh my God, chill out, bro.
He's not in on it. No one in on it is standing that close to a marked man who has less than a minute left in his life. And then he goes over here. He's telling him something about the sound. You're not worried about the sound if the guy's about to get decapitated. Mikey over here. Now I want you to, we're inside of 40 seconds. I want you to really now lose everybody in this scene except Mikey and Dan. And I'm going to show you another angle of this, but I only have about 10 seconds of that angle. Notice Dan keeps looking over there. See that? He's getting on a mark. He's looking down at a particular place. Again, he may not be in on this at all, but he's looking down, he's looking left, he's looking down, he's looking left, he's looking left. Does that look like a guy who, I mean, this is a different posture than he's been in up to this point, right? We can all agree with that? We can all, I mean, that's not attributing guilt, right? That's not ascribing guilt to anyone. We can all agree with that. This is a different posture than he was in when Henry Dell was talking. He was loose. He was checking his phone. He was flipping his arms. No more. Oh, am I on my mark? Where am I supposed to be standing? He keeps looking left. I don't know which way is left. I don't know if my screen's reversed or not. All right, let me finish this out, and then I'll go to the 10-second video, and you can see what I'm talking about. So we've skipped around, but watched mostly 10 minutes of this. Hunter's right there. Dan's right there.
Don't show too much.
15
Baron.
seconds left.
Don't do it.
What is Dan's looking left? Hunter's leaned in looking right. I'll show you that in a minute. He has in his right hand his cell phone. His left hand is up on his face. So he's like this. He's like this. This is not the posture he was in 8 minutes ago. He was cool. His arms were at his side. He was texting. He was talking to the guy in the blue long sleeve shirt next to him. Now he's like this. Not ascribing guilt. Just noticing a pattern change. That's all. Just noticing a pattern change. Now he texts. Pulls out the text box again. We are inside of 10 seconds. Notice he goes to the phone. Puts something into the phone. Dan looks down. You just missed it. You'll see it in the other angle. He did something on his phone. Now, you watched him. He did something on his phone and put his phone away. Dan looked down at his watch. Boom. Look down at his watch. And as soon as he looks down at his watch, that's him looking down. The next thing he does is look left at Hunter. And I'll show you that video in a second, plain as day. He looks left at Hunter. And as soon as Hunter leans in and looks right at him, he steps forward and gives the baseball signal. I'm going to show you that sequence from another angle, but I wanted to give you 10 minutes of it to give you an idea what their body language was like leading up to that. They went.
Flip this. Can you tell me what he said that was hateful? Can you tell me what he said that was hateful? 3 more double taps. We're at 50 likes, by the way. Can you tell me what he said that was hateful? I'd really like to know, because a lot of people go off 15-second clips or minute clips of him talking and take it completely out of context. I want to know what he said that was hateful. I would just like to know. But God bless you guys. Thank you guys so much for the super chats, man. You guys have no idea how much that makes my day. So shout out again to Quinn Martin. Shout out again to Tree Gnome. And then shout out again to Cameron. Cameron. I appreciate you so much, guys. Thank you so much. I love you. Welcome to the family. I'll do my best not to disappoint you guys ever. I always try and do the best I can on this channel for you guys. Got hour and 45 minutes for the goal. And we're looking good. So thank you guys so much. But yeah, let me know what he said that was hateful. I just don't think that you can find anything in any video he uploaded that was hateful. Oh yeah, other people hate Charlie. Yeah. Well, yeah, but let's see. Okay, so we got people in here. Let's see how many people agreed and disagreed with Charlie. So one in the chat, if you thought Charlie was a meaningful, had a good heart person or good-hearted person with good morals and a good intention, or a two if you think that he was a terrible person. Which one? Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming. Yeah. Yep. All right, guys, it was pretty overwhelming. Everybody thinks he's a good guy, so that was debunked. Thank you guys so much for the interaction. I appreciate you guys. Much love. Let's continue this. We're probably gonna get off this soon here. He's really not going anywhere with this. I mean, I get his analysis, but he needs to speed it up here on what he's talking about.
From very, in my opinion, again, maybe they're hot, maybe they're tired, maybe they don't like this question, maybe they have a transgender cousin and Hunter's asking a tough question. I don't know. But I'm telling you, their posture changed.
Yeah, Callum. It really made me realize what state we're in America when I seen all these people celebrating it. I mean, dude, regardless of what his views were, like, it is so satanic and anti-God to go sit there and say, ha, he got unalived. Like, what? That's just, bro, sad, man. It's sad because at the end of the day, we're all human on this earth, regardless of what you believe, anything. Let's take religion, let's take politics, let's take personal feelings, let's take it all out. We are all humans on this earth together, going through everything together, the weather, the seasons, the disasters, the good times, the bad. We're all here together. So to sit here and just want to be so divided is crazy because we're all here together. If a meteor hits the earth, we're all experiencing it together, right? So to sit here and be so divided is crazy. And not let alone to sit there and go, ha ha, he got, that's just insane. It just made me really realize where our country's at. It's just sad. That's why I preach unity. I'm not right. I'm not left. I'm independent. I want the truth. I want what's real. I want what's best for my daughters and for everybody else's kids in the future. What we do today creates tomorrow, right? And I'm a single father of 2 daughters, full time, and I do my best every day to make sure their future is great. And the one way we got to also try and do that is by getting involved in our community, getting involved in the world, and trying to make a difference with our voices and with our, try and bring people together. That's what I'm doing with this channel, so. But I'm going to let this play. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. But everybody double tap that screen. Let's try and hit 100 likes today. We just need 51 more likes, and we will be at 100. Thank you guys so much for the love and support today, man. We only need 9 more super chats. We'll hit our goal. Today's been awesome, man. Thank you guys so much. You guys got me still for another 3 hours. So let's go.
Demeanor changed. And when I show you this other angle, he looks, whichever way left is, I don't know. He looked at Hunter and then steps forward and gives the baseball stick. Not Hunter. He looks at Mikey, and then I think I've been calling him Hunter the whole time. His name's Mikey. He looks at Mikey, and then when Mikey looks back, he gives him the old baseball signal. I don't want to go forward anymore because if I go forward anymore, you have to see the gunshot, and I'm really trying to avoid doing that too often. I do not think it's healthy for us to see people die. I don't think it's healthy for us to constantly see people die over and over and over. See people die. It weighs on your soul. It weighs on your conscience. All right, here is the wider screen where you can see. Make sure I know what number it is. There we go. Number 6. Here's the wider screen where you can see. They're down here at the bottom. It's like Life is Driving took this video or something, but all I'm seeing is the roof line up here. But watch Dan. So this is the last 10 seconds. Watch Mikey. So this is the angle Mikey had when he was texting and standing. Now remember, he was turned around talking to these people for like 5-8 minutes, leaning back, talking back. This guy was adjusting his Tom Selleck button. He was texting his broad. Not anymore. Serious as a heart attack now. But watch. So Mikey does. You saw Mikey text something. See that? Mikey gets the phone out, does something with the phone. Good, looking on Mikey there. Puts the phone back under his arm. Causes Dan to look down. Causes Dan to look left. You see that? I'll blow this up in a second, but I want you to get the whole angle so you can, because, you know, some people are going to key in on this van over here that opened up, and I don't think that, I'm not a believer in the van quite yet. I can be convinced. Now, Dan's looking at Mikey, but Mikey's looking at us. So I'm going to roll it forward. Mikey finally turns to Dan. You see that?
All right, guys, I'm going to go grab my cup of coffee real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Told you. I see you, Zelna. Told you. I'm back. I'm back. I am back. Okay, 6 seconds, I guess it took me, right? But hey, that's pretty good, right? I did good. Come on now. I did good. Ooh, God, that's hot. I love coffee, though. All right, let's go. That took 7 seconds. My apologies, but at least it's 7 seconds, right? Let's go.
Just cocked his head. So I'm going to roll it. Mikey, Dan's looking at Mikey, but Mikey's looking at us. So I'm going to roll it forward. Mikey finally turns to Dan. You see that? Just cocked his head enough that they're now looking at each other. Look at that. Looking right over at him. And now Dan steps forward and gives the baseball signal. And look where Mikey's looking.
Yeah, that is kind of... When you see it like that, that is kind of crazy. Not gonna lie. That's wild.
Look where Mikey's looking. So let me if I can zoom in on this. Oh, it's not letting me. Well, that's a shame. Oh, I'll zoom in a little bit. So I'll go back through the sequence again. Mikey's looking down at his phone. Don't worry about Dan right now. Don't worry about Dan. Focus all your attention right here on Mikey.
Don Bartha.
All your attention on Mikey right here.
Don Bartholomew.
He's looking at his phone.
Welcome to the family. Hit the subscribe button.
He puts the phone away. You see that?
Screen, show some love and support.
And he looks to his right.
You guys are in here. God bless.
Mikey is looking to his right. Again, don't worry about Dan yet. Now look at Dan. Dan senses something and looks down. And now Dan looks left, right at Mikey. Mikey's looking towards us. Now, he could be looking past Mikey at something over here. That could be somebody giving a signal. It could be somebody burped. And it has nothing to, we could be over-analyzing the biggest series of coincidences in mankind. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. That's how I open the show. The only way you can know is to test everything, look at everything, read everything, find everything. But when you think you see somebody send a text which causes somebody to look down at their watch and then look left at them, and then that person looks right, and then when they make eye contact, he steps forward and touches his arm, and the next half second somebody dies, it ought to be examined, and it ought to be examined well. That's why you came here. So now Dan's looking at Mikey. Mikey's not looking back. Now Mikey looks back. Boom. Once they look, that's the moment right there. See that? That's the moment. They see each other. And now he steps forward and he gives the signal. And I'm telling you, less than 1 second after he touches his arm, Charlie Kirk has left this mortal coil. Now, is this definitive proof that Mikey McCoy and Dan Flood were both in on it? No. Is it interesting to look at? I mean, is it evidence that something might have? Yeah. Should we look at these things? Yeah. The people who are.
All right, guys, we're going to skip past it. This is dragging on. So we're going to go about this part, see what he's examining here, and then we're going to move on.
For $1.99, I'll stop and tell you about it. All right, so here's this video. Let's see if I can make it big enough. You're going to be looking out here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to blow this. This looks good on my giant monitor. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. That's Mikey right there. See him? Does anyone not see Mikey? That's him right there.
Oh, it is.
Now watch. I'm going to roll this. See him? He's not running. He's just walking. But he's walking quickly because now he's out of sight. So it wasn't a run.
And that's his chief of staff, you guys. So his chief of staff is basically getting the hell out of Dodge. Why, hello, Mom. I see you're in here. Since you always have to say I miss you. I swear I don't see your name on here at all. Let me look. Now I see it. You see my mom said still pissed? Yeah. She gets salty when I don't greet her in here. I'm sorry. Oh, you can't see it? God, I wonder if I can I zoom in? I can't. Can I take a screenshot? Okay. So hold on. Yeah, I know I got it on vertical, so it's a little small. So I'll point it out to you. Hold on. So he's right here. So here's them carrying Charlie into this SUV. And then here is Mikey. Already way down over here. And he's speed walking out. Watch.
See him? He's not running. He's just walking. But he's walking quickly because now he's out of sight.
Yeah, now he's out of sight. So, my bad, y'all. My bad. But yeah, soon, once we get enough people in here, and I know that people will join the vertical stream, we'll go on horizontal streams too, so we can go better on it. That's why you guys, when you subscribe, hit the notification bell, because then once I'm streaming and I'm horizontal, I need you guys in here because the algorithm's different, right? But yeah, he's just ran right past all. Well, didn't run, but he walked right past all these cars on the phone. So that's sus.
So it wasn't a run. How do I make it small again? There we go. I'll roll it at a little slower pace here. So you saw Mikey there. That's him in the background. Black backpack, long sleeve white shirt, dark slacks, white hat. No one else in the audience that way that day. These people are still on the ground. That's how soon it is.
And the thing is where did he walk to? Like, what did he go to? His car? Or where did he go? You think he'd want to be right next to Charlie. I don't know where he went. That's crazy. And not only that, but his dad, Pastor McCoy or whatever, said that he was the first person that he called. We'll go over that clip too. Hold on.
They are shoving Charlie Kirk into the van, into the SUV. That's Mikey back there. And watch he's just moseying off into the distance. See that?
Yeah, right in between those two cars, right here, right in there.
It may have even looked like he stopped for a second. Now, here's my question. I saw Mikey arrive. You know how I saw him? He was videoing it. Someone else in the car was videoing it, and they caught Mikey in the mirror. So if you saw Mikey arrive, and I saw Mikey arrive, and he's in Charlie Kirk's car, where's he going? Where's he going? What is behind there? What is behind the Hall of Flags? That's where he was walking from. What a lousy internet signal.
I don't think that was Mikey recording him on the side of that wall, you guys. I think that was someone else. Because as they're carrying him out, Mikey's already walking off. And there was another guy on that side of the wall. I know who you're talking about. I think that was the same guy who grabbed the SD card, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's all incredibly suspicious. I mean, everybody's on their phones. No one's being vigilant. There's so many high grounds where people could do something. It was, excuse me, already known that there was a perceived threat on his life, right? And it just, everybody seems way too lax, right? Um, there's no explanation for it. It's crazy. So I mean, there was just multiple people in the play here. Yeah, one bad, two valve. Yeah, welcome back, brother. Yeah, it's all crazy, man. If you guys are new to the stream, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button with the notification bell so you can always be part of every single stream. Double tap that screen, show some love and support. Let's try and get to 100 likes. We just need 45 more people to double tap that screen, show some love and support. We need 9 more super chats, $5 and above. Any super chat will get your name written down on the wall. If we get all 10 super chats, I'll bring out Bud, my tortoise, and see if he'll eat a little bit of greens on here with me. Earlier, you got to see my bearded dragon bite me in the finger, so that was interesting. I'm definitely going to clip that and put it out. But yeah, man, God bless you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Jesus is king. You guys are the best, man. I got the best community on YouTube, man. Thank you, Cameron, and everybody else who has donated so far. Thank you so much, man. Can we do another one? What do you mean? What do you mean? But yeah, guys, we just need 9 more super chats, $5 and above. Get your name written on the wall. Any super chat will get your name written on the wall. But $5 and above, if we hit all 10, I'll bring my tortoise out. Keep him out here for a little bit. His name's Bud. He's out there chilling out there right now. See if he'll eat on screen. Can't believe my bearded dragon bit me earlier. And yeah, we're about to move on from this video here.
Google Earth to pull up right now. Oh, it's because I had that Kiwi Farms thing. That's 80 meters. That's a football field. From the Losi Center roof to stop. That's 80 meters from the Losi Center roof to that point right there.
And if you think about it too, so he got hit up. He's brought to the cars here. Mikey's walking all the way this way. Where would he have went? Someone was here recording. This guy was already running, and jumping off back here. I don't know.
75 meters. So that's not going to happen. Now, this is where the cars were. So this is where Charlie Kirk was. This is where the SUV was. This is the little thing where weird guy, tan shirt guy, excuse me, I shouldn't call him weird, was standing and filming instead of helping. So that was him right there. So this kind of gets you located with it. I've just got it pointed due north right now, but we could turn it around if we need to. They've got an obsession with water features here. Here's another water feature. So they come out of here. This is the path you see Mikey walking down. I mean, I presume there could be a car here that he's going to, but that's not the car he came in. That's not how he arrived. Now, it could be that he's just walking off. But Charlie Kirk, they load him up. This is his mentor of 6 years, his best friend. He was at his wedding.
All right, we're done with this. We're gonna move on to first of all, we're gonna go to the phone call. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna fill up my coffee one more time. Then we're gonna go over to the phone call talking about his autopsy. Then we're gonna move over to the SNAP and EBT benefits. Make sure you guys go ahead and double tap that screen, get those likes up, show some love and support. 9 more super chats, $5 and above. Get my tortoise out with us. Show some love. Let's get to that phone call. Any super chat will get your name written on the wall behind me. I have the marker right here. Thank you again, Cameron, and to everybody else. I don't want to miss any names here, so who was it here? I hate that I can't go up all the way. I feel bad when I miss names here. So Tree Gnome, thank you so much for the super chat. $6.99, thank you so much. Cameron, thank you so much for the $1.99, and Quinn Martin, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. I do not forget names. I always make it my mission to get this going. All right. Welcome in, Michael. All right. So I want to go to the call that I had. All right. So earlier when you guys were asking about the autopsy, if you haven't heard this call, here it is. Yeah, so just let me know what you guys think about this. This is right after everything that we just watched happen.
Room Bay. Jesse just told me that he just got off the phone and Charlie's wife is coming to Signature and they're bringing a car over here for agreement.
Charlie's wife is coming to land at Signature, you said?
Sir, and Jesse's going to go to Duncan right now and pick up a car for her.
Okay, I'm a little confused because Corey, that's what Corey just said. They said they were landing at Duncan, so I don't know where they're landing, but we will just kind of play it by ear, I guess, best that we can.
So I did do the request. They emailed me back. He did not go in for an autopsy. The death certificate was signed by the doctor at the hospital.
Oh, okay, can you just do a field clip documenting that?
I'm sorry, 10-9?
Can you just add us up to the case documenting that there was no autopsy?
287, I'll be clear to the hospital. I need an officer at Timpanogos Hospital to come stage in the emergency room bay. Jesse just told me that he just got off the phone and Charlie's wife is coming to Signature and they're bringing a car over here for agreement.
Charlie's wife is coming to land at Signature, you said?
Sir, and Jesse's going to go to Duncan right now and pick up a car for her.
Okay, I'm a little confused because Corey, that's what Corey just said. They said they were landing at Duncan, so I don't know where they're landing, but we will just kind of play it by ear, I guess, best that we can.
So I did do the request. They emailed me back. He did not go in for an autopsy. The death certificate was signed by the doctor at the hospital.
Oh, okay, can you just do a field clip documenting that?
I'm sorry, 10-9?
Can you just add us up to the case documenting that there was no autopsy?
287, I'll be clear to the hospital. I need an officer at Timpanogos Hospital to come stage in the emergency room bay. Jesse just told me that he just got off the phone and Charlie's wife is coming to Signature and they're bringing a car over here for agreement.
Charlie's wife is...
All right, so pretty crazy. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Pretty crazy. Don't get how a doctor can sign off on that, especially when it's law that they need to have a death certificate, or I mean, a autopsy. So, yeah, wild to me. Again, very suspicious if that's true. They're definitely legally required, yes. Definitely. I'm starving. I'm gonna have to make myself some food soon. Starving. All right, so we're gonna share some clips here from people just complaining about Snap EBT. We're gonna go off on some stuff about it, what I think, and yeah. So I know I keep checking to see when Candace is gonna be back on so we can cover it. And yeah, Cameron, I agree. I haven't wanted to get on Erica. I see why they would question that, but to her in shock, or no, yeah, but to her in shock watching the news, she saw him shot and probably thinking anything else, but he was gone. No, I agree. Yeah, they were gonna fly Erica there or something like that. Erica was gonna be coming there to confirm it all. So that's what they were saying. To me, it's crazy. Um, the fact that there was a surgeon talking about him when he was already gone by the time he got there should have just been a coroner or working on him. Bunch of stuff just doesn't add up, and especially with that call, it all just doesn't add up even more. So, not sure, guys. But yeah, okay, so let's watch it. So I can't remember when. Let's see. Let me look it up here. I think it's November 1st, right? Yeah. So November 1st, Snap's getting cut off for all millions of Americans because of the government shutdown. And people are saying that they're going to go to Walmart, and if you see me in Walmart, you better not stop me. You better not stop me. What a good representation of who we are, right? And I've always said that for people that need Snap, that, you know, are down and out, single parents, whatever, need it, I understand it. It's to help you get back on your feet or to help replace some income that's not coming in. I completely endorse that. I completely am okay with paying taxes for that. But another thing is you got these people who utilize the system and just want Snap to not have to work or to work less and to manipulate the system so they can continue to get it, right? Continue to get these benefits and manipulate the system so life is easier. They like being comfy in their own little comfy spot. They don't want to work harder to obtain bigger things, right? And that's where I do not agree with sending out tax money to pay for this. And then you have all these people who are showing us why we probably shouldn't send our tax dollars there, right? You got all these people saying they're going to steal, they're going to they're going to induce violence if they try and stop them. You have all this stuff. You think you're showing a good example to the people who are paying for your Snap? Yeah, the government shutdown sucks. It's affecting a lot of people, but you don't see these federal people who are working sitting there and saying the same thing. I mean, unless I haven't seen it. It's just crazy. The video where this girl was holding her phone up and she had 7 of her kids behind her and said, "I have 7 kids and it's the taxpayer's job to help me take care of them." No, it's your job to not have 7 kids if you can't take care of them. If you can't take care of 7 kids, why would you have them? Oh, wait. Because for the longest time, a certain party has been, you know, kind of incentivizing people to have children or incentivizing single parent households so they could give these benefits out, right? A long time ago, they said that they wouldn't be giving Snap to a certain group of people. They said they wouldn't be giving Snap benefits out unless the father was out of the home, right? I know people who are getting over $1,000 a month. I agree. Cameron, or like the other time or other video I was watching where if you get SNAP, you should get meats, rice, like all the essential nutrient foods, and then some sort of, you know, SNAP tickets for extra things if you need it just a little bit. But it's to make it so you don't starve, not to make it so you can buy a bunch of junk food and be entitled, right? But we're gonna play this quick.
And I asked them to confirm whether or not. This morning I called my local DSS office and I asked them to confirm whether or not what I was hearing was true, knowing it was true, that SNAP benefits are not coming next month. And she said, yeah, no, you're right, they're not coming. I said, okay, well, I hadn't heard anything, you know, confirming what I'm hearing, so I was just calling to check. And she said, you're not going to hear anything. And I said, well, why? And she said, well, your local DSS are trying to figure out what's going on, but the state DSS is not planning on telling anybody what's going on. They're not planning on letting the citizens know that they're not going to get their food stamps next month.
It's all over the news.
She also said that this would likely go on into December, that we will likely not get.
And I'm sorry, but what is up with this roof in this car, dude? What is up with the roof in that vehicle?
December's SNAP benefits. So that's great. That's lovely. So I'm coming to TikTok in hopes that there is an answer here. I don't know what the answer.
Oh my god. Oh. I think I'm gonna start going to TikTok for my answers. I think when I was fighting for my kids, I should have went to TikTok for my answers. Holy crap! Holy! I'm coming to TikTok for answers. What? Oh jeez. Oh jeez, Louise. See, Squirrel219, you are getting it and you're doing the right thing. That's my point. Is like the right people who get SNAP deserve it. But the people like this, it's like, oh my god, bro. Let me get to TikTok. Let me ask. How can the TikTok gods help me get my EBT next month? Come on, TikTok gods. My lord.
there could be. I don't know what the solution could be. I don't know if is it mutual aid? Is it mutual aid? Do we all need to come together and start pooling our money and help these families like myself, like my mother, like my grandmother, who don't have the money to replace those benefits, who don't have the income to replace those benefits? Do we, what do we?
You know, and let's get real. A lot of you people that get these benefits, and that, you know, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just saying the truth. A lot of you guys sell them. Like that's what a lot of you guys sell them. And we know what you sell them for. Not saying she does. I'm saying it's very common. Yeah. I don't know what kind of roof this is, what kind of car this is. It looks like it's attached to something. I don't know. I'm just giving it where it's due.
Because there are children, there are elderly, there are disabled people who do not have the money. And I have 3 children. And I have to feed them. The last time I came on here and talked to you guys about the SNAP benefits, I was full on crashing out. I'm not crashing out this time. I'm scared, but I'm fucking angry. This time I'm angry. And I will not just sit here and mope and cry about it. I will not sit here and just panic and sit in the floor and scream and cry this time. This time we need a plan. We need something that we can do together to figure this out. If you know of any creators, any organizations that are pulling stuff together and are trying to figure out what's going on. Help me. Send.
You know what I do know of? I know of a food bank. Hey, I'm sure your local town has a food bank. I'm sure you'll be just fine. Right? I was gonna say that stoic, but I gotta keep my chill. I know a lot, bro. I come from a certain life. I used to live a certain way. As you guys know, I'm 5 years sober. I know what people do, in my community, right? So, yeah. That's exactly right, Al Bundy. It's a blessing, not a right. But that's the thing. You see it. You see it when we have this system where our taxes go into subsidizing these things like like EBT, right? We give these people EBT for so long, and it's uninterrupted for so long, and then the moment, boom, it's gone. People don't know what to do, because if you don't have to work for it, why work for it, right? I wonder who she voted for. She should think about that.
Them my way or send me their way, because we have too many people in this country to let starve.
No one's gonna starve, lady. No one's gonna starve. Not one person. All right, give me 1 second. Twitter's too crazy for me to just scroll down, because I'm not gonna let something happen to where I get demonetized here. Yeah, it's ladies like this one I'm about to pull up where it's like, yeah. People wonder why we act the way we act to some of these people. Doesn't matter what race you are, none of that. You talking like this, I mean, come on, you're just a bad example.
Let me tell y'all something. Those that's talking about going out there making them videos, talking about y'all gonna rob them people's stores because they done cut them SNAP benefits. Let me tell you something. You go out there, you gonna give them folks every legal right to bop you across your head. Baby, they're gonna be justified in bopping you across your head. You better learn how to cook some quick, cheap, easy meals. You could take some tuna, some cream of mushroom, peas, and throw some.
Hey man, I was wrong. This girl, hey man, she's actually spitting facts. Here we go. You know, but one thing I should say though is that, instead of focusing on foreign countries and being such an interventionist country, we should focus on our own country. Why don't we have things growing outside? Why don't we have ways to where if we don't get EBT or we have ways to just get stuff, right? But she's making a valid point. Like, my dad used to be able to cook something out of nothing. And I do it all the time. Bro, I make hella good food out of nothing sometimes. Not saying we have nothing. I'm saying sometimes that's the best food. Is making some money. Especially if you smoke. Hey, man, you get the munchies, you know how to cook that food, man. I'm waiting for Candace to come on, you guys. So we just got to be patient. Let's finish this video.
Noodles in it, you want to get fancy, crumble some crackers on the top, you got tuna casserole. You can take you some beans, I don't care if it's black bean, pinto beans. If you don't know how to make them homemade, you can buy them in a can from the Dollar Tree with some rice, baby, and you got beans and rice. Get you some cornmeal, honey, a little bit of oil, make some hot skillet cornbread. And you can take some peanut butter with some jelly and make a sandwich, grilled cheese with some bread, honey, and get your tomato soup. You got a meal, and sit down somewhere. Don't go out in them streets, because they going to bop y'all in the head.
Oh, I love this
Don't do it.
I love this lady. I got to repost, man. I love this lady. Oops. I don't even know how to spell absolutely. Make sure you guys follow my Twitter, man. Yeah, that was too funny. Yeah, so we're just waiting for Candace to come on, guys. We're gonna go over Snappy EBT, and then actually no, I want to go over So a U.S. helicopter and jet crashed off the coast of China. Let's see here. So U.S. Navy jet and helicopter crashed in the South China Sea. I don't know when this is from. But yeah, let's see if we can find it. Airplane. That's January. Where is it at here? So so it's sorry. Navy F-A-18. What is going on with these ads, bruh? Leave me alone. I don't want no ads, son. All right. Navy F-A-18 Super Hornet Seahawk from USS Nimitz crashed 30 minutes apart from during South China Sea operations. Two Navy aircrafts from the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier crashed just 30 minutes apart in the South China Sea over the weekend, but all few crew members from both crafts were mercifully rescued without harm. A MH-60R Seahawk helicopter flying from Nimitz crashed into the South China Sea while on a routine operation around 2:45 p.m. Sunday, according to USNI News. An F-A-18F Super Hornet fighter jet, or we're just gonna say a Super Hornet fighter jet, crashed just minutes later around 3:15 p.m. That's weird. All are safe and in stable condition. The Navy's Pacific Fleet said in a statement, it remains unclear what led to the accidents. President Trump speculated that bad fuel must have been involved with taking reporters' questions. Onboard Air Force on Monday, or onboard Air Force One on Monday. The president added that no foul play was suspected and that the Navy had nothing to hide. The USS Nimitz is en route to its home port at Naval Base Kitsap in Washington after spending the summer deployed in the Middle East to deter Yemen's Houthi terrorists, which have been harassing shipment lanes during the Israel-Hamas war. It is expected to be decommissioned once it arrives home. The ship has spent more than 50 years in service after being launched in 1972. That is crazy. And here's a picture of the ship right here. Can I zoom in? I can't zoom in anymore. Here we go. Here's a picture of the ship right here. That's crazy. I could imagine being on one of these. Like, being on one of these would be crazy, bro. I can imagine being in the Navy. Dude, being in a submarine would be insane, bro. I wouldn't be able to do it. Being in a submarine, like getting in the submarine and knowing that you're going deep underwater in the ocean. Oh, hell no, bro. It's not happening for me. Nope. It's not happening. No. Be too scared. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, man. We just need 2 more beautiful people to double tap that screen so we can get to 60 likes. Let's try and hit 100, man. We're going to be on for a couple more hours. I got to get my kids from school in 2 hours. I'm thinking I'm going to keep the... Oh, my daughter just received a point in class. Sweet. I think I'm going to keep the stream going when I get home. We'll see. Maybe do a little delay here. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I would never be able to be in a submarine in my life. All right, guys, we're down to an hour on our super chat goal. We had one beautiful lady, or actually, we had many beautiful people super chat. Thank you again to everybody who did. Let's give a good shout out to the super chatters. Quinn Martin, thank you for the $1. Tree Gnome, thank you for the $6.99. I appreciate you. Cameron, thank you for the $1.99. You guys are blessings, and I'm glad that you're a part of my community because you guys are what helped this keep going. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys more than anything in this world. We have 1 hour left of the super chat goal. Hit the super chat goal. I bring my tortoise out and feed it in front of you. Hopefully it doesn't bite me like my bearded dragon bit me this morning. And you also, any super chat doesn't have to be $5. That's just the goal. 10 $5 super chats. But any super chat does get the name written down on my wall behind me. Got the marker right here. As you can see, I wrote some fresh ones this morning. So we do have a lot of people super chatting, which is a blessing. So thank you guys so much. If you guys want to get your name written on the wall and be a part of the journey and be in the studio for its existence, go ahead, super chat, get your name written down on the wall. Let's try and hit the 10 super chat goal of $5 and up, guys. Though that'd be lit. Get the tortoise out. His name's Bud. All right, Girth Brooks. How do you get mentally fucked up if you don't see battle? Can you give me one example from these people you have talked to? Maybe it will help me. Well, I can give you an example of someone who may not necessarily be in battle and see it firsthand, but someone who's driving, like when they're picking up professional gamers and making them fly drones and just bomb people. Yeah, that's a instance I've seen. Or having friends killed. But yeah, so that's what's going on there. Let's get to the Venezuela stuff here. Let's see if there's anything on here about the Venezuela. US vs how do you spell it? Venezuela. Of course. Okay, so we'll just do it like this. Let's just go on YouTube. See if there's anything new on the Venezuela situation.
Breaking news, a dramatic U.S.-led escalation in the Caribbean. What the Navy calls the largest warship ever built, along with fighter jets, heading to the waters off Latin America. The administration claims the goal is to stop international drug traffickers. The provocative move comes as the Pentagon announced another overnight strike on a suspected drug boat. The 10th strike in 52 days, at least 43 people killed in total. And President Trump telling reporters these attacks may just be the tip of the iceberg.
I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay, we're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
And CNN is reporting tonight that the president is considering plans to target cocaine facilities inside Venezuela. Now, the lack of transparency about these plans, especially the deadly attacks on alleged drug boats, have an increasing number of Republicans doing something they don't do much these days, criticizing the Trump White House.
The administration needs to give insight into Congress. That's part of it. If this was happening with this level of insight under the Biden administration, I'd be apoplectic.
And as tensions spike across the Caribbean, President Trump is now just hours away from leaving for a high-stakes trip to Asia, where he's scheduled to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping. Their first meeting since President Trump was reelected, and it comes as U.S.-China relations are now at their lowest point in years. Kristen Holmes is out front live at the White House. Kristen, the president has been focused very much on these strikes in the Caribbean, but he is about to have one of the most important meetings of his second term in Asia.
Yeah, there's a lot internationally going on for the president as he embarks on this trip. And just to dive into what's happening in the Caribbean, I mean, you mentioned this warship, these fighter jets, all of this really represents a potentially massive military escalation. I mean, this is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening at the same time. President Trump has confirmed that the CIA is operating in Venezuela. He has said a number of times and increased the rhetoric around the idea of land strikes in Venezuela. Now, of course, we have reported that all of this is part of a broader strategy to eventually oust Maduro. But White House officials say the president is considering a number of options. One of them you mentioned was this targeting of cocaine facilities. I do have to note, Venezuela is not known as a major source of cocaine. So that's just something to keep in mind as the administration has tried to link Maduro to these drug trades. The other one that they were considering is striking actual drug trafficking routes. But again, President Trump has not made any decisions. And we should say that while these escalations, these tensions are rising in one region, there is a lot of hope that President Trump's trip to Asia is going to help de-escalate tensions in another, particularly that relationship with China. I mean, we have been in what we've all been a part of, this kind of back and forth trade war since President President Trump was sworn into office. The relationship between China and the U.S. is at an all-time low, and there are a lot of people who are deeply concerned that we are on the wrong track and that we're going to lose other allies in the region who want to trade with China. So this is an opportunity for President Trump to work with those allies as well as to sit down face-to-face with President Xi. But Dan, I'll tell you, they are really trying to manage expectations on that sit-down. Maybe they learned from the sit-down with Vladimir Putin in Alaska.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab my coffee real quick. I'm gonna go grab my coffee real quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'll also grab my kitty. Hello. What was I gonna say? I can't remember what I was even gonna say. God, my head just completely went blank. I can't remember what the hell I was gonna say. Yeah. Oh well. I can't remember what I was gonna say. Anyway, let's get back into it. Can I please read the comments? What do you mean? What'd I miss? What'd I miss, bro? Let me know. And I always try and read the comments, but sometimes when I'm not looking at the screen, I'm doing research on other topics I should be going on. So I'm trying to figure out when Candace is going to be going live, and I'm also trying to figure out other topics for us to talk about. So
that they shouldn't get ahead of their skis.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's a lot to learn there. Kristen, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Fareed, it's so good to see you. What do you think, let's start in the Caribbean, where I just left off. What do you think of this massive military buildup? Is it really about drug trafficking or about trying to force regime change in Venezuela, or both?
Dana, you're focusing on the right issue. It is a massive buildup and a massive escalation. Look, we probably now have more troops in that area, in that region, the Caribbean and Latin America, naval troops, than at any point since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Wow.
So you're talking about 10,000 American troops, 8, 9 major carriers. And it is unclear what the purpose is, because the ostensible purpose, as you say, is all about drugs. But as one of your previous guests was saying, Venezuela is not the font of all the drug trafficking coming into the United States. It's a terrible regime, make no mistake, and Maduro is a terrible guy. But if this is an effort at regime change, it would be very important to have thought through the entire sequence of events that are going to take place, how this is going to work out. Donald Trump, in many ways, came to power breaking with Republican orthodoxy by pointing out that the Iraq war had been a fiasco, by pointing out that the Libyan intervention had been a fiasco. He had been initially, in very Donald Trump-like way, he had been in favor of the intervention, sort of, and then when it turned sour, he said the Libyan intervention was a mistake and Gaddafi should have stayed in power. All of which is to just say, if there is a move toward regime change, if this is some kind of a quiet or escalating war to get Maduro out of power, you'd wonder if thought through the day after, the week after, the month after, because Venezuela could easily collapse into chaos. And then, if you think we have seen a lot of Venezuelan migrants, we ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah.
Pretty sure they're everywhere.
It's so
beyond
interesting
America,
and important that you say that, because I was thinking about that same dynamic, that this is a man who has been saying, I want to end wars, I want things to calm down, and it's not necessarily definitive that he's trying to start a war. It could be a show force, it could be a lot of different things, and moving such a huge military presence into the Caribbean. But
President Trump has cited efforts to keep illegal drugs out of the U.S. as justification for some major policy changes like a crackdown on immigration and new tariffs. But could that same framing also be used to shepherd in regime change in Venezuela? Over the past few months, the White House has used allegations of drug trafficking from Venezuela to justify deadly strikes on boats in international waters. And just last week, President Trump said he's considering escalating those attacks with potential strikes on land targets as well. He also revealed...
Hey, yo, woo, woo. I wish I had a little whistle here or something like yeah, that's oh now my dog's coming. Hold on, let me show you my Doge. My Doge. Come here, Doge. Say hello. Come here. Say hello. Say hello. Thank you so much, Cameron, for the 99 guy. Write your name down on the wall again. Thank you so much. God bless you, Cameron. This is my kitty. This is the kitty, and this is the look at how freaking much they love each other. Look at they just love each other. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Thank you so much, Cameron, for the 99 cents. God bless. Ow! That was my headphones, brother. Here, let me help you. Almost broke my neck. Thank you so much for the other donation. Much love, much love. I know they're definitely my fluffy babies, that's for sure. Thank you so much, Cameron. I'm gonna write your name down again. I'll let this play while I write your name down.
He has authorized covert CIA operations inside Venezuela, which that country's president, Nicolas Maduro, opposes. By the way, Trump has long accused the Maduro regime of supporting narco-terrorists and cartels. And joining us now to talk about all of this and where the U.S. goes next is CBS News Homeland Security contributor Sam Vinograd. Sam, good to see you. Venezuela is not a healthy country, right? It's a struggling country. The Nobel Peace Prize winner is basically begging the U.S. to overthrow the administration. Is this the way the White House is going to do it?
Well, the U.S. government has a long history of covert action in Latin America, including regime change. Countries like Chile, Nicaragua, Cuba, and others. And successive U.S. administrations has called for Maduro to respect the results of elections in Venezuela, which have elected his opposition. President Trump is taking a different course. He's publicly acknowledging covert action, ostensibly to send a message to Maduro that there could be regime change efforts. There's a significant military buildup in the Caribbean, Tony, 10,000 troops, many military vessels. And in addition to that, of course, there are these military...
All right, name written down. Thank you so much, Cameron. Say thank you. Oh, don't attack me. Don't attack me like you do every other time. He's being nice. Usually he attacks me. Say thank you, kitty. Thank you, Cameron. All right, she said that. He said thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You're just the best. Speaking of, I hope you're okay with this promotion, but I'm gonna have to do it because I don't think I have one in here. I'm making you moderator. But thank you so much, Cameron. I'm glad to have you part of the community. Thank you so much. Your donations go a long way, especially with keeping this going. Like I said, this is my passion, and the one door closed, the store open, and I'm not going to stop. We're just going to keep going up and keep working hard. So thank you so much, Cameron. God bless you. Jesus is King. Thank you so much.
Strikes on boats to also send a message to Maduro that potentially land strikes are possible. Not to mention the fact there is a huge reward from the U.S. government for Maduro's arrest or capture.
Is there anything, to assume that the CIA was already in Venezuela operating? I mean, I've seen season 2 of Jack Ryan. You see about this on TV, but, from your experience.
From my experience, without going into classified information, the U.S. government typically has CIA personnel in countries that are of national security interest. The CIA serves a range of functions. They collect intelligence to inform national security policy making. They also engage in a range of covert action operations, paramilitary operations, influence operations, and in many cases, including in Latin America, also regime change operations.
How have those operations gone?
No, Cameron, you're good. I mean, anything's a blessing, so don't even think like that. Anything's a blessing. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And your name's written on the wall twice now. And like I said, I'll write the names down on the walls. I want to fill this whole wall up. I appreciate it. Anything besides a subscription or subscribe and a like is a blessing. So thank you so much, and God bless you.
Generally speaking, has the U.S. gotten the result it was looking for? And based on that answer, what are the risks here?
Regime change operations by the CIA have a very uneven and being kind history at best, Tony. It is true that the CIA has been successful in getting various leaders ousted. But in many cases, even when those operations are successful, what comes next is a really big problem. You get a leader out of power, sure, but ensuring stability in a country, ensuring resources, ensuring security is a whole other game, and that's been uneven and spotty.
I think we've heard the temperature sort of rising about people wondering, is there going to be a potential war in Venezuela? I mean, I think we've seen the president maintain he's more of a peace president. I mean, how worried should people be that something like that would actually happen?
Anytime the U.S. military is conducting these sorts of strikes in international waters and perhaps even in sovereign waters, there's always a risk of escalation. We have a lot of rhetoric from the Maduro regime, from the Trump administration, that is certainly worrisome. At the same time, I don't think President Trump is looking to get into a land war with Venezuela. I think the real risk here is unintended consequences and miscalculation. We saw that, for example, with the attack on what is seemingly a fishing boat and the murder of an unarmed fisherman.
Is there anything to suggest that Maduro is uniquely vulnerable right now?
Maduro's certainly been under pressure for a long time, so he is likely more vulnerable than he's been in the past. Financial sanctions, influence operations,
This guy's the
and
nice
more,
guy.
but he has staying power. So I don't know that regime change is imminent, but it certainly looks like President Trump is using every tool in his toolkit.
This dog
to
right
achieve
here
that.
is the nice guy.
All right, Sam Vinograd, appreciate
Nice
your
guy.
expertise. That was today's By the Way.
If it all goes to hell, is the U.S. willing to put boots on the ground in Venezuela?
Well, I think the American public is tired of forever wars right now, so I think it's very difficult for us to make a commitment that we're going to do something like that. But I do believe that that internationally there would be troops that would go in if they needed to.
In Washington, lawmakers are debating the legality of the U.S. military action. Some say the strikes amount to extrajudicial killings. The Trump administration insists they are lawful and self-defense. At the same time, Admiral Alvin Halsey, the head of U.S. Southern Command and the officer in charge of all Caribbean activity, suddenly announced his retirement, 2 years ahead of schedule, offering no public explanation and raising more questions about the Trump administration's plan.
If the administration were to turn around all those warships and said, okay, we've done everything we need to do here, what would that mean for President Maduro?
It would be an enormous political triumph for Maduro because he'd be able to say forever afterwards, I stood up to the U.S., I stood up to the empire, as they call it, and the empire retreated.
You know, the land is going to be next. And we may go to the Senate. We may go to the, Congress.
Oh, it is a disaster in here right now. Well, I got to fix this fan real quick. Go outside. Don't mind me eating pieces of cheese either. I love sliced cheese. I don't know why. Just once in a while, eating a thing of sliced cheese is like yummy. Okay. 43 minutes for the super chat goal, guys. Show some love and support, man. All right. We'll watch this one. We'll watch this one, then we're going to move on. I don't know. I agree. Okay, let me give my take. I agree with the war if they can't come to a conclusion about certain things, right? Because we all know Venezuela and China and Russia are working together. Venezuela was like flaunting Russian missiles or something like that. I definitely agree with the fact that we need to defend our country from smuggling in contraband. Not only for the sake of us, but our children and our children's children, right? But getting into a war is not good for anybody. And I definitely just don't think it's something we need to do. But they've been wanting to do it for the past 10 years, if not longer. So we're going to have to see where it goes. But Mr. No New Wars is doing it. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, it's always, I think we should just not be surprised anymore, right? 40 more double taps will be at 100 likes. Thank you guys so much. By the way, I was going to take methylene blue this morning in front of the camera, but I always do it right when I wake up. It's kind of like my coffee. You guys need to try it. I forgot to tell you guys that in the beginning of the stream. But all right, let's see.
You know, the land is going to be next. And we may go to the Senate. We may go to the, Congress and tell them about it. What are they going to do? Say, gee, we don't want to stop drugs pouring in?
The Pentagon now planning to send the Navy's most advanced aircraft carrier, the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, from the Mediterranean Sea to the Caribbean in an escalation of the administration's campaign to target drug smugglers. For reaction, Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired General Jack Keane, joining me now. Thank you, sir, for being with us this morning. I want to get right to it. The White House says they've got the legal authority for these strikes on these drug boats. But now they're talking about cartel strikes on land as well. There's this aircraft carrier strike group headed to the Caribbean. The CIA was also authorized to.
Okay. For 2 a.m. or no, I think it's for 2 o'clock. What time is it? Okay, so I think it's starting right now. Sorry, guys. God, I'm freaking sloppy sometimes. So I think Candace is going live in 2 minutes. So we're gonna head over to her channel. It says 2 a.m., but I don't think that's the right one. So look, it says. All right. Charlie's Angels or Demons? Disturbing footage emerges. She's probably talking about the Mikey McCoy footage. I think she means 2 o'clock. So we're gonna sit here and wait for the next few minutes. Can I not go full screen? No. All right. We're gonna see what's up here. In the meantime, all right. In the meantime, I got the marker right here. Anyone want to send some super chats through and get your name written on the donor wall behind me? Feel free. We got 39 more minutes left for the super chat goal. We just need 9 more super chats, $5 and above. Then I'll bring my tortoise out. His name's Bud. And yeah, so thank you guys for the love and support today. It's been overwhelming. If you guys want to get your name written on the wall behind me, any amount of super chat, get your name written down. Doesn't matter. The lowest amount, what doesn't matter. A lot of people already have their name written down twice, 3 times. Sid has his name down 3 times. So I got the marker out right here. If you want to send through some super chats while we wait, I'll get your name written down on the wall, and we'll keep expanding it. I am enjoying the way it looks. We got a lot of names so far, so let's keep it going. I really want to get the whole wall full of names around my sign. And then I want to get a silver marker and maybe start putting them on the See Me Now banner. I think that'd be cool to have like a black around the See Me Now banner and then have like silver on the See Me Now banner. I think that'd be pretty cool. All right, well, we're waiting for Candace to go live, guys. Past 28 days, we have 771,000 views, man. That's awesome. I know, Cameron, me neither. It's kind of like we're at the point where we're all sitting here biting our nails right now. Like, oh my God, like what's going to happen? What is she going to say? It's been 2 weeks. She's been gone. Oh my God, you know? So I'm kind of excited to see. Looks like her and Charlie used to go fly fishing together, that's for sure. Oh, it says 4 p.m. now. So live in 117 minutes. Ah. It said 2 a.m. for me when I looked. Right? Yeah, I definitely can see through your phone. Yeah, no, I fucking God, maybe it's because my time on this computer's wrong. This MacBook's time is wrong. I wonder how I could fix it here. Hold on. I want to fix my time here on here. Holy crap, bro. Yeah, I really want to fix my time on here. What the... Hmm. Yeah. So it's 2:04. Yeah, it's about an hour, 2 hours. 2 hours. I'm CDT, Central Daylight Time. Where are you from, Cameron? So I suppose we can go over other stuff here. Since it's at 4, I'm definitely gonna have to be live after I get my kids. I might have to like. I wonder. Hold on. Yeah, because I gotta go pick up my kids at well, I have till 5:30, but I don't like having them not here. I miss my girls when they're not here. You think for being a single dad, I'd take up some time when they're at school, but I don't. I don't care. I miss them when they're not here. Why is this not exiting off? The hell? Actually, we can do this. Oh, I guess Tyler Robinson's appearing right now. Idaho, shout out Idaho. I'm from North Dakota. So that's why I wish I had a wife or a girlfriend, because then while I go get my kids, she can sit here and take over the live for a minute. But you guys would probably be bored without me anyway. I'm probably just gonna have to oh yeah, fuck, I don't even have this pulled up, do I? I'm gonna have to I don't know, I'll probably just have to pull up waiting screen and go grab them and then come back, and then we can start tuning into the podcast. I'm not sure. Um Oh yeah, it's definitely getting cold. It's raining right now.
If either party has a security concern
What's up?
specific
What's
to
up,
this
King?
case, they may present evidence from the Sheriff's Department by affidavit. Declaration Exhibit.
Oh, and then for the super chats again, I really want to give shout outs to where it's due, especially Cameron. Shout out Cameron for the 2 super chats. Quinn Martin, thank you for the super chat. Tree Gnome, thank you for the super chat. Much love to you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. You guys are the reason why this channel can continue to keep running at a good rate and going up like it is. So thank you guys so much.
Or testimony. This order does not limit the Sheriff's Department's ability to coordinate with the court or otherwise act as authorized by law. Turning to the motion to appear in civilian clothing and without physical
Have a good day,
restraints.
Zelna.
The parties agree that during trial,
And the
the
family's
defendant
going
has a
good,
right
King.
to appear in civilian clothing and that any restraints must be
Going good,
concealed
going
from the
good.
jury.
The YouTube's
Mr.
going up.
Robinson
We're
now seeks to
growing.
extend those rights to all pretrial
Everything's
proceedings.
going good.
The court considered each request separately. In relation to requests to appear in civilian clothing, Mr. Robinson asks to appear in civilian clothing at all pretrial hearings. He argues that the extensive media coverage of this case creates a real risk of prejudice if the public and potential jurors repeatedly see him in jail attire. The state, the Sheriff's Department, and the court security director opposed the request, arguing that jail clothing assists with safety and identification. The court has balanced these competing concerns. The case has attracted
All right,
extraordinary
guys, I
public.
gotta listen to something on my phone real quick. So YouTube, I'm just muting my mic real quick so I can listen to something on my phone. This is Tyler Robinson's court appearance, so you guys can listen real quick.
In media
Thank you, King. I appreciate it. How you been doing?
attention. Images of Mr. Robinson in jail clothing are likely to circulate widely and influence prospective jurors. Given the scale of that publicity, the risk of prejudice is significant. However, Mr. Robinson's, let me see here. As previously stated, Mr. Robinson sits before this court presumed innocent, and that presumption remains unless and until each element of every offense charged against him is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. To date, this has not occurred, and the presumption of innocence remains. Balancing these factors, the court finds that Mr. Robinson's right to the presumption of innocence outweighs the minimal inconvenience of permitting civilian attire, and Mr. Robinson shall be dressed as one who is presumed innocent. Accordingly, the defendant's request to appear in civilian clothing for all pretrial proceedings is granted. Defense counsel is directed to coordinate with the jail to ensure that this order is implemented, and the court further orders that if the clothing be provided 72 hours prior to any hearing. To the second request to appear without physical restraints, Mr. Robinson also requests to appear unrestrained during pretrial proceedings. He argues that visible restraints would prejudice potential jurors, undermine his dignity, and interfere with his ability
That's good, bro. I'm
to
glad you got a
communicate
job,
with
homie.
counsel. Rule 3-14 sub 9C of the Utah Rules of Judicial Administration requires that all in custody defendants be restrained unless otherwise ordered by the court. The court recognizes that Mr. Robinson has no criminal history and no record of misconduct while in custody.
That's the
However,
way to go, bro.
the charges
Keep
he
going.
faces
Proud
are
of you.
extraordinarily serious, carrying potential penalties of life imprisonment or death. The safety of Mr. Robinson, the attorneys, court staff, and the public must remain the court's highest priority. The emotional nature of these proceedings also raise the risk of disruption. Given these factors, the defendant's request to appear without restraint is denied. The court directs the Sheriff's Department to conduct an individualized assessment and use the least restrictive restraints necessary to maintain safety. If those restraints impede the defendant's ability to communicate with counsel or take notes, counsel may renew the motion. I wish now to also address the decorum and media restrictions. To mitigate any potential prejudice, the court will amend its standing decorum order. The media will be prohibited from photographing or visually recording Mr. Robinson's restraints and from photographing or recording him while entering, exiting, or standing in the courtroom. In making this amendment, the court has considered the factors in Rule 4-401.01 sub 2. This is a high-profile case with strong public interest. Restricting the recording of restraint strikes the proper balance between Mr. Robinson's right to a fair proceeding and the public's right to access and transparency. In conclusion, the court orders as follows. Defendant's motion to strike the sheriff's response is granted. Defendant's motion to
Same to you,
appear in
brother.
civilian clothing is granted. Defendant's motion to appear without restraints is denied. The standing decorum order will be amended to prohibit any visual recording or photography of the defendant's restraints or of the defendant entering or exiting the courtroom. This constitutes the order of the court, and a written order and ruling will be published shortly. Both defense and prosecution have stipulated.
You know, I'm really surprised that the feds didn't pick this up, man. You think that the feds would have picked it up simply off because they could have charged him with domestic terrorism, right? You think the feds would have picked him up. So 27 minutes the super chat goal ends, guys. 10 super chats, $5 and above. If you want to support your boy, go ahead and send a super chat over. Regardless, any super chat gets put on the wall. As you can see, there's names behind me. Much love to the people who are supporting the channel and supporting the journey. God bless you guys. Let's continue with the court hearing. Candace is going live at 4 o'clock, so we got about an hour and 48 minutes.
To vacate the October 30th hearing. Additional time is needed to complete discovery and to file motions addressing whether non-evidentiary hearings should be conducted virtually, whether to impose any blanket restrictions on cameras in the courtroom, and any other motions that may arise. This matter is set to return before the court on January 16th, 2026 at 1 p.m. and again on January 30th, 2026 at 1 p.m. Both hearings will be heard and held in person with Mr. Robinson present to address these issues. And that concludes the order of this court. Counsel, thank you for being here. Mr. Robinson, we'll see you on January 16th and January 30th at 1 p.m. Court Court is now in recess.
So did they not show Tyler Robinson? Was he not shown or what? Was he not shown or what?
Your Honor, Kathy Nestor, Richard.
His lawyer probably just showed up on
2025.
behalf for him.
During that hearing, the parties addressed several related matters. The first, Mr. Robinson's motion.
President Trump says he hopes China can help end the Russia-Ukraine.
Trump responds to Putin's alleged nuclear missile tests, not playing games. Ooh, what's this about?
Ukraine war ahead of his meeting with Xi Jinping this week. But Trump also says he is assessing the Russian threat after
Thank you, Melanie.
President
I appreciate
Vladimir
you. God
Putin and his
bless. I
top general
couldn't ask
claimed
for
they
any better
successfully
life,
tested
though.
a nuclear-powered cruise missile.
They're not playing games with us. We're not playing games with them either. We test missiles all the time, and I don't think it's an appropriate thing for Putin to be saying either, by the way. You ought to get the war ended. A war that should have taken 1 week is now in its soon 4th year. That's what you ought to do instead of testing missiles.
Former CIA Station Chief Dan Hoffman joins us now. Dan, how big of a deal is this, and what impact will it have?
Well, I think it's worth remembering that China and Russia signed their no-limit strategic partnership back in February of 2022. There's really three components there. First, an ideological one. Both Putin and Xi are ruthless dictators, and so they see eye to eye on how to run their countries internally and aggressively overseas.
Welcome in, Harper.
There's an
Welcome
economic
in.
component because Russia needs to import
Double
dual-use
tap that
military
screen, hit the
technology from
subscribe
China
button
to
if you
keep
haven't
their
already. God bless
army supplied with what they need to carry on their invasion of
We've been
Ukraine.
live
And
for almost
Russia
5 hours now.
exports hydrocarbons to China, which is really important for China's economy. And then there's a strategic component where both Russia and China want to limit the United States' ability to project power overseas. For Russia, obviously, that means in Europe, and for China in the Pacific. I think what President Trump might be doing here is exposing China's support to Russia, using it as leverage. I'm not sure the president expects China to do anything to help solve this conflict, but he's countering China's rationale for their for an attack on Taiwan, and he's again exposing China's nefarious support to this war. And I think that's a good thing for the trade negotiations.
As you look at the right-hand side of your screen, any moment now we are waiting for President Trump to be greeted by the Emperor of Japan. But I want to go back to the missile that Russia is bragging about. Do you believe the hype coming out of the Kremlin about this nuclear-powered missile? And if so, should we be concerned here in the U.S., not just for the warhead part of it, Dan, which obviously would cause a nuclear catastrophe, but also the fact that it is nuclear-powered? And oftentimes, you know, mistakes happen, problems happen, and there could be ultimately fallout, no pun intended.
Yeah, I think that absolutely we have to be concerned. I expect that the U.S. intelligence community is seeking to collect as much intelligence on this new threat as we can, and on our defense circles as well. Look, absolutely, this is of concern to us. It's a Russian effort to demonstrate their power, to extort us and our European allies. And so absolutely, it's a real intelligence requirement for us. I can tell you, going back to my days at CIA, collecting on Soviet and then later Russian military capabilities was of the highest priority.
All right, Dan, we just saw the emperor, the Japanese emperor, exit the imperial palace, and he's waiting to greet President Trump. We see the motorcade pulling up, and President Trump is just about to get out of the vehicle and shake the emperor's hand. What do you think about this moment and President Trump's trip to Japan overall, and the significance of it in light of the fact that he is going to be meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping in just a few days from now?
Yeah, I think it's a really powerful image, and this.
God, look how thick that door is right there. It's supposed to be like bomb or blast resistant or something like that. That's a thick ass door. I wonder how much the car weighs. Can't remember how much specifically it weighs. I'm gonna look it up.
Demonstration of presidential power. When the president travels overseas and meets with our most important adversaries like China, as well as our key allies like Japan, it's a powerful demonstration of the power that our country holds in the world. The president is making an extraordinary trip here and hitting on all the key issues, the key national security issues for our nation. Japan is such a critical ally in the Pacific. We've got extraordinarily close economic ties, and we rely on one another to deter China from aggressive action in the region. And so this is a really important image and important for the president that he's getting out and making another trip. It's a whirlwind tour.
There will be no cameras inside as the president meets the emperor and they discuss whatever they're going to discuss. So we're going to move on to other issues. Specifically, we have this situation which I can't seem to get past, Dan, and I would like your thoughts on it. How tough is it diplomatically to need your number one adversary, in this case, China, to help you end a war involving what arguably is your number 2 adversary in Russia. How do you square that circle, Dan?
Yeah, I think the president understands that that circle isn't going to be squared. But I really believe the president understands that highlighting China's role in supporting the most destructive land war in Europe is of benefit to the United States, because one thing we're trying to do is drive a wedge between Europe and China. Europe relies on China for their trade, and China's been taking advantage of them. I think that by exposing China's role in this war, we can help Europe help remove the scales from the eyes of European leaders and understand that they need a little bit more of a realistic strategy towards China. I think that's important going forward. I'm not sure that anyone believes that China is going to back away from their support for their extremely close ally, Russia, at this time.
Yeah, and because of China, Japan really relies on the United States as a security guarantor, so they are going to be rolling out the red carpet for President Trump, and President Trump's meeting with the emperor is part of that 5-star treatment. Former CIA Station Chief Dan Hoffman, we thank you for joining us this morning.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
The headline in the New York Times was Democrats block federal worker pay bill as shutdown drags on. The vote to pay military and essential workers broke down like this: 54 yes, 45 no. Just 3 Democrats joined Republicans in voting to pay furloughed workers. And Senator John Fetterman was quick to point out, I'm a Democrat, I voted yes. Senator Fetterman has been one of the clearest voices in calling for an end to the shutdown, analogizing the situation to Groundhog Day.
Are you surprised that vote after vote, it's just been 3 Democrats time and again who voted for this bill? Does that surprise you?
Yeah, it's Groundhog Day, you know, and I'm just saying, and it's not entertaining. That's a great movie, but this is
Yo, I gotta mop the floor right fast. My dogs just brought in a lot of water from outside. 1 second. Well, that was great. And my dog's literally just brought in a crap ton of water. That's crazy. It's freaking really raining outside, though, so it was my fault for forgetting to bring them in. All right, 18 minutes on the Super Chat goal, guys. 10 $5 up Super Chats. Any Super Chat, though, gets the name written on the wall behind me. I got the marker right here. So help support the channel, help support the journey by Super Chatting. If you guys want to send it and make me get 100%, copy paste the Streamlabs link down below or in the description. Put it into your browser. Send it through there as well. But I got names behind me already, as you can see. If you want to get on the donor wall, go ahead and send a Super Chat through. But 10 of them, $5 and above. No, you're good, Harper. Don't worry about it. It's a blessing that you're here now. Not worried about it at all, Harper. Thank you for being here in general. But like I said, guys, about 15 more minutes left on the Super Chat goal, $5 and above. Any Super Chat gets your name on the donor wall. Thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. I have the best community on YouTube. I appreciate it. And yeah, so Candace goes live at 4. Got an hour and a half left. I gotta
Senator
get my
Fetterman
kids
joins me
at some
now.
point
Senator,
here in the
an honor to have you. That clip was from Tuesday, and you said you weren't
Pick up my kids
surprised
from
by the
school.
continual votes by your party to not reopen the government. But were you surprised when the vote came on Thursday to pay military, to pay furloughed workers, and you were just one of 3 Democrats saying, let's pay these essential workers?
I mean, I'm not surprised when I do believe that there's a critical mass of my fellow Democrats that are dug in, and until there's an absolute ironclad kind of a deal, and I do fundamentally believe Leader Thune is an honorable guy, and I do believe we could have a sincere conversation, you know, after we can open it up, and then we don't have to do this 3-card Monty about, you know, do this, do that, do the other thing. Let's just open it up, and then we have our snap we have everyone's paid, and then we can have that conversation to see if we can extend those tax credit deals, because I do believe there are enough Republicans that would like to see that too. And now for me, I don't check. It's like, are we winning? Are we losing? And the thing, it's like, because I guarantee America is losing in this place right now.
No doubt America's losing in this, Senator. And I wonder, you're in the halls of Congress.
I also got to go out in the rain in a minute, too, because my new webcam is going to be here. So that's going to be nice. You guys are going to be able to see me through 4K, right? New webcam coming, so I got to watch outside, make sure when the mail person comes, I can go grab it, because we don't want it to get all wet. So, but, no, you're good. If you guys can't donate, that's completely fine. I'm just letting you know that if you guys want to be on the donor wall behind me, go ahead and send through a super chat. YouTube does take a brutal 30%, so if you want me to get the full amount, go ahead and click the 3 dots above my head, go to the description, copy and paste the link into your browser, and send it that way. But God bless you guys. Jesus is King. I appreciate every single one of you guys for being here. Harper, Zelna, Cameron, everybody. Nick, everybody, thank you guys for being here. We are going to go over the Candace video together when she starts her stream. I do have to get my kids from school in an hour. They do have after school program till 5:30 though, but I don't like, I'm not one of those parents who's like, oh, I'm going to have them be at after school program so I can do my thing. It's like, nah, bro, I'd rather have them here and interrupt my live here and there, but I'd rather have them with me. That's just how I am. I get like separation anxiety. It's probably because I had them kept from me for a year and a half and I had to fight for them like I did, but they're my everything. I don't go out and drink. I don't go to bars. I don't do none of that. Don't hang out with friends. I just live stream, take care of my kids, and boom, that's it. Anyway, let's play this. Sorry, I was just watching this stuff here. Yeah, we got, what is it? 15 minutes left on the super chat goal, guys.
You are in some of these meetings with fellow Democrats, and do you hear privately some of your Democratic colleagues saying, we got in this thing?
Thank you very much.
I mean,
I pride myself
I just know that two things
I could do
must
anything in this world. I could be a billionaire. I could be whatever status, whatever. But nothing means more to me than being a good dad, because in my opinion, that's my legacy. When I leave this earth in a long time, it's gonna be a long time from now, but my kids are my legacy, so I make them my priority over everything. It's facts.
True in this situation right now.
I'm 26 years
depends
old.
on 2 million
long life ahead of
Pennsylvanians
me.
to feed themselves, and
My
I believe
kids
it's
are my
about
everything.
40 million Americans across the nation. That's a big deal right now. And now we all realize that a lot of the premiums are going to go up, and we might want to address that too. We can support those two things, but I think it's fundamentally wrong regardless to shut our government down for those things. The Republican side has their priorities. We have our priorities. I think we have to agree that our government must be open.
And you think it's time?
520, never forget. Thank you so much. As a man, you sacrifice. That's just how I look at it. But to me, it is a sacrifice, but to men, we don't look at it as that. We look at it as you're our everything. Like my kids helped me get through the darkest times. Even when they were kept from me for a year and a half, I was in a custody battle and everything. I just kept going because I knew I was going to win. What happens in the dark comes to the light. Got my kids, and it's just, I couldn't be any more happier. My life is awesome. I'm just so blessed. They're my everything. There's no greater motivation than having kids that you wake up in the morning and look at, and they depend on you. They love you unconditionally, and it's your job to love them unconditionally and do what you have to do for them. And that, to me, that's just the best job in the world. I couldn't ask for any better position to be in life ever. And I mean that. It's just, I'd give up anything for them to be happy. So that's just my position. I love them. That's why I work so hard on here. I'm trying to create generational wealth. It's not about the money, but it's about legacy. And I want to make sure that I have a legacy that can take care of my kids and their kids as kids and everything like that. That's why I'm on here every day working hard and doing what I have to do, man. So thank you guys. You guys always motivate me, man. Thank you guys so much.
Time for Republicans to nuke the filibuster and end this thing.
I mean, I think I've broached that before. I think it's entirely appropriate, and I would remind all of us, the Democrats, we wanted to nuke the entire filibuster. I'm referring to right now carving out this specific right now. I'm not talking about eliminating the entire filibuster. It's really not much different than about the en blanc kind of nominees, and I think that was appropriate to do that in that situation as well too. And carving it out the filibuster now would make it almost impossible to shut our government down in the future, regardless if it's the Democrats or the Republicans doing these things. We should remove ourselves our power to shut this down in this way.
Senator Fetterman, I want to talk to you about the ideological way forward for the Democratic Party, because we've seen this rise of democratic socialism and progressivism. And, I'm wondering, what do you think the ideological path is for your party?
Well, really, the party's going to go its own way, but I've been going my way. I'm going to fight for wins in Pennsylvania, and there's issues that I will agree and align with on the Republican side, specifically like Israel, and I celebrated those great peace deal. And I also really very strong that we have to secure our border, and I was the co-sponsor of the Laken bill as well. And right now, I'm in a minority that I think it's wrong to shut our government down in this situation right now. And now, so for me, and there's things that I strongly believe in too on the Democratic side, but I'm always going to vote country over party. I'm always going to vote for paying for the military over my party and those things, because I think that's what's appropriate right now. The direction where my party's going, won't see, but I can control my vote and my voice, and that's exactly where I am. And I'm going to call balls and strikes. And it's an easy choice to pick my country over the party, especially in circumstances like this.
Senator Axios had this, and it was eye-opening. Democrats have not flipped a GOP Senate seat since Fetterman did in 2022. He still is popular with Pennsylvania voters. I looked at a Morning Consult poll. You are plus 11 in favorability. A lot of people like you in Pennsylvania. And I wonder, has anyone in the party come to you and said, Reginald, you're the last time we flipped a Senate seat. How did you do it? And what can we do? What can we learn from that?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And if I become a problem for Democrats to being up 11 points, like in a state as purple, as difficult as Pennsylvania is, it's like that's very strange. But I'm going to be honest, and I would say this to Democrats: I'll be an honest Democrat that's going to tell you what I think is fundamentally right in this circumstances. And now I think many Democrats would agree. In certain circumstances, we're going to vote for our country, not just the party lines on this. And I'm not going to hate everything that President Trump does. There's things I'm going to agree with, and there's things I'm going to disagree on. And I represent Pennsylvania, and I just don't represent Democrats in Pennsylvania. I represent 13 million people, and there's a lot of Republicans and independents as well, too.
Yeah, I was in Pennsylvania last night. I was actually in Hershey, Pennsylvania, at an event where there were a ton of deep conservative Republicans. And some of them said to me, we're just really surprised that Senator Fetterman, he's this voice of truth, and he's willing to cross the aisle. And, they wondered if there was a transformation, or is this just who you've always been at your core, someone who really deeply wants to work with the other side?
No, really, honestly, nothing's changed. Honestly, I've always been very, very strong ally for Israel. And of course, 10-7 changed a lot of things for those things. I've always wanted to have a secure border. I remain very strongly pro-immigration as well, too. And then I've never had a time in my career when I'm like, hey, let's shut our government down. I've always been very pro on a lot of these things. I think what's maybe different now is that, there's very few Democrats that is going to just say, hey, I'm going to follow Israel through this, or hey, I think we really do need to address our border. And then I do think of a lot of those other issues. So for me, that fundamentally, again, it's my vote and my voice. And Pennsylvania is up plus 11. I'm not really sure if someone has an issue with it, that's okay. But I'll be very honest and I'll play it straight.
Yeah, and Senator, I just want to ask you, a fun question on the way out here. Tomorrow, big game, Steelers, Green Bay. I imagine I can guess who you're supporting, and your thoughts on the game.
Yeah, I think the most controversial thing I could say is I'm a secret Packer fan or whatever, and I'm absolutely not. Steelers. Oh my God. Steelers. That's one of the state religion in Western Pennsylvania, and of course, now I'm also. Western Pennsylvania is also part of that. There's the Sheetz Wawa. That's another one of the Pennsylvania arguments where we're Sheetz. But absolutely. And now when I just landed, I came back from D.C. this morning, and I see a lot of Packers hats, in the airport. So I think it's going to be a brawl, and I will keep it nice, clean, fun. But it's an amazing weekend for football, absolutely, in Pennsylvania right now.
It is. Senator Fetterman, I love your hoodie, and everyone on my Instagram Live said they love it too. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thanks. Keep up the great work. All right.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
I'm going to have to know that we're going to make a deal. I'm not going to be wasting my time. I've always had a great relationship with Vladimir Putin, but this has been very disappointing. I thought this would have gone long before peace in the Middle East.
And that's President Trump on Air Force One on Saturday, again saying that he's not going to waste time meeting with Vladimir Putin unless a deal to end the war in Ukraine is likely. It comes after President Trump hit Russia's two largest oil companies with sanctions to pressure those companies and Putin into ending the war, a move that helped push global oil prices higher by 5% last week. Ukrainian President Zelensky is still calling for new sanctions against Russia and its allies after a weekend drone attack by Russia killed 3 people
All right,
and
guys,
injured
anyone
31,
else that wants to send
including
in
6 children. Here's the president on potential
$5
additional
up super
sanctions.
chat. We got 6 minutes left, man. Be much appreciated. Any super chat, get your name written on the wall. Got the marker right here. Markers right here. Any super chat, get your name written on the wall. We do have a goal of 10 $5 up super chats. Probably not going to make it. That's fine. Anything's a
Joining
blessing.
me now,
Thank you,
live
guys.
from Brussels, is the U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Matthew Whitaker. Ambassador, good to see you. What do you believe the impact is on those sanctions on the two oil companies out of Russia?
Well, they're significant. It's good to be with you this morning. I think what we need to understand is that Russian oil and the sale of Russian oil is the lifeblood that continues to fund the war machine and continue to prosecute this war. And so, we've called for, obviously, our NATO allies, especially here in Europe, to stop buying Russian oil and gas. And we're working with them to transition as soon as possible for them to hopefully buying a lot of American oil and gas. And then, obviously, the 3 big purchasers, China, Turkey, Brazil, and especially India, they all need to wean themselves as well. And these 2 companies that are being sanctioned that I think are going to have a dramatic impact on the sale of Russian oil and gas. In fact, India and China have already started to change their behavior. So we're making good steps. And again, President Trump holds all the cards, and he's going to play them as he sees appropriate to bring this war to an end and end the killing.
Yeah, but Ambassador, Putin and his top general are claiming that they've successfully tested a nuclear-powered cruise missile. The president reacted on Air Force One yesterday. Watch.
They're not playing games with us. We're not playing games with them either. We test missiles all the time. I don't think it's an appropriate thing for Putin to be saying either, by the way. He ought to get the war ended. A war that should have taken 1 week is now in its soon 4th year. That's what he ought to do instead of testing missiles.
The president says that he would like China to help him end the war in Ukraine, Ambassador. Senator Lindsey Graham is pushing for, quote-unquote, Russia Week on the Senate floor. He wants a vote on designating Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism.
You couldn't have said it any better, Cameron. What's this about? Honestly, guys, I'm just going through news right now. Waiting for Candace to come on. Welcome back a little bit. Welcome back. God bless. 4 minutes on the super chat goal. 4 minutes. Any super chats, get your name written on the wall. I got the marker right here.
And I think we're going to have a successful transaction for both countries.
Now, President Trump kicking off a nearly week-long trip in Asia. Topping that agenda is the face-to-face meeting with President Xi Jinping later this week. General Jack Keane is here. And General, good morning to you. I was watching Shannon's show on Sunday, and one of the guests she had on there is that he was a negotiator with the Chinese, with the U.S. delegation with the Chinese. He said, you never know when they're going to bring up Taiwan. They don't bring it up every time, but when they bring it up, it tells us that it's on their mind. What do you expect to come from this, other than trade, General?
Well, I think there are a number of issues on the table, but in particular, I mean, the president is traveling to this part of the world, making 3 stops, a critical stop in Japan to have a closer relationship with this new prime minister for sure, being Abe's protege. And Abe had the closest relationship with our president than any other international figure. And the second thing is obviously the meeting with President Xi. And he comes into this, to the region itself, and specifically with the meeting with Xi, literally with the wind on his back. I mean, everybody recognizes what has happened in the Middle East, that the United States has pushed back Iran many years, and its proxies as well, and it has achieved a hegemonic dominance we haven't had there for decades. And he's also squeezing Russia.
All right, we're going to move on to a different topic here. I mean, I'm fucking... Excuse my language, but I'll fall asleep here. Shocking video captured the moment a volcano in the Philippines erupted, spewing plumes of black smoke 7,000 feet into the sky. Let's watch this. Oops. Did not mean to do that. This looks like it's going to be crazy. Holy. That's crazy. I'm so glad I don't live near volcanoes. 45 seconds on the super chat goal, guys. That's insane. Oh. Yeah, that'd be crazy. No, I was in the Philippines, Cameron. Trans teen Trinity Shockley admits to plotting Valentine's Day mass shooting in what? A mass shooting obsessed trans teen has admitted to plotting a Valentine's Day massacre in her Indiana high school. Trinity Shockley, 18, is set to plead guilty to felony conspiracy to commit unaliving in return for spending a maximum of 12 and a half years in prison and 5 years of probation, according to the Morgan County Prosecutor's Office. Wow, just 12 years? Holy. Shockley, who authorities say identifies as male and uses the name Jamie, was arrested in February Monday after police received a tip that she had access to an AR-15, had purchased a bulletproof vest, and was obsessed with mass shooters. Yep, this is scary. Also, they found evidence that she was planning on shooting at her own school, and this is planned to stage it to coincide with the anniversary of the Parkland shooting. Shockley also barred from researching school. Shockley is also barred from researching school shooters for life, with all her electronic devices to be monitored by software that will hold her accountable, and she will be banned from ever owning a gun. She must also pay for mental health counseling. She's expected to make her plea in court November 24th. Wow. No, you're good, Cameron. No, you're good. You're good. I get it. I'm the one that always messes up at things. Yeah, that's just insane, you guys. There's too much of this. This is why, it's just a sickness going around, you guys. Like I'm not gonna lie. It's just this is just insane. I mean, in our country, we've never heard of this much chaos going on because of this ideology and this craziness. Who looks up to these people? Like, who looks up to these people who do these things? It's crazy. Yeah, that's just wow. Two Long Island sisters charged with gang assaulting after allegedly stabbing a 21-year-old man who was defending his younger sister. Let's go into this one. Two teenage sisters viciously stabbed a 21-year-old Long Island man for defending his younger sister against them on Saturday, police and family said. Bay Shore siblings, Diamond King 18 and Maya King Harrison, 19, allegedly got into a violent tussle with a victim outside of a Mastic home in Suffolk County around 10:12 p.m., according to authorities. Suffolk County Police said he was taken to Stony Brook University Hospital, where a father told Newsday his son, Nico Castana, is in a medically induced coma. One of the sisters allegedly attacked Castana after he had attempted to protect his younger sister against the two suspects. Footage obtained by News 12 shows a young man calling 911 to let the first responders know he'd just been stabbed. King and King Harrison were hit with first-degree gang assault and first-degree assault charges. It's a normal thing to do, Father Lionel Castana told Newsday in reference to his adult son standing up for his sister. Well, yeah. The victim's sister, who is only 14 years old, has been targeted in the past by a group of girls, and dad additionally told News 12, "I'm glad my son was there and he survived because my daughters would have gotten stabbed. My daughter would have gotten stabbed." Lionel Castana said, "She's very small, she's tall, but she's very slim. She probably would have died." The sisters were arrested Sunday and are expected to be arraigned Monday. This is the kind of stuff we deal with, guys. Can't even have an older brother sticking up for a younger sister without him getting, hurt. Permaban for this guy. Yeah, sad situations. It's a good older brother for sticking up for his sister, and this is what happens to him. So, I mean, this is just ridiculous. You said there was a hurricane here or what? Yeah, sorry guys. Sorry if I'm being quiet. I'm just thinking. Yeah, so that's crazy though that guy got hit up like that. It's unfortunate how these people are, man.
MSNBC.
It's sad. There's a lot of dumb things that go on, but it's like, you can't even protect your younger sister anymore without getting hit up. It's just the mentality of these kids nowadays, though. I mean, they just, with the propaganda they're fed, the music, the violence.
Alex Tabbitt is reporting on the ground in New Mexico, the state with the highest percentage of residents receiving SNAP benefits. Jake Sherman is co-founder of Punchbowl News and an MSNBC political contributor. And former Republican Congressman from Florida, Carlos Curbelo, joins us. He's an MSNBC political analyst. Jake, is there anything you realistically see
I'm going to go fill my coffee cup real quick. I'll be right back.
happening in the next few days to
26 more likes will be at 100 likes. Thank you guys so much.
No,
Double tap
I
your
don't.
screen.
A few things. Number one, there is a contingency fund that could backfill SNAP benefits, but the administration, the Trump administration, does not believe they are within the limits of the law to use that money to backfill SNAP. SNAP spends about $9 billion a month. That contingency fund has about $5 billion, but they've come to the conclusion, backed Vice Speaker Mike Johnson that they don't have the ability legally to do that. So that's the choice, and that's the calculation and the choice that they have made. That's number one. Number two, there is a chance that the Senate could pass a standalone bill. Josh Hawley has a bill to backfill SNAP benefits. The House of Representatives isn't here. And if it does pass the Senate, which is no sure thing, then the House would have a really tricky calculus to make in coming back. The White House, meanwhile, is not interested in these kind of one-off bills. They want to keep pressure on Democrats to open the entire government, not just fill money into the SNAP accounts. So there's just a lot of, it's a lot of chicken going on between all the parties involved, and there's real impacts. I mean, if you look at, and we put this in our newsletter this morning in Punchbowl News AM, if you look around the country, the front page of a ton of newspapers on Sunday, to the extent that people still read newspapers, and I hope they do, carried stories about SNAP and the challenges without funding and food banks coming online and trying to make up the difference. So it's a real big problem. And this is a major pain point that Congress is going to have to deal with and be cognizant of.
Yeah, I do that too. I spend a lot of the early morning hours checking out local newspapers and local TV websites as well. So if it's led there 11 o'clock news or 6 o'clock news the night before, it's out there. No doubt it's all over the papers in New Mexico because, Alex, as I said, about 1 in 5 people where you are rely on SNAP to help pay their grocery bills. So what are you hearing there?
That's absolutely right, Chris. And what I've been hearing all morning, talking to both volunteers who work at food banks, but also clients of these food banks, is a mix of fear and frustration. Fear because, as you said, 1 in 5 New Mexicans rely on SNAP. That's almost 500,000 people, 21% of the state, the highest state participation rate of any state in the country. And frustration because there's this feeling that I've been hearing about over and over again that the people on Capitol Hill and in the White House, who they see as responsible for this government shutdown, who stand in the way of putting meals on the table for themselves and their family, don't understand their lives. But don't take this frustration from me, Chris. I want you to hear from some of the people who have been speaking to today.
They're not suffering. They don't need the program. All of us that need the program are the ones that are going to suffer. If they could put themselves in our shoes for one day and see how it is to be able to live from day to day, just trying with the uncertainty of what's going to go on.
How are you feeling in this moment, knowing that that funding is set to...
Disheartened, lied to, sad, scared, frustrated, upset.
It is not sustainable for food banks to fill this gap. We were not built to do this. We will stand out there and we will do our very best.
And Chris, that first woman you heard from, her name is Juanita Manzanares. And while she's both a client of the food bank, the Food Depot, where I'm at right now, she's also a volunteer who spent the day in the last couple of weeks crisscrossing New Mexico, making sure people stay fed during this holiday season with this SNAP funding lapse deadline just around the corner, which really speaks to the community-based effort here.
Where are you from, Kristen Bayon, or Bayonan? Sorry if I mispronounced your name, but... And they can't set up their own EBT in each state because it's a federal thing. Taxes are going into it, so the federal government's not going to let that happen.
Here to make sure people aren't going hungry. Chris?
Alex, thank you for that. You know, Congressman, I'm sure you heard the Republican Congresswoman, Ana Paulina Luna, say that the shutdown she thinks could go past Thanksgiving. But the New York Times reports, quote, some are turning to side hustles like delivering food, walking dogs, and selling personal items to bring in a bit of income. Others are relying on food banks. They don't know how long they can hold on. We've heard it from person after person after person. How long can Congress hold on?
Well, Chris, I think the big challenge here is that both parties feel supported by their base voters in their current stances. You know, Democrats, the Democratic base wanted to see their party stand up to Donald Trump, show that they could be tough against Trump and congressional Republicans. So they don't feel any particular urgency. Maybe these new dynamics with unions asking to end the shutdown, that could pressure both parties. And then on the Republican side, you know, there's no pressure from the base either to reach any kind of compromise with Democrats. The polling, although it seems Republicans are paying a higher price, there isn't that big of a difference in who the American people are blaming. So for now, I think it's status quo, as Jake said. I don't see this changing anytime soon unless there's more and more pressure, unless there's more pain like the one that we're seeing here in New Mexico and throughout the country that gets more attention and where people just start clamoring for some kind of change. But for now, it doesn't seem like anything is going to change the current dynamic.
Well, as we've been pointing out, Congressman, SNAP is not the only government program under threat. WIC, Head Start, they provide nutrition assistance to mothers, babies, small children. Essential Air Services, they subsidize airline service to small rural communities. I mean, you could go on and on about programs that are affected, but I think the thing to point out is they affect all states, red states and blue states. What's it going to take for the White House to see this differently?
I think, sadly enough, it's just going to have to get worse and worse, right, in terms of the impact out there, in terms of the local stories in each community. And maybe that can build enough political pressure that will reach one side or the other. And by the way, the sad part of all of this is that it really wouldn't be very hard for the two sides to come to an agreement, at least on having a formal negotiation on these Affordable Care Act tax credits that Democrats are championing, and that would also have a major impact if that's not addressed throughout the country next year, especially in states like Florida, where there's a very high number of people that are subscribed to these plans because we're not a Medicaid expansion state. So I really do think, Chris, that it's going to take more and more pain that translates into political pressure in order to push these two sides to end this stalemate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, Jake, what that line is. I mean, maybe just because I have these people on my show every day talking about borrowing against their 401k, talking about when they're going to run out of money, talking about having to sit down with their kids and explain what's going on, that they can't have any extras. I mean, it goes on and on and on. Are members of Congress not hearing this?
They are. Well, first of all, let me address that. So yes, they are, absolutely. And both sides are just blaming the other side. So it's typical in this charged political climate that would happen. But I respect Carlos a ton, and I knew him when he was here. But I think he's wrong on one point and just one point only. It is difficult to agree to have this conversation when Mike Johnson just this morning said, I think these credits are bankrupting us. I think they're phony. They are going to bail out insurance companies. I mean, Mike Johnson and Steve Scalise and Tom Emmer are opposed to these tax credits. Like, I think this bears repeating. The thing that Democrats are asking for is something that House Republicans believe A, does not work, B, is broken, and C, goes against their principles, so to speak. So I actually don't think it's that simple. Now, I am skeptical of this. I'm a skeptical person by nature. The White House says that they want to use this opportunity to launch into some full-bore discussion about health care and rejiggering and overhauling health care. I think they're going to try. I think House Republicans are going to try. But as Carlos remembers, this is a bad topic for House Republicans and has been so for 15, 16 years. I mean, so I think this is actually very difficult and very intractable at this point.
Yep.
Well, good morning, everyone. We're now on day 27 of the Democrat shutdown, and we want to review with you a few pertinent facts and explain a little bit about some of the really painful things that are going on around the country. We're delighted to be joined by our dear friend, Kelly Loeffler, former U.S. Senator and now the leader of the U.S. Small Business Administration, and she can speak specifically to some of the great hardships that are being felt by the people who provide jobs now around this country. Day 27 means it's almost been a full month since
insane.
The Democrats
They
shut
said
down the
maybe it'll
government.
go past Thanksgiving.
As we near
crazy.
the end of this month, the pain being felt by so many hardworking people around this country is very real, and it gets worse with each passing day. Here's some of the stats. Last week, 1.4 million federal workers missed a full paycheck. Now, you know, many of them are furloughed, and many more are deemed essential workers, those who are essential, for example, to keep the country safe. TSA agents we've discussed, and air traffic controllers, and Border Patrol, and of course our troops. But so many of them now are going without pay. The families of military service members and the air traffic controllers and so many of these others are now at very real risk of missing the paycheck at the end of this month. The Trump administration has done everything possible to bend over backwards to try to find sources of funding within the federal government to be able to cover the bases, but it is getting more and more challenging with each day. Now, every Republican in Congress wants to stop this madness desperately. And we have voted many times, over a dozen times, collectively 13 times, to reopen the government, to keep it open and reopen it once the Democrats closed it. But here's the very simple and important fact that no one should forget. We have no ability. Republicans do not have the ability to do this on our own. It's a simple math problem. We need Democrats to help. You need 60 votes in the Senate. We only have 53 Republicans. The Democrats are the ones voting repeatedly to shut down the government. But they're not opening it back up. They spent most of their time trying to distract the American people from the very simple truth. So we brought you a little visual aid here to just remind everybody what the simple facts are. 4 simple facts here. The Democrats are required to open the government. They keep saying Republicans are in charge of government. We aren't, not in the Senate. 60 votes control the Senate, not a bare majority. And so point number one, Democrat votes are required to open the government. Point number two, they refuse to do it. They have now voted 12 times to keep the government closed. And they'll have
Just
another
trying to
chance,
ruin the economy,
today or
guys.
tomorrow, maybe multiple times this week, and we'll see what they do. Now, the third point is very important because they've been trying to confuse the American people. They've tried to say this is a fight about health care or this or that or any other thing, and it's very simple. They put this on paper. They made this their demand in writing in the record of the Senate, and it has not changed. These are just 4 subpoints there under fact number 3, but there's many more. But among the things they're demanding, this is what the Democrats in the Senate are demanding to reopen the government. They want to give $200 billion in health benefits to illegal aliens and non-citizens, paid for by U.S. taxpayers. That is in their proposal. They want billions in wasteful programs to be returned to foreign countries. So we stopped these things. They want to turn it all back on. They're demanding that we do all that to get the government open for hardworking Americans again. They want to give $500 million to left-leaning news organizations, and they want to cut $50 billion from rural hospitals. We will not do those things, and they know that very well. Which leads us to point number 4. The Democrats have now openly admitted, and you all had to cover it last week, that they're using the pain of the American people as their leverage. That was the number 2 ranked Democrat in the House, the Democrat, the minority whip, who said that, acknowledged it in an interview, that this is leverage. And Chuck Schumer himself boasted that every day of the shutdown gets better for us. That's his now infamous quote that he wishes he had not said out loud. But you know what they're doing and why. Why are they demanding these things? Why is point number 3 so essential to them? Why would they do this? Because it's unprecedented, as we've noticed, and reminded you all, they voted for CRs every time it was possible in their lives, as recently as March of this year. But they're doing it to appease their far-left Marxist base. That's the headline. That's why. That's why we're all in this mess. That's why the American people are suffering pain, because the Democrats are more afraid of the Marxist in their base than they are of hardworking Americans. See, they've made an evaluation that they have to appease the Marxist base, that they're so concerned that they'll lose their jobs if they don't appease the far left in their party. And they sat in a back room and they made the calculation that they would rather shut the government down and impose all this pain on the American people because they believe the Marxists, the far left in the base, are more active than hardworking Americans, people who go vote. And so they made the calculation that it's worth it to them. Every day gets better for us. We'll use the pain as leverage. For what? To prove to the far left base that they won't give in, that they'll fight Trump and fight the Republicans. What are they fighting? It's a clean CR. It's the same level of funding that they have voted for as recently as earlier this year. They are Biden-level policies and spending. This is not some Republican wish list. We don't have any of our priorities in this at all. It's the Democrats' own product. But they have decided to flip the script this time because they were getting too much heat from the far left. The facts are so simple. And I'll give you Exhibit B as to why this is so true. On Friday, there was a little bit of a seismic shift in politics. All of you noticed it over the weekend. We saw our clearest sign yet that this radical insurgent movement in the Democrat Party is succeeding. And they are ending what has always been known as the Democrat Party in America. After a months-long pressure campaign from the far left, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries finally relented. He gave in, and he gave his endorsement to the socialist running to be mayor of New York City. The House Democrats have chosen a side. They were forced to by that far left that they're so terrified of, and they've shown the world what they really believe. There is no longer a place for centrists and moderates in their party. The candidate that they have endorsed, Mamdani, is somebody who we've talked about a lot from this podium. He sympathized with Hamas and openly embraced anti-Semitic language. He has called to, quote, seize the means of production because he is a Marxist. He's called to abolish our borders, to abolish and end immigration enforcement, to defund the police, and to legalize prostitution, among a long list of hits that I could share with you. Zoran Mamdani is expected to take the helm of one of the most important cities in the world and the largest city in America. And he now has the full blessing of the Democrat leader in the House of Representatives. It is shocking. And that leader and all the other Democrats are going to co-own the consequences of what they do to America's largest city. Every reporter in this room should be asking every House Democrat individually whether they too agree with Hakeem's endorsement of the Marxist agenda. It's an extraordinary moment in the history of American politics, as this is not the kind of history that we need to be making. What we're witnessing is truly the end of the Democratic Party as we've known it. And even some Democrats are now saying that out loud. You can see it in their interviews. I watched one last night. All this is directly related to the Democrats' shutdown show. Why? Because just like they decided to save their own skin, that they had to endorse the Marxist Mamdani in an unprecedented move, they have also decided they had to shut down the government in an unprecedented move. No matter the pain it inflicts upon hardworking American people, they were simply more afraid of the Marxists in their party than they are of voters. For the sake of our country, we pray that their calculation is wrong. We believe it is dead wrong. And as much as they try to obscure it, as much as they try to distract you, as much as they try to say that it's about any other issue under the sun, all those issues were always scheduled to be decided. Healthcare, the expiring Obamacare subsidies, the NDAA, the appropriations, all these other things, it was always on the calendar. for Republicans and Democrats to hash it out in October, November, and December. This is not a surprise to Republicans. It's not a surprise to Democrats, and they all know it. That is the only thing they could grasp onto to try to give some sort of argument, to try to give cover for the fact that they're running from the far left base of their party. Facts are facts. And the ball is fully in the court of the Senate Democrats now. Who are they going to respond to? The American people. I think hardworking American families need to be a little more vocal. I think they need to call some of these Senate offices and tell them to stop the games. They need to know they should fear the American people worse than the Marxists who are trying to take over their party. And my friends, that is exactly what is going on right here. Now, I want to zoom in because we have a special guest and just focus on a group of men and women who are seeing the impact of this shutdown in their bottom line every single day, and that is America's small business owners. See, small businesses are the largest employers in our country, but unlike Washington Democrats, they don't have the luxury to wait out this shutdown. For many of them, federal contracts have been frozen, SBA loans and support have dried up, and business has dropped off due to uncertainty in the markets. A survey of small business owners across the country found that for the 1 in 5 small business owners who rely on government contracts, this shutdown is forcing them to pull back on their investments. And what are those investments? It's new hires, new jobs, it's supplies and services. They have to pull back on those things so that they can make payroll work, so they can keep their employees employed. One business in Raleigh, North Carolina that relies on federal environmental approval said this, quote, "The backlog that is generated by the shutdown will last long beyond today." Another business in Georgia, Ms. Loeffler's home state, specializes in home repairs, added, quote, "When livelihoods are affected in such a manner, home repairs and projects get delayed if not canceled. Our government shutdown is a threat to us all." For American businesses that rely on loans from the SBA, each day means crucial dollars lost, and that affects every American at the end of the day. Small businesses across the country are being forced to go without roughly $170 million in SBA-backed loans each day, and that adds up to $4.5 billion in blocked loans just over the course of this shutdown so far. So while Chuck Schumer says that every day gets better for his party, every day is getting much, much harder for the people who are keeping the lights on around the country. To share more about what small businesses are experiencing firsthand, we are really delighted to join and welcoming this morning the administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, Kelly Loeffler. Kelly, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thanks for being here. Well, thank you, Speaker Johnson, and the leadership gathered here. And I want to start out by thanking you all on behalf of America's 36 million small businesses for passing a clean funding bill to keep the government open, and for passing the largest working family tax cut in American history, saving taxpayers a $4 trillion tax hike that Senate Democrats voted for, congressional Democrats supported. Now, that tax cut is a big reason why we've seen a historic comeback for our nation's economy under the leadership of President Trump and congressional Republicans. Prior to the Democrat shutdown, the data was very clear. Small business optimism was at 7-year highs. Wage growth was outpacing inflation for the first time in 4 years. GDP growth was 3.8%. Deregulation, energy dominance, and fair trade were finally back. For the first time in years, America's small businesses felt the wind in their sails. They were taking on new capital to hire, expand, and invest. Now, that confidence manifested itself at the SBA through a historic demand for capital exceeding $100 billion for the first time in the agency's 72-year history under President Trump's leadership. That includes $45 billion, a record $45 billion in SBA loans to 85,000 small businesses in fiscal 2025, the most ever approved by this agency, thanks to confidence in the Trump economy. But today, 27 days later, as the Speaker said, Senate Democrats have intentionally put that momentum at risk. The SBA's loan guarantee programs have been halted, and Main Street's capital has been choked off because Senate Democrats are playing politics with lives and livelihoods. They're demanding $1.5 trillion in taxpayer money to fund health care for illegal aliens and other liberal causes. Their spin is fact-free. They want to subsidize their broken, fraudulent, and unaffordable health care system, where premiums have increased by 80% since 2014, and those are the enormous costs that are borne on the shoulders of small businesses. But the pain is the point. Every single day of this shutdown has stopped 320 local businesses every single day from accessing $170 million in SBA loans for hiring and for expansion. Now, in Chuck Schumer's own state, that is $40 million every single week. In my home state of Georgia, Senator Ossoff and Senator Warnock shutting down $35 million in Main Street capital every single week. So on day 27, all of that adds up to 6,000 small business loans that have been prevented from receiving upwards of $4 billion in Main Street lending. And it's not just the flow of capital that it's been cut off, as the speaker said. It's small businesses that rely on federal contracts. Thousands of them across the country have received stop work orders. Thousands more who rely on federal workers as their customers are seeing their revenue dry up. Here in Washington, of course, but around our military communities, around main streets across America. It's our storefronts that are cutting back hours, manufacturers that are shelving expansion plans, and generational businesses that are closing their doors for good. It's business that they will never get back. Thousands of painful stories like these are playing out, and that's what Democrats are talking about when they say they now have leverage. Now, America's small businesses make up 99% of all of our nation's businesses. They create 2 out of every 3 new jobs, and they make up about half of our GDP. So when the CEA estimates that every week of the Democrat shutdown, it shrinks the U.S. economy by $15 billion, that cost is borne by Main Street. When they estimate that Senate Democrat shutdown will cost our economy 43,000 jobs, those jobs are at local businesses. All because Senator Schumer and his caucus are willing to sacrifice Main Street so that they can derail President Trump's historic economic agenda and appease the socialist radicals who are now in charge of the Democrat Party. It's why I'm so proud to stand here with Speaker Johnson, Chairman Williams, and the entire House leadership team, because we are united behind Main Street, our military, and those who rely on critical federal services. It's time for Chuck Schumer to end the political stunt, pass a clean funding bill, open the government, stop putting illegal aliens and the Marxist socialist demands of your radical base over small businesses back home. We must bring the same common sense that prevails on Main Street back to Washington. I'll now turn it over to my good friend and chairman of the Small Business Committee, Roger Williams from the great state of Texas.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate Administrator Loeffler, and she's quoted you a lot of numbers, which are all true, but let me just tell you this. I chair the Small Business Committee. I'm a small business owner. I didn't like sell my business 10 years ago. Or anyway, we still have our family business, been in business almost since 1939.
Anyone that's new to the channel, man, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button, double tap that screen, show some love and support. Appreciate every single one of you guys.
Let me tell you, Main Street is very fearful of the Schumer shutdown. He is totally holding Main Street America, small business owners, small business employees at bay because of his future that he's concerned about. It has nothing to do with it. Main Street is 99% of the businesses are small businesses. 75% of the payroll, 75% of the workforce is small business.
Let's try and hit 100
it's every
likes,
small
man.
business
26
in your hometown.
beautiful people, so you double tap that screen. Appreciate
I go
every
over,
single
and I'm
guys.
not necessarily as much a congressman when I get home as much as a small business owner. And I can tell you what's happening out there. I'm worried about the 99%. I'm worried about the 75% of payroll, 75% of workforce. I'm worried about the fact that they cannot meet the payroll, as Administrator Loeffler said, with the SBA like it is right now, is ready to go. I mean, we are ready to go. We've had more activity in the SBA since November 5th than we've had in years because people want to start a business. They see the Trump economy works. They want to start a business. They want to stay in business. I'm worried about that group of people. I'm worried about the fact that they can't meet payroll. I'm worried about the fact that they can't buy inventory. If you can't buy inventory, you can't sell anything. And the truth of the matter is, if you want to go deeper into it, if you don't have inventory, inflation will rise because you're not discounting your inventory. That's how capitalism works. That's how the private sector works. That's how we compete. So the other thing we did before the shutdown, Administrator, thanks to you, is the fact that we raised the loan limits from 5 to 10 million on manufacturing. Ready to go, ready to expand, ready to grow your business. And I would tell you, if we're lucky enough to have some more rate cuts, this economy, the Trump economy, along with small business, is going to lead the way and explode. But we can't do it with Chuck Schumer hanging an anchor around everybody's neck because he's personally concerned about his political future. So as a small business owner, I'm just saying to all of you, the greatest asset America has is its people, its Americans, and it's Main Street America. Risk and reward built this country. Right now, there's no risk and reward. We're just playing defense. That will not work. This shutdown must end immediately to save small business, to save consumers, to save Main Street America. I'm honored to chair the committee. I'm honored to work with Senator Loeffler. We can get this done. Everybody's ready. It relies on one man, Chuck Schumer. Take a look at the small businesses in your district or in New York, Senator Schumer. Tell them that you don't care about them. Tell them you don't care if they meet their payroll. Tell them you don't care if they hire workers, and see how that goes. America is the greatest country in the world with the greatest workforce in the world. I'm proud to have a small part in supporting them and getting our country back on track. May God bless all of them. May God bless America. Thank you.
Amen.
Well, thank you, Chairman Williams, for all you do to support small businesses, to really epitomize the backbone of our economy. And Administrator Loeffler, thank you for coming and for what you're doing to help small businesses grow in every corner of this country. Unfortunately, as Administrator Loeffler pointed out, those small businesses are struggling like millions of families all across America. Why? So that the Democrats can get leverage Who knows
Double
who
tap
they want
your screen,
leverage
guys.
over?
Let's try
They
and get
can't
to at least 100
articulate it.
likes,
They've
60
laid out
or
$1.5 trillion
26 more likes,
wish
y'all.
list of crazy items like giving taxpayer-funded health care to illegals.
Try not to talk
In
so
their
much so I can
bill
let
to
these guys
give that
talk.
taxpayer funding to illegals, they actually gut rural health care. Democrats gut $50 billion out of rural health care. They want to talk about health care? They're the ones making it harder. And of course, they don't want anybody to remember facts. Facts like when we moved the working families tax cut through this Congress. Unfortunately, not a single Democrat wanted to support that because it involved preventing a tax increase. The party that's now gone all the way over, full bore into socialism. As the speaker talked about, Hakeem Jeffries is now all in for the socialist agenda of Mandami. He is the head of their party now. When he gets elected mayor of New York, he's given the marching orders to the rest of the Democrats. And they want to raise taxes on everybody. They call you rich. Anybody who works for a living is going to be rich, and they're going to raise your taxes to get government-run grocery stores and the lunacy that comes with that. That's the Democrat agenda. It's not about improving health care because, again, in their own alternative bill, they want to gut rural health care. You know what else they work to do? In the working families tax cut, we had a provision that would have lowered premiums by 11%. According to CBO, it was scored to lower premiums on families. It's called CSR. You can go look it up. It's something that has been out there as an idea for a long time. We actually put it into bill language and text and passed it through the House. But Democrats went and used a parliamentary maneuver under the Byrd rule to get that removed because they don't care about families. They don't care that that provision would have absolutely lowered premiums by double digits for families who are paying too much for health care. And then not only did they get it removed, Democrats in the Senate bragged, still to this day on their website, bragged that they removed it. They want to tell you it's about health care. It's not. They really told you what it's about. It's about getting leverage, showing off to their radical Marxist socialist base that they're fighting Donald Trump because they're still angry about the results of the November election. And in the meantime, real families are struggling. Every day the number grows higher. Yesterday, Senator Gallego went on to meet the press. He was asked when Democrats would reopen the government. And he said, quote, "I'm not looking at a timetable. I'm looking at everyone's personal pocketbooks." Now, Senator Gallego, you ought to be looking at the pocketbooks of those single moms who right now are facing losing their WIC payments, facing losing their SNAP payments. And if Senator Gallego's not sure how many people that is, we've been told by the administration how many people will stand to lose real benefits, SNAP benefits, food stamps for kids. 42 million people will lose those benefits in just a few days. Senator Gallego, look at their pocketbooks. WIC, Women, Infants, and Children program, helps feed 7 million low-income moms and infants. Senator, go look at those pocketbooks. And who knows what your real motivation is. But I'll tell you what their motivation is. Their motivation is just to put food on their table for their kids. And every Republican and Democrat, every Republican in the House and Senate voted yes to put that food on the table. And Democrats keep voting no. They keep voting to shut the government down. And it's having an impact on millions of people. Head Start, which is a program that funds education and nutrition services for 800,000 kids under the age of 6. You hear this theme over and over again now. Who the Democrats are using for leverage and hurting is kids and nutrition programs. That's who they've chosen to target. And it's real harm and real pain that they're causing. But then it gets
I'll be
even
right
bigger.
back, you guys.
Just today, the American Federation of Government Employees, large union, came out and said, quote, "It's time to pass a clean, continuing resolution and end this shutdown today. No half measures and no gamesmanship." And the union went on to say today, quote, "Because when the folks who serve this country are standing in line for food banks after missing a second paycheck because of this shutdown, they aren't looking for partisan spin. They're looking for the wages they earned. The fact that they're being cheated out of it is a national disgrace." And they're right. It's a national disgrace what Democrats are doing to good, hardworking people, to women, infants, and children who are just looking to this town and saying, what are these Democrats doing? What happened to your father's Democrat Party? It's a mirage of what it used to be because the socialists have taken over. This is what Marxism and socialism looks like. Government workers standing in food bank lines, children going without food, and Head Start nutrition programs so that Democrats can use you as leverage. It's a national disgrace, and it needs to end now. We stand ready to get that job done. We voted to get that job done. It's time they stop playing this game that's harming millions of people. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
We're now on day
13 more
27
likes will be at 100, man. I
Democrats
appreciate
shutdown.
every single one of you guys.
The
Double tap that
consequences are
screen.
getting more severe every
You
single
guys want to
day.
get your name
Over
on
the weekend, we saw
donor
federal
wall. I
workers
got the
lined up
marker
at
right
food
here.
banks,
Go ahead and
as
send a super
our
chat.
majority
Trying
leader
to
was
fill
just
up the
saying,
wall behind me with
as they are
donors.
being forced to figure out how to feed their families. We saw control towers at major airports such as Dallas, Fort Worth, Newark, and Phoenix facing significant staffing shortages. And if the Democrats fail to pass our clean CR and reopen the government this week, more Americans will miss their hard-earned paychecks. Some states will be forced to cut off SNAP benefits, including my home state of Minnesota. Thankfully, the Trump administration and private sector companies have stepped up where Democrats have refused. President Trump has found creative solutions to help pay our troops and fund WIC benefits for moms and young children for just a little bit longer. DoorDash announced yesterday that they will help support Americans by delivering free meals to food banks and waiving delivery and service fees on grocery orders for SNAP recipients. But these are Band-Aid solutions to the Democrats' self-inflicted shutdown problem. Remember, it doesn't have to be this way. There is a nonpartisan government funding bill sitting in the Senate ready to be sent to President Trump's desk immediately. We just need 5 Senate Democrats to come to their senses, do the right and reasonable thing, and support our clean CR. Contrary to what House Minority Whip Catherine Clark believes, the American people are not leverage in the Democrats' shutdown charade. And we refuse to negotiate under hostage conditions, nor will we pay a ransom. So our message today is the same as every other day, and we're glad to see, as the majority leader mentioned, that the American Federation of Government Employees, by the way, the largest government employee union, 820,000 federal employees, have joined us in saying enough with the political games, support our clean CR, and reopen the government like your constituents' livelihoods depend on it, because they do. With that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, Manu, go ahead.
It's now been more than 5 weeks since the House has last met and voted. But even during government shutdown, House committees could still meet, there could still be markups, there could still be oversight hearings, bills could still come to the floor. So why not do that rather than have members back home in their district? Why not bring them back here and do the work that they were elected to do?
Yeah, so we're evaluating this day by day. The House did its work. I've said it over and over and over. And the most important thing is to get the government open. It's the #1 priority and #1 responsibility of Congress, and the Senate Democrats have chosen not to do it. We think that is paramount and of paramount importance to everything else. There is plenty of time in the remainder of the calendar year to do all the things that are the must-pass pieces of legislation and all the negotiations that I referenced earlier today, and we are anxious to get everybody back to regular legislative session. But there cannot be a regular legislative session so long as the government is closed and Americans are feeling so much pain. We won't do that. Now, in the meantime, Republicans, I don't know what the Democrats are doing other than publicity stunts, but I can tell you that House Republicans are doing some of the most meaningful work of their careers. They are in their districts, working around the clock with their constituents, helping them not only to negotiate the crisis that's been created by this Democrat shutdown, but all the other matters that they need to attend to. And I'm hearing from them individually. They are having some of the most meaningful interactions at a time of great crisis with their constituents that they've ever had, and that's really, really important. So I don't want to pull them away from that work right now when their insight and their counsel and their assistants and those of their staff, who, by the way, aren't getting paid soon, that it is most essentially needed right now back home. So we have work to do here. We'll get back on the floor as soon as we are and can, and in the meantime, as soon as the Democrats allow us, and in the meantime, the committees, the chairs of all the committees, and the active members of those committees are still churning the work out. They're not doing a markup right now in a formal meeting, for example, but they are still doing very meaningful work. Oversight, the oversight responsibility of the House continues to work. You might have noticed the Oversight Committee dumped its 3rd batch of files from the Epstein matter just a number of days ago. 43,000 pages of documents are out there, including Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial ledgers, his daily calendar and diaries. All those things are out now in the public. And so all these essential functions of the House of Representatives continue in earnest. No, Hakeem Jeffries has said they're on vacation. Well, he might have sent the Democrats on vacation. But House Republicans are doing very important, very essential work around the clock. Yes, go ahead, Owen.
Just so you guys know, in 25 minutes, I'm going to go get my daughters from school. It's just right down the street. I'm going to put it on a waiting page when I do that. Then when I get back, we're going to go over Candace Owens' live stream. She's set to go live in 48 minutes or 38 minutes or whatever. So I'm going to go get my girls, bring them home, and then we're going to hop right back on here and go over that stream. So.
Yes.
Contingency fund, or is
ensure those benefits get paid. Do you think the administration should tap into those funds or find other sources in order to ensure that millions of Americans do get paid?
Well, look, I can tell you the administration has worked, as you all know, very creatively and very hard to limit the pain on the Americans because of the Democrats' shutdown. And the SNAP benefits is a unique situation. I got a summary of the whole legal analysis, and it certainly looks legitimate to me. The contingency funds are not legally available to cover the benefits right now. The reason is because it's a finite source of funds. It was appropriated by Congress, and if they transfer funds from these other sources, it pulls it away immediately from school meals and infant formula. So it's a trade-off. There has to be a pre-existing appropriation for the contingency fund to be used, and Democrats blocked that appropriation when they rejected the clean continuing resolution. So the way to make this stop immediately is we just need a handful. We need 5 more Democrats in the Senate to do the right thing. Wake
12
up
more
and
likes,
say,
guys. 12
I'm
more
say
likes.
no
We'll be
to
at 100.
Marxist,
Double tap that
far-left
screen. Show some
pressure,
love and support.
and I'm going to do
Much
what's
love to everybody,
right
man.
by the
Sorry,
people,
I'm
the
munching over here.
42
I've been live
million
for like
Americans in
6
this
hours.
country who rely upon this essential nutrition assistance. Am I going to starve my
Yeah, appreciate
constituents,
the grind, man.
or am I going to appease the
Show some
Marxists?
support.
That is their actual calculation, whether they say all of that out loud or not. Everybody in this room knows exactly what's going on. And it's so infuriating to us. The best way for SNAP benefits to be paid on time is for the Democrats to end their shutdown, and that can happen right now if they would show some spine. Yes.
The military is that
I'm gonna go get my girls in about 20 minutes, Cameron.
in the past President found money
I'll be
from
back.
the military, including money he says from the donor 100.
It only take me like 5 minutes, so 10 minutes, not even. But I'm gonna put my screen on it's gonna be a waiting screen. But it's literally down the
So
street.
the questions
like
about military
a block
pay,
away,
we did
so.
get the president, as you know, tapped
gonna
into
grab 'em,
research
bring
and
'em back,
development,
and then get
unobligated
back
funds,
on.
and paid the military in the middle of October. Their next check is due the end of this week, and we're not 100% sure. Now, I do know the administration and everybody is bending over backwards to try to figure that out, but I don't know the final analysis yet. With regard to who gave the $130 million very generous donation to
Me
help
neither,
pay troops,
guys.
by the way, that's just a small fraction of what is needed to pay the troops, as you know,
I
but a
can't
very
wait either.
generous donation. I have not asked the president for the identity of that person because they want to remain anonymous, and I respect that. I've heard rumors, but I'm not 100% certain because, again, I haven't asked to verify that myself. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this AFGE Leaders Release and Whip Emmer both mentioned this new statement from the president of the American Federation of Government Employees. They represent 800,000 federal employees. They're obviously calling for a clean start of tasks, which is what you guys passed. Do you see this statement from AFGE as a turning point in this shutdown? Do you see this as something that could move Senator Schumer?
Certainly, I hope so. It's a union, you know, and they represent such a large amount. There's 1.4 million federal employees. They represent 800,000 of them, and they said, to your point, in quote, pass the CR and open the government. It couldn't be more clear, and because they understand the reality of this. These are federal employees. Many of them watch carefully what happens here in the halls of Congress. They know that this whole thing by the Democrats, the entire shutdown, is a charade, because they know, and anybody who pays attention knows, we're going to arm wrestle over the remaining issues on the table this year. And they're tired of the distraction, and it's hurting their families, and people are suffering real hardships. They really are going to the food pantries out now to feed their families. It's shameful. We're the greatest nation in the history of the world. We've got to be able to operate, and we can't allow a rise of Marxist and far-left activists in one party to shut down the entire operation of the federal government.
8
And that
more
is
double
exactly
taps. We'll be
what
at
they're
100
allowing
likes, guys.
them
Thank
to
you.
do. The
Appreciate
Democrats have got to come to their senses. You can
7
endorse
now.
communist all you want, but at least keep the government operating for us. That's our plea. It's pretty simple. Yes, sir. Second row.
Is there any work being done on a Republican solution to the healthcare cliff? I mean, there's been talk in the past about HSAs, about a short-term plan. But any work being done? You said it could be done at the end of the year. Surely there must be some preliminary work.
Yeah, I've been carrying this visual aid around waiting for this question for a while, okay? So when I say that the Republicans have been working on a fix for health care, we've been doing this for years. And many of you who've been on this beat for a while know this is 2 publications. When I was chair of the Republican Study Committee, the largest caucus of Republicans in Congress, we published volumes of ideas on health care. This was our volume 1, a framework for personalized affordable care. We had an entire body of the smartest minds in Congress, the smartest Republican minds who worked around the clock. The Doctors Caucus, they talked to stakeholders from around the country and in all the areas related to healthcare, and they came up with a formula on how to reduce the cost of healthcare dramatically, how to make Obamacare affordable and workable in some way for the American people, to increase the access to care and the quality of care. And these ideas have been on paper for a long time. There's volumes of this stuff, volumes of it. What we're doing right now, what we have been doing, what we were already doing, because we knew we were coming up to the end of the year, and we know that healthcare is a major burden for the American people. We've been working on it since day 1 of this Congress.
5
We
more
worked on
double
it in the
taps.
years
100.
prior.
I appreciate
and
you
we've already
guys. Much
demonstrated
love.
this is not talking points for us. When we say the Republican Party is the only party that has any chance at fixing healthcare for the American people, we've demonstrated it. We put it into the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. As you know, we strengthened the Medicaid program. We started there because it was the lowest hanging fruit. Why? Because the fraud is so glaring. And we eliminated the fraud. We got ineligible recipients off of Medicaid. We preserved it for the people who rely upon it and need it the most. young pregnant women, the elderly, disabled, for example. We got able-bodied young men without dependents off the program, and what we did was we strengthened it. Don't take our word for it. The CBO, who normally is not on my team, okay? They're the ones that came out and said, yeah, it's going to save $185 billion. And they got 2.3 million ineligible recipients off of it already. That's an important first start. And so the next thing is to fix all the other components of healthcare. That's what we have plans to do. That's what we're working on. The expiring Obamacare subsidy at the end of the year is a serious problem because if you look at it objectively, you know that it is subsidizing bad policy. We're throwing good money at a bad, broken system, and so it needs real reforms. The reason it was never appropriate or never possible to be resolved on a simple CR, stopgap funding measure, is because it's very complicated to fix. But Republicans have a long list of ideas. Leader Scalise has been working with the chairman of our 3 committees of jurisdiction, putting all of that, formulating all that, grabbing the best ideas that we've had for years to put it on paper and make it work. But we know we're going to have to arm wrestle with Democrats over that. Why? Because many of them are avowed to get us to a single-payer system. They do love socialism, my friends. They love Mamdani. He wants government to take over everything. They're on board with that program. They think the government can do a better job by taking over healthcare. We believe in the private sector, in the free market, and individual providers, their acumen. And we say that if you take the government off their backs and allow for real competition again in healthcare, you will improve its quality and you will bring down its cost. All of these are important components of that, and we have a lot of work to do, but it is not a simple thing, and I am not going to go in a back room with Chuck Schumer, like he keeps demanding, with 4 people and make this decision. I will not do it. It's not appropriate. It's not right. It's too complicated for that. We need all the members to have buy-in. We need to have these healthy debates and discussions, but we can't do it while they're shutting the government down to appease the Marxists. That's it. That should be your headline. I want to thank Chairman Williams and Administrator Loeffler for being
Let
here.
me know your guys' thoughts in the chat real quick. What's up with your guys' thoughts in the chat real quick? Shout out where you're from. Make sure you guys hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Show some love and support. I'm gonna take my screen off real quick. I'm just gonna do something real quick. Sorry. That's wild. Sorry, guys. 1 second. So none of these are gonna work here. This one does. All right. So what's good with everybody, man? Where are you from? You guys ready for the Candace interview or what? Sorry, guys. I'm just looking for something real quick because I needed like a starting soon thing real quick. So I'm just trying to get this going here. Animated feature newly added. Sorry, guys. Sorry. All right. Ugh. For all these I do? This is wild. See how many likes we need for 100. We just need 5 more likes for 100 likes, y'all. Actually, 6. We're just gonna do this. I'm gonna search something. Sorry, guys. We'll just do. this one. 5 hours, 43 minutes. We've been live, y'all. All right. Appreciate y'all for sticking with me quick. What did it do this for? Oh, hell no, son. We're going to have to... Everything just changed. Holy. I didn't think that was going to happen. Hold on. Well, what the hell? Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. I didn't mean to mess up my stream, y'all. Well, we'll see how it works, I guess. How do I get back to my live now? God damn. Am I dumb or what? All right, now I'm trying to go back to my old layout here. Sorry, guys. I just don't get what the hell it messed up my thing for, just to do whatever. Collab cam. I guess we could do this one. Holy. Where's my fucking webcam at? Bruh. Bruh. I totally fucked up my stream. That's crazy. How do I go back to regular? Anyone know how I go back to regular or what? God damn, bro. Gotta be in settings somewhere. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be too quiet real quick. I'm just trying to fix my stream, so don't mind me being quiet. Y'all talk in the chat for a minute. Damn, bro. I feel like I just reset all my shit, but that's fine. I can just do it a certain way, I guess. This whole thing I don't really want, though. There we go. I don't want that either. Event list, garbage. Take that out of here. That too, out of here. This, I don't know what the hell that is. I can't even see that. Alright, guys, just give me 1 second. You'll see my face. Alright, I'm back from the dead. No, I'm kidding. Alright. Yeah, boy's back. Boom. That maybe could be of use. I'll see you in a second. Alright, let's get back to where we were here. My apologies, everybody. I wanted to get just the I'll be back stream for when I go get my daughters in here. Look at me, I'm fucking messed up my whole stream, huh? That's alright. Now at least we'll have the overlay or whatever that we'll need. And we should be alright. We'll probably put this like this. If I can get on here. Probably just gonna have to go like this. Bring it up a bit. I don't know how I could, unless is it, I wonder if it's control. Not sure. All right. Well, this can go too. What is this? Garbage. All right. We'll just come right here for now. And then we need to get the source in here, the window source. Holy. Talk about huge. Talk about huge. Alright, I gotta fix myself. How the hell am I gonna. Or is it shift? I can't remember what it was that helped. There we go. Oh, yeah, but now I remember. See? Easy peasy lemon squeezy, huh? Not want to make myself look too crazy, though, right? This one looks alright. Ouch. Freaking fly. I gotta go grab my daughters here in a second, so I'm gonna do that. And then I'm gonna put it on the starting soon screen. You guys just keep yourselves occupied in the chat. I will be back. Why is it not working here? Oh, was I pressing the wrong button? Yes, I was. Oh, now it looks freaking weird. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. Go like this, and we'll just go like this for now. And then we'll add our, oops, sub goal here. Or whatever it's called. Super chat goal. What time is it? Okay, I gotta go get the kids. Title. See me now. Army. Super chat goal can go here. And we just need right above here for now. All right, guys, I'm gonna go get my daughters. I will be right back. Keep yourselves entertained in the chat. I will be back. Candace is gonna be live in 10 minutes, so I'm gonna put myself on the starting soon screen. And I'm gonna go get my kids real quick. Give me 5-10 minutes. Stay here. Don't go nowhere. I will be back, and then Candace will be on for us to watch. She'll be on by the time I get back. Hold on, hold on. Oh, okay. We are back. We are back. I am going to fix the screen before I put Candace on. You go take your shoes off. Fly, where does this go? Put it on top of the washing machine, please. All right. All right, guys. Yeah, I am back. Thank you for sticking with me and chilling. We'll just cover it like this for now. Aubrey, stop it, girl. Yeah. Wherever you left it. You did not. All right, I think this will be good enough for now. Here, baby, I got you. All right. I tried to hurry. See? Hey, come here, Aubrey. Come here, come say hi. She said no. Okay, fine. She said no to saying hi. But yeah, okay, so I'm here. Let's get this stream going. It looks like this will be fine. I just really don't like the my cam looked better last time, so I don't. Yes, baby. I'm not sure where the kitty went, honey bunny. There we go. I think that might be a little bit better. Is that better to you guys? What do you guys think? Is this good? Does this look okay? All right, now I don't think I look too crazy now. Does this look good? All right, guys. How do you think this looks? Does this look good, guys? Looks fine. I just gotta make sure I don't look ugly. I'm ugly enough. All right, I appreciate it, guys. Let's get on to this. Let's get to this Candace stream here. All right, so we're just waiting for it. It's here. There's 27,000 people waiting with us. So we're here. We're waiting. Told you it wouldn't take me long to get my girls. Told you. They're a block away. All right, now we're gonna start a new chat. We're gonna start a new goal for this. A new super chat goal for this stream here while we're watching Candace. So feel free to help me reach my goal. I'll bring the tortoise out. But yeah, looking good. I'm gonna go take my jacket off real quick. Oh, it's starting. It's starting. Okay. Aubrey, come here. Okay, it's starting soon, guys. Are you guys ready?
I can't find it, Daddy.
Alaya, honey, use your eyes. Are you?
Daddy, remember I won around? Are you proud of me?
Yeah, I'm very proud of you. I appreciate that, Cameron. Much love to you guys, man. My camera just looks different though. Like it looked way better earlier. But the new webcam should be here soon. Oh, look, she's getting super chats right off rip. Yes, baby.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. I am back. I know you guys missed me because I definitely missed you more. And I feel so much better after getting out to the mountains. I've now, I think, officially accepted that Charlie Kirk is not coming back. And somehow it took me longer to get there. It took me longer to accept that fact than it did many others. Some people accepted it within just a matter of days. His quote-unquote closest friends, his closest political allies, the White House, they all seemed kind of ready to move on so much faster than I was. And now it's looking like some people even may have accepted Charlie's death within minutes. There is a video that is currently circulating of his chief of staff, Mikey McCoy. It's going viral for a lot of reasons. We're going to go through that video and buckle up because I have an even more exclusive, never before seen video that I think is going to make your skin crawl. Plus, I have even more never before seen text messages from Charlie Kirk. Incredibly, Charlie Kirk did in fact know that turning point was going to be the death of him, and I have proof of that. He also knew that I was the only person who was going to step up to defend him after he was gone. That sounds crazy, but it's the truth. So let's get started to Candace. Here's where I was. I went to Wyoming to breathe, to hike, to listen to way too much Kanye West music. I absolutely love the mountains. I am a mountain person, so to speak. Wyoming is, in fact, my favorite state in the union. And it felt fitting also because the first time I ever visited Wyoming, I was with Charlie Kirk. I then visited Wyoming many times thereafter over the years. And he was the last time I went to Wyoming, I was with Charlie Kirk. It was the last person I visited with. And it was for, ironically, Foster Friess's funeral, who was a big time donor to Turning Point USA, still is, I believe. Charlie, I was thinking out there and remembering, paid for my flight to Wyoming. I had to get there very quickly because I was doing Joe Rogan's podcast. It was huge. I didn't even know what the Joe Rogan podcast was at that moment. That's how I was so not politically inclined at all. And he's like, this is the biggest podcast. You got to do this. I completely bombed it, by the way. I was so nervous. I think I said like about 3,000 times. But then I had to very quickly get over to Wyoming because Kanye had invited me to his album release party. And again, ironically, where he held that album release party would be where years later, Foster Friess would have his funeral. And so Wyoming felt fitting. I fished while I was out there. And so I want you guys to know another fun fact about Charlie Kirk. He hated fishing. He absolutely loved the mountains. He loved hiking. He was quite the athlete, but he hated fishing. It just was not his thing. In the same way that golf is just not my thing. Fishing was not his. And this photo that I'm about to show you makes me laugh because we were in British Columbia fishing. And here's a photo of me and Charlie. And I was so excited about this catch. Charlie's eyes are closed here. And as soon as, I think it was Don Jr., it might have been Corey Lewandowski, hit flash, took the picture, Charlie just went, ugh. I don't know why you guys like this because he was too hyperactive. He always wanted to be planning and doing a million things at once. And fishing takes time. You got to set the bait. It's now been 47 days since my friend Charlie Kirk was executed in front of the world, because that's what it was, a public execution. And call me crazy. Many people do. But I was so clearly deluded in the immediate aftermath of his death that I was operating under this function. I mean, I truly believed that I would be fighting for answers to what actually happened on 9/10 alongside Charlie's inner circle. I thought the band maybe was going to get back together. We were all going to maybe be on a group chat. Me, Tyler Boyer, Andrew Colvett, Stacey Sheridan even. If you're wondering who Stacey Sheridan is, by the way, she's the one who's holding the camera when Charlie's casket is being escorted off of Air Force 2. She's like the chief money person, essentially, at Turning Point USA. She was brought in to reel in the big donors. I remember exactly when that happened. All of those people, by the way, were actually brought in by Tyler Boyer. He's a very important character in the story, but we're going to get into all of that tomorrow. The point that I'm making here is that I had assumed, clearly wrongly, that we'd all maybe be on a group chat communicating, raising hell and demanding answers from the feds, from the police, from the White House even. Certainly, at the very least, pointing out the very many holes in this story. And if any one of us had the audacity or the desire to carry on Charlie Kirk's show, that would be the appropriate venue for asking those sorts of questions. But no, I was wrong. Silence. Silence is what we were met with. In fact, I am told that these people believe the official narrative. Lone shooter. No one else involved. Just a crazy guy with too many pronouns in his bio. Hey, 1963 called and they want their narrative back. All that's missing from the story is a grassy knoll, right? Just need a grassy knoll. Anyways, back at headquarters, I am told it's business as usual. And it's kind of giving me like, I don't know, LBJ when he gets sworn in that famous picture. Unfortunately, sworn in. Unfortunately, of course, he's sad in this photo. Gosh, he's obviously not wanting to be the president of the United States. JFK was shot and killed. And now LBJ has to step up, unfortunately. But I got to be honest, I wasn't there. I don't think LBJ was actually that upset. I don't know why. Vibes. The vibes just aren't vibing for me in that picture. But maybe he was. Maybe the truth is that LBJ simply, to use an expression, had his wits about him. And JFK had a plan. Like in the event that he had been horrifically assassinated in front of the world, JFK maybe had a succession plan. Now, if these terms I'm using here sound familiar to you, it's because they should sound familiar. It's the exact terminology that was utilized by Pastor Rob McCoy just 4 days after Charlie was murdered. In front of his congregation, he spoke about Charlie's succession plan that he was somehow privy to. I don't know why, but he knew 4 days later and announced to the world that Charlie indeed had a plan. Take a listen.
Everyone's worried about the leadership of TPUSA. Don't. He was wise enough at 31 to put together a plan for succession. It's very clear what they decided, and they're implementing it now.
Amazing. I mean, amazing. So on September 14th, we were made aware of this succession plan. And I find that to be fascinating. The people who didn't even know Charlie all around the world seem to be fighting harder for him, fighting harder for truth. And it is, in fact, thanks to people on the internet like Sam Parker, James Lee, Ian Carroll, Zeb Boykin, many others, that a video from September 10th has gone pretty viral, okay? So let's take a look at this. It's a video of course, Pastor Rob McCoy's son. His name is Mike McCoy. And you're going to see what he does, not in the seconds following Charlie getting shot.
Sorry, I got little demons
but in
here.
less than 1 second after Charlie gets shot. These are not seconds, less than 1 second. You're going to watch what Michael McCoy does. First, let's hear his daddy's version of the events. Take it away, Pastor McCoy.
As a father, I want to protect my son. And I thought, I got a plan for you, son. He said, Dad, that's not Charlie's plan. And you know what? I'm looking at my son who's 24 years old. Justin's the CFO, Chief Financial Officer, and Mikey's the Chief of Staff. And I'm watching, the minute Charlie was shot, he called me, says, Dad, Charlie's been shot in the neck. Please call every pastor and pray. I said, okay, son. He has wits about him. He was just directing. He had blood all over him. And
two things I want you to remember here. You may have caught that, but he said, I was watching. And the minute Charlie got shot, he called, and Mikey McCoy says to his dad, Charlie's been shot, pray for him. He says the minute, maybe he's being a little hyperbolic. We're going to find out. I'd certainly like to find out. But he stops himself. He says, I was watching. Watching what exactly? What were you watching? I wouldn't remember that. It's rubbing me the wrong way. And I'm going to tell you why that's rubbing me the wrong way in a little bit. But the bigger thing is that he says Mikey had blood all over him. Except Mikey did not have blood anywhere near him because Mikey was behind the tent when Charlie got shot. And Mikey, in less than a second, does something that I find to be quite strange. He puts his phone to his ear and he begins a conversation. So we're going to watch that clip in its entirety. Mark is going to bring it in.
Just out of there.
So we decided to slow this clip down, and we're going to watch this clip slow down so you can see that it is exactly 834 milliseconds from the time that you hear the shot. That is how long it takes for Mikey McCoy to put the phone to his ear. Now, why is that precise timing so important? Because there's no dialing. Mikey didn't have time to dial, okay? You can't dial and put your phone to an ear in 0.834 seconds. The next time that you're going to see Mikey McCoy, as we just showed you, is in just under 2.5 seconds on the other side of the tent. He's on a phone call. So we can track Mikey, but let's watch the clip again in milliseconds so you really grasp how quickly this transpires. So when this clip was brought there we go. We're tracking that. Yeah, when the clip was brought to my attention, I obviously have a file, a big folder of files of every angle, and I decided to track Mikey from every angle available to see, like, maybe we just missed it, and he did at some point put...
Now remember, right now, she's supposed to have a gag order on her. So remember, she's supposed to have a gag order in the Charlie case. So I don't know if what she's saying is a breach of that. I don't know what's going on, but she has a gag order on her, and I can't wait to see what she has coming up next.
Put that phone down, dial a number, speed dial, hold down one. I don't know. Maybe we missed it. Because that seems automatic, right? 0.834. That seems pretty quick. And no, he doesn't do that. We even have him in front of Charlie's car. When Charlie is brought to the car, the waiting car rather, he is still on the phone. And I can show you the clip of that. Take a look at this. Don't worry, we'll slow it down for you. See him in the background with the backpack. It's Mikey McCoy. Okay. So what are we to make of that?
Yes.
The only logical conclusion that I can come up with, and many others, because I've pressed, I said, play devil's advocate. I want you to advocate for Mikey McCoy. I want you to play lawyer, and you are representing your client, Mikey McCoy. What was he do? How did he do it this quickly? No one could win this game. The only logical conclusion that we come up with was that Mikey was already on a phone call at 12:23 p.m. By 12:23 p.m., he was already on a phone call. So I said, let's go back a little earlier in the footage and see if we can find when he actually maybe dials onto the phone. Maybe we can see him pick up the phone and begin a call before the shot takes off. And then after beginning that call, if we're following this logic, that would mean he puts his phone down until Charlie gets shot. And we were able to find what we think could be that moment. And I can tell you that it is 1 minute and 45 seconds approximately before that shot goes off, and we can watch that here. You see Mikey's on his phone here, and you're going to see he pulls it up, and he starts to cover his ear again. Now, that could be on...
Anyone that's new to the channel, make sure you guys double tap that screen, hit the subscribe button. We're on the road to 10,000 subscribers. We gained over 30 today so far, so keep running it up. Keep hitting the subscribe button with the notification bell. Double tap that screen. If you want to get your name on the donor wall super chat, you guys know what to do. There's a super chat
again,
goal up right
we're
now.
We're taking a guess here.
$5
That's what
above.
made the most sense to us because we couldn't justify it in any other way. And I want to be clear, we're not here to make assumptions.
Any super chat, get your name on the wall behind me.
And we wouldn't have to make any assumptions if Turning Point USA could just tell the truth. They could just be open and they could be honest about everything. Okay, I obviously went out to both Mikey McCoy and Andrew Colvett for a statement, asked those two questions. Hey, who were you on the phone with? What's going on here? No response. Weird. Because if that was me and I saw clips going viral and people were drawing conclusions from that clip, thinking that I was already on the phone, thinking that my reaction was weird, I would instantly hit back. I'd say, here's my call log. You want to know who I was on the phone with? 911, obviously. I was freaking out. freaking out. I called 911. I didn't know what I was doing. Here's my phone. Here's my whole call log for that day. But this is, I don't know. I guess we live in a world where that doesn't make sense. I would have issued a statement.
Appreciate the subscription.
To dispel
Rain
any
Man,
rumors,
appreciate
but
you. Sorry, I had to
they
check
have
that
not.
out.
Here's what I want to say, and I honestly, I understand I'm preaching to the choir here. Everything about this is wrong. You know it, and I know it. But I actually know it better than most because I helped build that organization. And that's why I am almost the perfect person to discern what is normal and what is abnormal in terms of what happened at that college campus event. In fact, when I did my tribute to Charlie, this is unbelievable. Remember, just after he died, I posted a video to my friend Charlie Kirk, and I shared a clip of him at a college event, and he and I were laughing, and I'm going to show you that clip in a second. And I said, I don't even know which college this is when I showed the clip because I didn't know what college it was. And unbelievably, it was UVU. I kid you not. Let's rewatch that clip.
If you aren't wealthy, white, and male, Charlie Kirk is not your friend. What do you think?
Are you not my friend anymore?
Are we not friends?
Is
that right?
Find out? Is this how I'm
That's
going to find
nice.
out? A sign outside of a thing, an event that we just did that you're not my friend?
Go figure.
It is unbelievable that of all the clips we picked that, and I had no idea it was UVU. The point is that I hit college campuses with Charlie Kirk for 6 years. I don't believe that there is a single living, breathing person who has spoken at more college campuses alongside Charlie Kirk than me. So I knew that things were weird when I saw first and foremost, the camera guy, the one who takes down the camera. Seeing him lingering alongside Charlie at the event flagged me as weird immediately. Okay? That's why I reached out when people saw him taking down the camera. I said, what is this? Why are you here? Literally, why are you standing next to Charlie? I've never at any college event ever in 6 years had that man standing next to me at an event, okay? Sometimes he wasn't even there. Other times, of course, when you are in AV, your job is to be somewhere quiet. Your job is to have on like headphones to make sure the audio is good. Maybe the idea that they're miking, the person running a company is miking you up is completely absurd. I didn't like it. It felt new to me. And you know what? When I called him, things got pretty weird. He acknowledged that a lot of new stuff was happening on that day. And I inquired to him immediately about the subtle changes that I recognized. And the thing that struck me as wrong was that he lied to me. I don't know why he was lying to me, but a lot of the things that he said didn't make sense. And I'm going to speak more thoroughly about what it was that he said, because obviously I recorded the phone call. I, of course, asked him why he took down the cameras so quickly. I asked him to, first and foremost, simply show me the footage, because that's all I wanted to do. I'm thinking, again, we're all going to get the band back together and solve this murder. And he got weird. He got really weird. I said, I just want to see the footage so I can debunk. I know that you don't want to put more footage out there. That's fine. But just show me the footage so I can debunk all these internet conspiracies that you were hiding something. I was not suspicious of Turning Point at all, actually, when I called. And I asked him, again, what's the reason? What's the reason for taking down the cameras quickly? Why hasn't the footage been released? Let me see it. And he told me that, he had spoken only to Erica and the feds that he had regarding the footage, that is. He specifically told me that, as I said earlier, that he had secured that footage because he wanted to prevent Erica, as I told you, from having to relive that moment. And that made entirely no sense to me. I told you guys, because we all can watch Charlie Kirk be murdered over and over and over and over and over again. So how are you sparing any emotions here by taking down the back footage? And then it made even less sense to me and appeared to me as a lie once I saw the footage on FaceTime, when I realized that there was no blood on Charlie. So it was the least traumatizing footage of all. Why be so secretive about it? He then told me that he needed to speak with Turning Point lawyers first to see about releasing the footage. I said, okay, fine. I let him take a couple of days off, and then we got back on the phone. And I said, look, that's kind of a BS excuse too, because you run your own company and the footage is owned by you. He then said, okay, yeah, I do own the footage. I just wanted, just coordinate, check, whatever. Okay. Kind of a lie number 2-ish. Then he said something that really bothered me. He said, I don't know how to send the footage. The file was too large. Oh, I was born yesterday. So you run an entire AV company and you don't know how to send footage. That didn't smell right to me. It got even more bizarre. He told me, and this is when I was extremely uncomfortable. He said, after I offered, you can just use WeTransfer. He said, I don't want to just send the footage over the internet that's behind Charlie's head because I'm worried that Google might hack me. I swear, on everything I love, that's what he told me. He was afraid that Google was going to hack him. Yeah. So at this moment, I got a little bit
frustrated.
I looked at my team and I started snapping across the table and I was like, I said to them, literally, guilty of something. I don't know. This is weird. So what a stupid lie. I mean, what do you mean just Google? So I said to him, I said, let's just pretend that that does happen. For whatever reason, Sergey Brin is sitting around and he's going, I want to hack this person because I want to see footage behind Charlie's head. Does it, whatever. And then he gives the footage to Fox News, CNN, and they play it. And what happens after that? I said to him, oh, I know what happens after. We all get to see Charlie Kirk die from a different angle. We've seen it die from 1,000 different angles. Like what is actually changing if Google hacks you? Weird, a weird thing to say. I also asked him who he was on the phone with after Charlie got shot. And he told me, and I kid you not, he was on the phone with the ops that were back in Arizona watching. And I said, what ops? We don't have people back in Arizona watching when we do college campus events. Is that something new? He said, yes, it is new. In fact, this was the first time we were doing it. He said there were two ops that were watching it back in Arizona. And he told me that the reason that they were doing it was because, Candace, he said, Charlie, he was
this is her live right now. This is her first live back in 2 weeks. So I don't know why people are saying this is old news.
Ambitious, and it wasn't fast enough that it was all being live streamed.
He wanted people to
live cut the clips.
Brand new.
So that they could be the first people to get it on the internet. He didn't want to, he's like, not even a second to be wasted. So live streaming, which everybody can watch, but they were racing some people to get the clips out faster than anybody else because Charlie's ambitious. Now, I got a little suspicious and sensing he could sense that I was now growing increasingly suspicious with every random thing that he was saying. He sent me a video that I didn't ask for. I wanted to see the footage. He then sends me a video. And I guess this was supposed to work as some sort of an alibi. I don't know if he thought that I thought that he shot Charlie. I certainly did not think that he was involved in pulling a trigger and killing Charlie Kirk. I actually don't know why this video, I don't know what this video could have done that he sent me other than to make me feel even more uncomfortable. Because the video he sent me is quite shocking. It's also the reason that I knew that Tyler Boyer was lying when he tweeted that this guy was commanded by the police to take down the cameras. He's lying because I have every minute of what this guy was doing, thanks to him having sent it to me, okay? Every minute of what he was doing before he took those cameras down. And there are only 4 minutes, by the way, before he takes those cameras down. So he's next to, and he is in front of Mikey McCoy.
Yeah, those 4 minutes definitely feel like 4 years, though. I want to know who the guy, I just can't wait till she gets to the meat and potatoes, bro, because show something.
When Charlie gets shot. Now, to his credit, he actually did see Charlie get shot. He saw in like a split second, sees Charlie bleeding and runs, and doesn't run very far. He just runs a couple of yards away. Now, I should mention that the camera guy, he too was also brought into the company by Tyler Boyer, okay? And if you have worked with Charlie for this long, over a decade, and you watch Charlie Kirk get shot, what do you do?
Not just walk away.
What would you do? I'm asking you this question at home. What would you do? I say two things that are pretty commonplace, right? You choose between fight or flight. You run towards him or you run away, and you run away far because you don't know what's happening. Is it one shot? Are there multiple people? Are you being pursued? There's no way to process that. If you are going to be in flight, you should be sprinting and maybe calling 911. That's what I would have done if I wanted to run away and not towards Charlie to make sure he's okay. But this second close friend of Charlie chose to run just a few yards away up to a grassy knoll to take out his phone. A couple of seconds later, he takes out his phone and he begins recording himself. It's a selfie video. Takes a video of himself. So let's watch that video.
They just shot Charlie. They just shot Charlie. They just shot.
So yeah, so this is the guy who was on the side recording that took the SD card.
Charlie.
He doesn't even seem distressed.
Charlie.
He doesn't even seem like he gives a shit.
He's dead. God help him.
Yeah, he definitely don't give a shit. Like that. That's wild.
That's the first time it was announced, actually, that Charlie Kirk was dead. It's kind of weird. Go ahead, catch your breath, hit rewind, watch it again, watch it over and over again like I did, because you're probably thinking out loud, what the F did I just watch? What's going on? What were Charlie's closest friends and allies and the people that were going to carry on the torch doing? Oh, picking up phone calls that they were already on and filming themselves and prematurely announcing when not a single person could have known that Charlie Kirk is dead. Less than a minute. Declared dead. No instinct to run towards him. No instinct to run further away, maybe because you got to backtrack and go get the cameras a minute after this ends is when he goes and gets the cameras, okay? Rather, let me record me and my reaction, which doesn't actually feel to me to be too distraught, okay? In fact, if this is one of those videos that made me so upset that I was like mad at other people, you know? Like I was like mad at Savannah. I saw Mikey McCoy's reaction. Now I'm looking at this guy's reaction. I'm like, Savannah, like one of the homies. I get assassinated. You film yourself. I get assassinated. You're talking about my succession plan. A couple of days later, I get assassinated. You're lying about little things about me. Everything Turning Point is doing is wrong. And you know it's wrong. You know it's wrong deep down. And I want to say this because there has been a lot of reading in between the lines. It's strange to me. I think I'm a very direct person and I say what I mean. And I do not want people to mistake what's happening right now or to wrongly assume my intentions here. So allow me to be very explicit, okay? I want war with all of you, okay? All of you. And there's a reason. I'm going to get to that. Very explicit, okay? I want war with all of you, okay? All of you.
Here you go.
And there's a reason. I'm going to get to that reason in a little bit, but I want more with all of you. So write your articles, issue your statements, email the White House, reach out for comment, okay? Say whatever it is you want to say about me. I want more with all of you. Because I know that this isn't right. And there is no way you are going to convince me and the rest of the world that all of this is normal. We're not just going to keep on going and jump into a succession plan. We're going to figure out what the hell happened.
Yeah, she's
on
out
September
for
10th first.
And she
And
took.
I'm going to tell you guys, Charlie had a vision. We'll get to that after,
You gotta think she took 2 weeks off now. She's coming back like all cocked and loaded.
after a few ads. All right, you guys, taking a quick break to tell you about Riverbend Ranch. You guys on flavor use genetics with ranch for 200 West for average right now when you head over to riverbendranch.com and use promo code Candace at checkout, You'll get $20 off your first order. Trust me, you're going to be very impressed. So visit riverbendranch.com and use promo code Candace at checkout. Also want to tell you guys about Comet AI browser, because how much time are you spending every day on the web? How much time do you spend clicking around while you're on the web, searching, scrolling, typing? There's endless tabs. It's definitely a lot. Well, the good news is that there is a new AI web browser from Perplexity, which is called Comet, and it is completely changing the way that we are able to interact with our browsers. Using Comet feels like having a personal assistant that kind of lives in your computer, that can actually do things for you across the web, literally do things, not just giving you answers. Like you can ask Comet to type, to click, to search, to scroll. It can even help you plan your weeknight dinners. It could, just a couple of taps, get a personalized meal plan for you based on your family's preferences. Comet orders the groceries for me, and it gets them delivered right to my door. Comet can shop for you, make reservations, book travel, summarize articles or videos, send emails, schedule meetings, and a lot more to make your life easier. So go and take back your time online. Download Perplexity's new web browser called Comet and let it work
All right, guys,
for
we're
you,
at
not the other way
23,000
around.
views. Make sure you guys
Check it out
keep
at
hitting that subscribe button, man. Double tap that screen. Show some love and support.
pplx.ai/Candace. That's
$8.98 so far in super chat. Thank you
pplx.ai/Candace.
guys so much.
And you guys already know the biggest health secret that's not being talked about is that everything begins in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting a silent war against processed foods, work stress, toxins in the air that we breathe. When your gut is in trouble, then your whole body starts to feel it. Most probiotics do not work. That's the truth. 99% of the traditional brands die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. That's what makes Just Thrive's spore-based probiotic completely different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that is clinically proven to arrive 100% alive in your gut, which means it does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protective compounds exactly where you need them most. That means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule or a berry-flavored gummy. From their award-winning probiotic to their full line of gut immune and brain health supplements, Just Thrive has been fighting to make Americans healthy again with science-backed solutions that you can trust.
If anyone wants to get their name written on the donor wall behind me, all you got to do is send through a super chat. I do have a super chat goal of $5 up for 10 super chats, but regardless, any name that sends through a super chat will be written on the wall. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate every single one of you guys. God bless. Let's continue.
So to join the gut health revolution and take control of your health today, visit justthrivehealth.com and you'll save 20% with promo code Candace. You'll see the difference for yourself, or you'll get a full product refund, no questions asked. Take control today with Just Thrive. Again, that's justthrivehealth.com with promo code Candace. Now it's time to share private messages. You know what's so funny to me is, I don't know, I feel like they are now steeped in psychology for toddlers. It's so obvious what's coming down the pipeline. The things, oh, it's not appropriate to share private messages unless we do it. Unless we're up on stage talking about private conversations and making stuff up that definitely didn't happen. I mean, I think it was actually Pastor McCoy's speech. Charlie wanted me to lead the next movement. Charlie told me I'm America's pastor, he said. Yeah, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he called you America's pastor. And so, yeah, I will be doing whatever I want to do.
Remember what the Bible
until
says
the truth is told about what happened on 9/10. We should start with Josh Hammer, by the way, because he really has now become the king of defying no stereotypes. Where we last left off, obviously, he is now infamous for just being such a deceitful little creature. The text message exchange, Josh Hammer caught, hand in the cookie jar. I'm talking way in the cookie jar. No other way to say it, right? Charlie gets killed. He, on the same day, starts pushing his book. Charlie's last words were, buy my book, buy Josh Hammer's book. The night before, he never even flinched on Israel. He loved Israel so much. And then I just waited, because we're fishing now. And I knew they would do this. I knew liars have to lie fast and first. And he did. He lied. He lied over and over and over again about his position on Israel. And when he got caught, you would think that he would have a shred of decency. You would think he would have a shred of humility. You would think he would apologize for lying about Charlie's position on Israel. But he didn't. He just sort of doubled down. He sort of Israeled down, if you will. And it sort of gave me an idea for a little miniseries.
Sorry if you guys
a little
hear me talking
recurring
about
miniseries that we'll probably have on this show.
Adorable.
An HBO miniseries, by the way, executively produced by me. I want to show it to you guys now. It's a trailer that we put together. I sure hope you guys like it. Take a listen.
how Charlie Kirk was actually feeling about the pressure he was receiving from pro-Israel Zionist donors to Turning Point USA.
Charlie definitely was not someone who liked to be bullied by donors, as we saw in those text messages.
Their Jewish donors to TPUSA played into the worst stereotypes of Jewish people.
Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this.
A few moments later. You know, I'm talking to lawyers. I think I'm a lawyer by background. I clerked for a federal appeals judge. I know a thing or two about United States constitutional law. I think that we have a potentially serious case here for defamation, and I'm very much speaking with lawyers, and we'll see what happens.
Well done, Joshy. Well done. Very good, Joshy. Try your best to curb your Zionism. I know it's hard, but do your best. Too funny. Also, I want to shout out John Miller on X. He made me laugh. I mean, I was really laughing when I saw his tweet about Josh Hammer threatening to sue me. He just wrote this, and it said it all. He said, they really trying to make us believe this is the good guy. LMAO. I mean, come on. Yeah, I mean, he just looks like a Bond supervillain. That's just what he looks like. And by the way, that's a lot of words to say what I always say. Like, we don't know, but we know. And on Josh Hammer, yeah, we know. You're not the good guy, okay?
No, he's not.
You have to believe in your gut. I keep telling you guys over and over again, your gut matters more, right? Your subconscious picks up on things before your conscience does. Which brings me to dreams, by the way, because before I went on break, many people were triggered because I discussed on a previous show a dream that I had, a very vivid dream, whereupon Charlie told me that he had been betrayed. And so he's been betrayed. That's it. That's there's a lot I could say here. If I had known that me discussing my dreams was going to trigger so many people, I would have started every other show like Martin Luther King Jr. I'd be like, I had a dream. I had a dream. I had a dream. And like I said, this one was clear. Charlie told me that he was betrayed.
She's so
he
funny.
actually said
I
more
had a
than
dream.
that,
I had a
actually.
dream. I had a dream.
But we're fishing.
Double tap
right?
that
So
screen,
let's be
man.
patient.
23 more likes will be
But
at
I want
150.
you guys
I appreciate
to know,
every single one of you guys.
Charlie is he also
Double
used
tap.
to dream very vividly. Because we traveled together so much, he would wake up, we would text, and he would tell me about those vivid dreams. And we talked about a lot of things, as you do when you get to know somebody. We talked about the spiritual realm. We talked about religion, our faith, most importantly, what our life's purpose was. And there was this period in April where Charlie kept insisting to me over and over again that he was going to die young. In fact, he told me that Turning Point USA was going to be the death of him. And I'm going to allow you to read his words. And it's funny how this came about because when I was in Wyoming, I went outside, I was writing, like physically needed to write, to put pen to paper and to pray. And I was sitting in the sun overlooking the mountains.
Thank you so much, Cameron.
And
I
right
appreciate
when
your
I completed my
donations
prayer,
today. I hope you have a good dinner. God bless
I
you.
opened my eyes
I
and I
also
saw
hope you
a
have a good
massive
night.
bald eagle.
I
And it
appreciate
just
you,
made
and
me
I
feel
hope
at
to see you in
peace.
here
It's
on
one
my
of those
next
moments
live.
where you just are in nature.
Welcome
you see
to the
something
family. I
beautiful,
appreciate
and it
you
makes
and love
feel
you,
at
girl. Have a
peace.
good night.
And then I felt the need to start going through messages and conversations between me and Charlie. And sure enough, I stumbled upon many messages of him telling me how he would die. And I'm going to show you some of those messages now, a particular set of messages that were written on April 6th, 2018, just a couple of weeks before Kanye tweeted, I love the way Candace Owens thinks, which is relevant because a lot of things changed after that tweet. And it's relevant because Charlie sensed that something big was about to happen. And I think that is what the something big was. I also want to say, obviously, I am not making up these messages, okay? Turning Point. Actually, Mikey McCoy has access to all of Charlie Kirk's messages. They can tell you that these ones are real. Here is what he wrote. We were again talking about Kanye. Charlie wrote to me, you're going to be the Iron Lady of America. He had such a political vision for me. I never wanted that sort of a thing. I see it so freaking clearly. I might be Moses, though. I might not see this whole thing through. LMAO. If that is the case, be my David. I said, dude, you haven't even realized your power yet. You're so young, was what I was thinking. He said, if I tell you the true prophecy that I know in my gut, it's really sad, but I hope it's wrong. He went on to say, anyway, I am not sure if I will live to see the end of this revolution. I believe you were the piece that God meant me to meet that will finish the fight. Since the beginning of TPUSA, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time. I cannot explain it, but I dream about it all the time, like all the time. Anyway, that's depressing combo for another time, LMAO. I said, that's weird, more of a fear manifestation than an actualization. He said, I'm not really afraid of it, but I'm just telling you what I know to be true. And he told me that. He told me, I'm just telling you what I know to be true. And he told me that. He told me that. I don't know why. Charlie knew he was going to die young. And I don't know. I just felt like I needed to share that because it is in part why the moment that Charlie got shot, I just knew he was betrayed spiritually. In the same way that Charlie knew that he was going to die young, I knew that this was a part of something bigger. And so I wanted to say to you guys, to the people that betrayed Charlie,
send your super chats in, y'all.
I would recommend that you come clean, okay? I would recommend that you come clean because Charlie said some other things. And I look at these things now and I think, wow, it's almost prophetic, right? It's almost prophecy. And I can tell you that this is a story that will have a happy ending, a tragedy that will have a happy ending. The world is going to learn the truth about this. They are. I would recommend that you come clean. There are lines in the sand that are being drawn right now between good and evil. Many of you have picked the evil side. To you, podcasters, people that make videos, people that are taking money, tell people don't look over there. I would recommend you stop doing that. You don't have to listen to me. You probably won't listen to me. And to people that betrayed Charlie, you probably won't come clean. Likely because you're scared now. You should be scared, but you're the wrong kind of scared, okay? Fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. There is more. This is not it. I'm aware of that. That's why I've chosen to be on the side of goodness and truth, no matter what the cost is. I've picked my side. I don't care about any of you. I can't wait to read your articles after this, okay? That's breakfast for me. That inspires me now. Can't wait to read your loony tweets. I can't wait for you to lie about things that I've said. I cannot wait because you know what? On a hike that Charlie and I were on in Wyoming one time, we were discussing the death penalty. Like he was asking, like, what's your position on the death penalty? And I told him, I've always been against it. And typically that's a theological conversation. Christians go back and forth on it. Do you have a right to take a life? I'm on the side that no, we don't have a right to take a life. But my position on it isn't even entirely theological. I said to Charlie, the reason I'm against it is because death is easy. You're here and then you're not. It's like falling asleep, right? You're here 1 second and then you're not. Think about passing out or fainting. People that commit grave evil and we're giving them death, that's it. Yeah, I always say they deserve more than that. And for people that are involved, the many people that are involved in this, not the lone shooter at different stages, people that are involved, people that know things, that are watching this, maybe in an office cubicle and know things. I want you to know that if you choose not to...
You know, she just released those text messages. Imagine what text messages she's going to release after, right? Or even more. I wonder if she's going to stream every day this week. But she's definitely got a lot. We see how many super chats she's getting. What's the live viewership?
You are about to become very
187,000.
famous. Okay, I am talking like through the ages.
Yeah, she's got
famous.
super chat
The kind of fame
I mean,
that most people cannot even comprehend. Not even I cannot comprehend that level of fame. Like I'm talking about the level of fame that can kill a name. You know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Like
I think this one's
nobody names their kid Judas anymore.
That's insane.
Nobody names their kid
People are supporting her,
Adolf
man.
anymore. I'm talking about that level of fame. Infamy. So I'd come clean. I think there's a way out for you if you come clean and you get with God.
Yeah, I truly do think
I always
that
like
she...
to say something in finality to the many of you who would like to shut me up.
She's just
going
going
to
to come out
very hard to shut
guns
me
blazing.
up. No, I think I'm going to go ahead and be Charlie's David. I'm not going to stop talking about Charlie Kirk's death. In fact, instead of trying to make me shut up, you should do something else. I think your time would be better spent trying to stop the sun from rising. You'd have more success if you spent your time trying to stop the sun from rising than trying to get me to shut up about who killed Charlie Kirk, because he knew he was going to die, and he knew that I was going to be the person that had the spine to stand up
I
for
gotta
him.
grab her a different pen. Hold on.
What he didn't know, I don't think he knew, was that millions of people around the world who maybe don't have a microphone, okay, who maybe don't have a podcast, who maybe can't write articles for the Daily Mail, are standing by him, are standing on the side of goodness. And we are going to see this thing out. And like I said, there will be justice, not the fake kind, not the Tyler Robinson kind, actual justice. We'll take a brief break here, and then we'll get to some of your comments. All right, you guys, jumping in to tell you about the wellness company because it is officially cold and flu season, which means that it's also flu shot season. After everything that we've been through over the past 5 years, the number of people that are getting the flu shot is at a record low. Yay. Not to mention the fact that according to the CDC's own data, the flu shot is quote unquote moderately effective at best, and that's not even accounting for the vaccine injuries. There is a much better way to stay healthy. Grab a contagion emergency kit from the wellness company. If you wake up with a sore throat or you have a runny nose, you can address those symptoms right away with a doctor-prescribed kit that contains ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, generic Tamiflu, generic Z-Pak, much more. It's like having an urgent care clinic in your home. I have a contagion emergency kit from the wellness company because I refuse to be trapped in line at an emergency room or to rely on expensive insurance if I catch a cold. I simply open the kit, reference a doctor-written guidebook for safe
I'm not
use,
gonna lie, I
and
might
get
have
back
to
to
get
life.
one of those.
This kit is
That looks
literally a
dope.
lifesaver, with thousands of reviews from people just like you and me who had their kit ready in a time of need. So go to twc.health/Candace today and use code Candace at checkout, and you'll save $48. Get it now before cold and flu season kicks into high gear. That's twc.health/Candace. Use code Candace and you'll get $48 off. Kits available to U.S. residents only. Also, I remind you guys about American financing because the cost of everything is still out of control. Many of us are relying on credit cards to cover the essentials. If that debt is piling up for you, you should know that you're obviously not alone. Americans collectively owe over $1 trillion in credit card debt. You might be considering reaching out to my friends in American Financing, but you maybe stopped yourself because you didn't want to give up that low mortgage rate that you're enjoying. Well, but here's the good news. They've now created the Smart Equity Loan, which is a solution that's designed to help you take control of your finances without touching your current mortgage. Unlike a HELOC, which can have varied interest rates, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate. That means one predictable monthly payment, giving you peace of mind. This loan allows you to leverage the equity that's in your home to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and keep your existing low mortgage rate intact. And it only takes 10 minutes to get started. There's no upfront or hidden fees. So call American Financing today and start saving now. The number is 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or you can visit americanfinancing.net/Owens. americanfinancing.net/Owens. And of course, I want to tell you guys about Nimi Skincare. You know I love them. For years, the beauty industry kind of convinced us that we need complex formulas to achieve healthy skin, but the secret to healthy skin is actually a lot simpler. That's why I was very interested when I found Nimi Skincare. Nimi is doing something radical. They've built one of the most popular lines around one of the most nutrient-rich, bioavailable ingredients on Earth.
Thank you for sticking with me all day today,
tallow.
though, guys. Man,
Tallow
I've been
is
live for 7
traditional.
hours.
It's an ancestral secret. Its composition is incredibly similar to our own skin's natural oils, which means that your skin actually recognizes it. It's not a chemical coating. It's real nourishment. Nimi has 2 products from their tallow line that you should definitely know about. First, for your daily hydration, there's the Sunshine Tallow Cream. This is your go-to moisturizer. It's light, absorbs quickly, and doesn't leave you with that greasy feeling. They've combined that incredible grass-fed tallow with soothing aloe vera. I love aloe vera. And jojoba oil. And it's perfect for your face and body to create a strong, resilient skin barrier against the daily grind. Then for the problem areas, for the really dry, cracked skin, they have the Buzzin' Tallow Balm. It's an ultra-rich balm that uses tallow and beeswax to create a protective barrier. It locks in moisture, it shields your skin from the elements, and allows it to heal. This is skincare the way that it was meant to be, which is simple, pure, powerfully effective. It's a focus on skin-loving ingredients.
13
made
more
right here in
minutes on the
USA.
super
So if you'd like
chat
to
goal.
order,
Hey, if you guys want
go
to get your name written down on the wall as well,
NimiSkincare.com, explore
like
their
plenty of
tallow
other
line,
names
and don't
behind
forget to
me.
use my
All you
code
gotta do is send a super
Candace10
chat
at
through.
checkout,
Any
and
amount
you'll
is
get
fine.
10% off your order. That's
Doesn't matter. I just want to fill up the wall with super
NimiSkincare.com.
chatters because I think that'd be a cool way to get you guys involved and make.
Well,
this
I'm
video
hearing
look
that Ian
cool.
Carroll is in the chat. Ian Carroll, thank you. It should not be you and James Lee and Ryan Matta, who I didn't even know before this. who's not letting this go, going day in and day. You guys didn't even know Charlie Kirk. It shouldn't be you. It shouldn't be you guys. It shouldn't be Zeb Boykin doing ballistics. I'm missing the name. We'll get to that later this week of the guy who went over the Google searches. It should not be all of these people, but I'm glad it is. I think the decentralization of it all is actually what makes this so powerful. Letting you guys know, by the way, getting to a couple of things. We did run out of the new Tumblr, but we restocked it. So we don't know, but we know. We have that back up in stock. We just added that today. And finally, for those of you guys who pre-ordered the book, Make Him a Sandwich is out. Why Real Women Don't Need Fake Feminism. It is so amazing to hold this book. Also, I want to tell you, they said, you're supposed to go out when you do a book and ask people to write something nice about you, like, Candace is amazing and I love her, Ian Carroll or something. And I just thought it would be so much more fun to go on the internet and to look at all the comments that have been said by famous people about me. So we've got Cardi B, who wrote a review. She said, I honestly feel sorry for you. That's just a review of my character over the years. Candace Owens is a fraud, from Lance Bass. Ireland Baldwin wrote, the most disgusting, hateful, cancerous human being I've ever come across. And that's amazing considering Alec Baldwin is her father. Roseanne Barr wrote, monster. If I see this bitch, I'll knock her the F out.
I can't
Keeping
believe
it
that
classy.
people treat Candace
Eminem
like
wrote, dirtbag in a skirt. I don't even feel like I wear that many skirts, so that's
Like, why?
impressive. Jojo C, well, that's my favorite one. Candace and I do not F with each other. I would have you on my show anytime. I always tell you that. And I love that you look like you're a lot happier than you were a few years ago. Ben Shapiro, notoriously on that table, said her faux sophistication has been ridiculous. So I'm keeping it faux sophisticate. And Chrissy Teigen wrote, go the F away already, you dumb, soulless panderingle. Thank you, Chrissy. Thank you for all the people that supported this. You guys can go to makehimasandwich.com if you would like to support me. And this is an amazing book. I wrote every word of it. It's the first time that we took it out of a publishing house, which feels amazing because I think that's the future as well. Decentralization, publish your own books, because the publishers also have a lot of power in changing history. And so I wanted to say that. Getting into some of your comments here. Ian Carroll writes, fishing takes time. You got to set the bait. It's so good to have you back, Candace. Oh, I spent time setting a lot of bait. A lot of bait has been set. And we'll see. We'll see what we get. Amanda writes, this is sick. Thank you, Candace, for always sharing the truth. God bless you. Thank you, Amanda. Kiki Mack writes, Candace, thank you so much for helping remove the wool from my eyes and bringing me back to church. Never stop fighting for truth. You are setting an amazing example for girls in the future. We love you, sister. Christ is King. Thank you so much, Kiki. And I do think women are a big part of this. I think we were kind of, and we get into this in this book, but the feminist movement, to know where that comes from. There's a chapter called Beyond the Pale settlement of Russia, who brought over that feminist movement. It is good for you to know where that came from, because I think we all were doing feminism. I was when I was younger, like, I'm a feminist, thinking it was like girl power Spice Girls, and it was never that, never ever that. Amal writes, I hate to be morbid, but God truly saved you by removing you from DW. I'm so grateful that you're in a most port by God Almighty. And I think you, and almost, I don't know what that says. It was a dark time, but in hindsight, it's clearly what was happening. Amal, I think it all started with Kanye tweeting me. I think handlers were sent out to manage, to first and foremost break apart me and Charlie, and then to manage us. And I'll speak more about that this week, but I spoke to my husband about it, and I see it so clearly now what happened. And those messages between me and Charlie leading up to that week that he tweeted us, it was actually Scott Adams says, who did a video that I'll never forget when that happened. And he said, like ripped a hole through the universe, this tweet, and it was never supposed to happen. I'm going to dig that up, find it, and speak more about what my experience was, where I do genuinely believe that handlers were sent out, and I got lucky that I had this overwhelming spiritual feeling that needed to go to the UK, and I met my husband. I think I was actually saved by finding my husband, which was not accounted for. Joshua Steves writes, Tyler Robinson appearing in court today via Zoom without having to show his face surely isn't helping any of the theories out there. It's good to have you back. Yeah. Like, I mean, come on. They're like, it's like 9 on a boo-boo at this point. But don't worry, I'm sure no one at Turning Point will think that's weird. They're just like, it's open, it's closed, and we're so happy that that one lone shooter who got Charlie is being caught. These people just have no shame. Nobody here has any shame, and that's a problem. Ivana Milano writes, keep up the great work. Stand by your friend, reminding us that this isn't just a personal struggle, but a spiritual war. Yes, it is. In a world where money and greed are taking over people's lives, thank you for helping us to stay grounded in God's truth. Yes, it is worth losing money, as I did. It is worth losing fake friends, as I did, to stand up for the truth. And I'm just ready for war with these people. Like all of it, band together, you know? Send your best warriors, because all they ever do is lie and smear and delude and take away and deplatform, and you're not winning anymore. And something that I want to say that's also so amazing is I didn't have to fight hard this time for people to believe me. And I don't know. I just know that somewhere Charlie's energy, they tried to almost like capture it very quickly. The one thing they can't do, right? They can't create. They aren't the life force. These people are not the life force. They can only steal, they can threaten, they can pressure, but they can't create it. And I feel now, as I was reflecting on things, that they all were trying to bottle up Charlie's energy, and Charlie sent his energy where it needed to be. I barely defended myself as they came out, attacked, lied. She didn't even speak to him since 2017. She didn't know Charlie. She hasn't seen him. They just lied and lied and lied and lied. And nobody from Turning Point defended me and said, like, that's a lie and what she's saying is true. And the public, not for a single second, didn't take it. The amount of money that was spent on telling those lies, and I barely had to defend myself. And you guys knew that I was telling the truth, and I think that that's incredible. That it truly is a testament to God and is a testament to truth.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy how no one stuck up for her at Turning Point USA. Not one person. But it is what it is, man. There's a lot of people that are hating on her, but I think she's doing the right thing.
And as Ian Carroll said when I had him on my show, the truth doesn't need to be repeated over and over again. It's the power of the frequency of truth, right? It takes a lot of little lies. It's why the lie demands the truth shuts up. It's the reason they pass speech laws. They need people to be quiet, because when you start speaking the truth, it becomes more powerful. I truly believe that, and I'm calling upon everyone to do that more often. Like, just speak the truth, even if you're fearful of the consequence, because the bigger consequence is not being right with God when you pass. Tim Morgan writes, for the investigation for Charlie, we love you. God bless. Thank you so much. Caitlin writes, my brother HM passed away in 2021. He often spoke about how he knew he was not going to live past 40 years. He was saying this when he was in his 20s and he was 41. Yeah, Charlie said a lot more. He said a lot more. And I'm going to keep it close because I do think a part of it was prophecy. Now, I really do believe that. And I'm going to see this thing to the end. David Foster wrote, I didn't even know Charlie, and I was more shook up seeing the footage than the camera guy seemed in his selfie video. He wasn't even shaking. My hands were shaking and I was at home. It just does not add up. It doesn't add up. And we've got to stop accepting this excuse of like, well, what would you do? I do know what I would do, okay? If you're in a situation, you either run far and you don't record yourself, right? Or you go run towards your friend and you help. In fact, the only person, as Ian Carroll pointed out in one of his videos, and you should sign up for, subscribe for Ian Carroll's channel as well. He pointed out that like the only person who was acting right and was Frank Turek. Like the first thing you do is get down, right? Because you don't know if there's going to be another shot. How was Mikey McCoy confident enough to stay standing and walking? Nobody knows. You don't know where the shot's coming from. You don't see him get shot. The first thing you would do is drop to the ground. That's like the first normal thing to do is to get low, make sure you're safe. And then Frank Turek kind of crawls back towards Charlie and then tries to like see him to the car. Like all of that feels normal to me, okay? And they're always trying to make us see things through the exception. Well, there was this one time at band camp, or rather exceptionally, someone fired shots and someone was just really calm and walking away. And I'm like, yeah, I've seen Men in Black. That's not the person you should trust in this scenario, is all I'm saying. Buy-in writes, come back, Candace. Welcome back, Candace. Pardon. Everyone needs a friend like you who would fight with such fire for justice. I am so glad you were on the case. I can see that you would reveal the truth for us. We don't know, but we know has become my favorite phrase. Look, Charlie didn't know that he was going to die young from the moment that he started Turning Point, as he said, but he knew. And he was right. So go with your gut. Believe in your dreams, right? And when people try to mock you and tell you not to listen to them, not to trust your gut, know that those people are working for the devil, literally, okay? They want you to think that this life is it, and this life is not it. So get right with God and tell the truth. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Well, that's basically the last segment of my live here. Thought maybe it'd be a little bit longer. What time is it? It's only 5:03. So what? It was only an hour long. Huh. I thought it'd be a bit longer, but hold on. Just hold on a second. I thought it'd be a bit longer, but it's not. So probably just gonna get off here soon. But I don't know. My opinion on it is she has another text that she's dropping. It looked like it was legit. They're obviously very good friends, so the narrative of her not being friends with them. Okay. Anyways, but no, I mean she has more text messages. I'm sure she has a bunch more, and I'm sure that she is gonna continue to bring stuff up. I'm surprised that she wasn't live longer today, but I'm sure she'll be live another day this week. Probably, hopefully, she's live every day. That'd be awesome. Hopefully, this week is just a week of terror and stuff like that, and she just brings it down on them because that's what they deserve. Because at the end of the day, I feel like she's doing what's right, and I support her. So, thank you to everybody who's stuck around with me today. Thank you to everybody who super chatted and who continued to show love and was here every step of the way. We've been live for almost 8 hours. So 7 hours, 16 minutes. I think we did pretty good. I hope you guys have a fantastic day, man. Happy Monday again. Hope everybody has a good night. Hope everybody eats a good dinner. I will see you guys tomorrow again, about 10 o'clock in the morning, my time. So thank you, everybody, again, for showing much love. A little bit. Thank you for being in here. Let me shout out the donors again. Cameron, Trino, and Quinn Marie. Thank you guys for the super chats. I appreciate you guys. God bless. Again, I hope you guys have a fantastic day. I'll see you guys again.